Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see fourth part What If Harry Reforged the Wizarding World with Bellatrix at his side. Here is short summary. Bellatrix's final act sends Harry into the past, where power, legacy, and loyalty are his to reshape. With a young Bellatrix at his side, Harry won't just stop Voldemort, he'll rebuild the wizarding world itself. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Lily was so happy that she had qualified in her age division of the solo category that she had allowed herself to relax and hang out with James and his friends as they and other Hogwarts students wandered the village. Of course, it was not as if Lily had a lot of options. Alice was now even more invested in Frank Longbottom, and Severus had spent the entire competition keeping away from his teammates. When she returned to her room, she found Bellatrix, dressed in her nightie. She was sitting on the bed where she was hunched over and scribbling notes on her copy of the team's playbook. "What are you doing?" Lily asked, frowning at the possibility of last-minute changes to the squad's strategy. Bellatrix did not look up from her edits. "I am adjusting our strategy. You and the others will not need to learn any new combos. Tell them they just need to be ready for some unexpected shielding spells and the occasional modification to my standard combinations." "What? Why?" "I found out that some of the opposing teams might be planning to use dark magic during the tournament," Bellatrix explained. "I already spoke with Ashworth and Greengrass. They'll be able to keep a close eye on most of the matches tomorrow since the team qualifiers are more regimented. If they spot anything at all worrisome, they'll step in. No need to scare anyone else." "Wait, what?" Lily asked, feeling confused and a little scared. "Don't worry about it," Bellatrix said, shutting her playbook, standing up, and walking toward the door. "Just tell the other squad members what I told you. I am going to run my modifications past Professor Ashworth to see if he has any comments." "Wait," Lily said. Bellatrix turned her head to frown at Lily as she reached for the doorknob. "Don't you have a bathrobe or something?" Lily asked, intently gazing at Bellatrix's nightie. "Why, I'm just going to see," Bellatrix started before abruptly stopping and blushing faintly. "Just what?" "Nothing," Bellatrix said, swishing her wand and transfiguring a shirt into a black, kimono-style bathrobe that she slipped on over the top of her nightie. "Don't stay up too late. I'll need you all to be fresh tomorrow." If she said don't worry, there's no need to worry, Sirius said reassuringly. "If there's dark magic at play, Bellatrix is the one you want on your team. Not some amateur who thinks he learned a dark spell or two. Besides, it isn't like we're not shooting spells at them, too." James grinned at Lily. "See, we're covered. Besides, you already said that Professor Ashworth and Professor Greengrass will be watching. Now, are you going to eat something for breakfast, or not?" "Not," Lily said curtly. Besides having nightmares about dark magic, Lily was wound up over the fact that this was the big tournament and that the whole squad was counting on each other. After her solo qualifiers the day prior, Lily now knew that they were up against serious competition. As it was, for most of the day, it turned out Lily had worried over nothing. Lily, Bellatrix, James, Sirius, and Remus, with Peter cheering from the sidelines, crisply won round after round in the team qualifiers. There was not a shred of dark magic to be seen. Euphoria set in for Lily, and she gobbled down a double portion of lunch while James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter raucously celebrated. Lily was not quite so self-congratulatory as them because she had a strong awareness that Bellatrix was doing more than her share to carry the squad. On the other hand, precision and teamwork from James, Lily, Remus, and Sirius had ensured that Bellatrix was able to rely on them and perform to her full ability. The lunchtime euphoria faded in the afternoon as the squad found themselves being matched against stronger squads as the tournament officials looked to gather data with which to seed the bracket. It was late in the afternoon when dread struck Lily like a lightning bolt. The tournament officials had just informed them that they were to do a qualifying round against the Durmstrang team. This news, in and of itself, was not concerning to Lily. Instead, Lily's fear was triggered when Bellatrix began vehemently protesting to the tournament official that their match with Durmstrang had not been on the original qualifying schedule and that there must be some mistake. "Sorry, Miss Black, but it is a last-minute change," the tournament official informed Bellatrix. "Your match begins in 5 minutes, here on the town square dueling platform." "Okay," Bellatrix scowled, gesturing for the squad to follow her. "Is this going to be a problem?" Sirius asked once they were out of earshot from the official and other competitors. "I hope not," Bellatrix said curtly. "Just follow the playbook and expect that I might be doing things a little differently." "Right," James said as Sirius nodded strongly. Remus also nodded, but less enthusiastically. Her heart was pounding. Lily didn't say anything. "Peter," Bellatrix said, "go find Professor Ashworth and tell him I said to get over here." "Right," Peter said, dashing off. "A bit peremptory, if you ask me," Sirius said, sounding sly. Bellatrix glared at him. "Don't bother me, I'm thinking." Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus then proceeded to share awkward glances as they stood around Bellatrix, who had her arms folded as she vacantly stared at the competitors in the qualifying round that was just finishing up. All too soon, Lily found herself and the squad walking onto the dueling platform and receiving a smattering of applause from those who were paying attention to the ongoing qualifying rounds. On the other end of the platform, the Durmstrang team appeared, their wands already drawn. Lily feared she was the only one feeling anxious. But then she saw that James's jaw was set hard and that Bellatrix was glancing anxiously toward the grandstand, apparently hoping that Professor Ashworth had arrived. Lily could not see Ashworth anywhere, and had to stop looking once the referee began announcing the match. The match began, and soon Hogwarts and Durmstrang were exchanging volleys. Durmstrang proved to be the stiffest competition the squad had gone up against, but their spells and combos were as standard as those of Hogwarts. So, for several minutes, both sides were going through the motions without making much progress. The first dark spell from Durmstrang emerged and was countered before Lily realized that dark magic was now at play. One of the Durmstrang competitors, a tall wizard with bee-owned hair, was now bombarding them with mass effect spells. They seemed like standard spells, but Bellatrix had countered them with a shield spell that Lily did not recognize. Whatever the shield was, each time it collided with a spell from Durmstrang, it let out an ear-splitting bang. A quick glance at Bellatrix's face was enough to confirm that something was up. Lily looked to Sirius and saw that his normally jolly demeanor had been replaced with something more grim. Lily was unable to decipher whether Sirius had personally detected the dark magic or was taking his cues from Bellatrix. It was all confusing to Lily because she could not detect that any unusual spells had been cast. However, at the same time, something did feel off. After a particularly quick set of spells and staccato bangs, the tall bee-owned from Durmstrang stopped and laughed derisively at Bellatrix. "Are shield spells all you have?" he sneered. Bellatrix did not react directly to the comment and let off a string of standard combos. Lily, James, Remus, and Sirius were quick to pick up on the play and shot off the routine spells and shields to match Bellatrix's lead combo. This put Durmstrang on the defensive, and the match proceeded without further dark magic for several minutes. Lily thought they might be on the home stretch toward beating Durmstrang without further dark magic, but abruptly, the staccato bangs resumed. Bellatrix was looking aggravated, but she was keeping up the pace until she broke her concentration to look out at the spectators. For Lily, who was frightened of what might happen if Bellatrix missed blocking a spell, this split second lasted an eternity. It ended with Bellatrix subtly nodding toward the crowd and returning her focus to the duel without having missed a beat. Unable to help herself, Lily spared a quick moment to glance toward where Bellatrix had been looking. With relief, she saw that Professor Ashworth was striding through the square toward the platform. Feeling relieved, Lily cast a quick combo of attack spells, each of which Durmstrang blocked as Bellatrix shielded another barrage of purportedly dark-tainted spells. Lily's relief was short-lived, however. Bellatrix lost her pace and missed shielding a spell. As Bellatrix attempted to dodge the spell, she tripped and fell down. Grinning triumphantly, the tall Durmstrang student raised his wand and cast another spell as his teammates dodged incoming spells from the rest of Bellatrix's squad. A sickly-looking beam of yellow and orange light hurled toward Bellatrix's prone form. Lily had no doubt that this spell was dark. Just as it was about to hit, another type of shield appeared between the spell and Bellatrix. Instead of remaining stationary, the shield wrapped around the spell and hurled itself and the dark spell back toward Durmstrang. With horror, the Durmstrang watched as the spell zoomed back toward them. However, it was also blocked and then exploded violently. At that moment, Professor Ashworth hopped onto the platform next to where the referee was standing. "I want that team disqualified from the tournament for using dark magic in a duel," Harry insisted loudly. He was holding his wand, and Lily realized that he must have been the one to shield Bellatrix and bounce the dark spell away from her. "Dark magic," the referee spluttered. "They've been using it the whole time." Sirius snarled toward the referee. "Can't you recognize normal spells that have been infused with dark magic?" "Well, no, that is incredibly rare," the referee replied just as Professor Karkaroff joined the group on the platform. Apparently, from more of a distance, he had been the one to shield his team from the rebound spell. Other tournament officials joined the discussion as the conversation between the referee, Ashworth, and Karkaroff became heated. Meanwhile, the squad gathered around Bellatrix, who was still lying on the ground. "Are you okay?" Lily asked. "Of course I am," Bellatrix smirked, looking up at them. "I'm just trying to be a martyr." "Wait, you missed that shield timing on purpose, didn't you?" Sirius whispered, looking impressed. "Yes, I was hoping he would cast a pure dark spell that the tournament officials would be able to recognize." "Brilliant," James whispered, grinning at Sirius and Remus. "Maybe Durmstrang will get disqualified." "It was very risky," Lily frowned. "What if it had hit one of us?" "I waited until Professor Ashworth was here," Bellatrix said. Further discussion was cut off as the Durmstrang team came over, the bee-owned wizard in the lead. He stepped up to where Bellatrix was lying and looked down at her. "On your back, just like the graveyard," he smirked. "Next time, it won't be as pleasant." A couple of the other Durmstrang team members laughed raucously. Bellatrix's face whitened, and she gripped her wand as she scrambled to her feet. Lily was glancing between the Durmstrang students and Bellatrix, wondering if there was about to be violence. It looked like James and Sirius were ready to pitch in if that was what Bellatrix wanted. Lily and Remus were sharing worried looks with each other. The risk of a fight abruptly subsided as the tournament officials called for everyone's attention. Lily sought out Professor Ashworth's face and saw that he was looking grim. It appeared that the ruling from the tournament officials was not going to be all that favorable. The accusation here is that the Durmstrang student Andrei Borislav used standard spells infused with dark magic throughout the match and then cast an inherently dark attack spell, which triggered the Hogwarts coach to intervene, the tournament official declared. Unfortunately, there is no clear evidence. There were few neutral spectators paying close enough attention. The spells were nonverbal. The referee is a Muggle-born unfamiliar with the dark arts. "They could just ask us," Sirius muttered quietly while Bellatrix glared at the tournament officials who were waxing on about why they were unable to decide what precisely had happened. "They can deny just as easily," Remus sighed. "Or they can claim it was an accident or misunderstanding." "Shush," Lily said just as the official began explaining what they would be doing. "We are going to formally warn the Durmstrang team that dark magic is forbidden at the tournament. Any further violation will result in automatic disqualification," the tournament official declared. "As for the outcome and scoring, it turns out that is moot. In reviewing the paperwork, we are seeing that this matchup was actually a mistake. We are not sure how it was assigned. Both teams have already scored well enough in other matches to qualify and be seated in the tournament." "What? How did that happen?" Lily wondered, feeling confused. "Good question," Bellatrix said as the tournament officials finished explaining their ruling. Harry came over and shepherded the squad off and away from the dueling platform. As he did so, he alternated between congratulating them on an excellent performance while frowning. They were making their way toward the Hogwarts quarters in the town hall when Professor Greengrass, or Moody, and or Bones found and caught up to them. "What is this I hear about dark magic?" Moody demanded. "One of the Durmstrang students was casting dark spells," Harry said. "I intervened, but we weren't able to prove it. They got off with a warning." You must be joking, Moody exclaimed as Amelia Bones frowned. James and Sirius launched into a full explanation for Moody's benefit, tripping over each other and the facts. Lily glanced at Professor Greengrass and saw that she was looking more thoughtful than anything. Which competitor was it? Amelia Bones asked. She had produced a notebook and was writing everything down. I believe the name was Andrei Borislav, Harry responded as the students looked at each other, apparently not having caught the name. Dark family, for sure, Moody opined. We don't know that, Amelia said. We know it, Moody said, giving her a firm look. The only thing I want to know is why he would do something so stupid. Yes, good question, Pythia said quietly. Acting on a subtle nod of the head from Harry, Bellatrix broke away from the group of students crowded around Oars, Moody and Bones and went into the town hall. Harry joined her a moment later. I think perhaps we should have a chat with Violet and her sisters, Harry said, leading the way toward the stairs. Remind me which room they're in. Bellatrix led Harry to the bedroom in question, where he peremptorily knocked on the door. Apparently, the door was not entirely shut because it responded to Harry's knock by falling open. From the doorway, Harry and Bellatrix could see that there was no sign of any luggage or personal items in the room. It appeared the Snodgrass sisters had departed. How strange, Harry said, stepping into the room and looking around. Did they quit the tournament? I suppose so, Bellatrix responded, sounding confused. Hoping for some extra sleep before elimination rounds began on the third day of competition, Harry had retired to his bedroom earlier than usual. However, instead of going to bed, he found himself standing in the darkened room at the window. Through the window, Harry looked down at the town square. Most of the booths had closed for the night, but the students with night owl tendencies were still out and about having fun. It looked like one of the few open booths was selling ice cream. A faint tickle crept through Harry's scar, and Harry sighed. He had been trying to convince himself that the sensations he had been feeling in his scar all evening were just coincidental or anything but Voldemort. Harry was again debating whether he should just stop worrying about the scar and go to bed when Bellatrix, dressed in her customary nighttime attire, let herself into his bedroom. Harry turned from the window, looked at her, and saw that she was clutching a piece of parchment. I just found this on my pillow, Bellatrix said, walking around the bed and handing the parchment to Harry. Harry accepted the parchment and read it. I need to talk to you. Meet me in the forest behind the town hall just after midnight, Andrei Borislav. Harry eyed Bellatrix and handed the parchment back. Almost certainly a trap. Yes, Bellatrix agreed, folding her arms and beginning to pace. Unless it isn't. It is, Harry confirmed. I sense that the Dark Lord may be near or perhaps focused on what is happening here. Although, my connection with him does not work the same way it did before I came here. So, I can't be sure. Even if you're right, that doesn't prove it is a trap, Bellatrix countered. Besides, if we know it's a trap, we can turn it to our advantage. You make it sound so easy, Harry yawned, even as his mind tried to work out the possibilities. He was not against trying to take advantage of the situation. He just did not want to bite off more than he could chew. We would just be careful, Bellatrix insisted. Let's play this out in our heads, Harry said, half serious, half facetiously. If we go out into the woods after midnight and meet this student. No, I would go. You would follow and stay concealed. Okay, we do this, and the best that happens is what? He confesses that Durmstrang is up to no good and asks for help because he knows we are, or at least I am, the Dark Lord's enemies. Maybe he apologizes for what happened earlier today. And the worst? Harry asked, shaking his head at how unlikely the best-case scenario was. It is a trap, and we take him prisoner or something. If there is anyone else, we would have to subdue them, too, Harry pointed out. The more people involved, the riskier it is for us. We'll be within earshot of the tournament attendees, Bellatrix pointed out. Things cannot get too out of hand. Okay, then, Harry said. Now what if we capture Andrei after he perhaps tries to attack you and take him back? What next? Maybe we will tell the Aurors. Or maybe we'll quietly hold him prisoner. If the Aurors are involved, Andre will tell them that he was out for a walk when he found us in the bushes engaging in improper activities. Then, you and I will be in a lot of trouble because our version of the story will seem less probable. Blast, Bellatrix said, seeing that Harry had a point. Maybe we should rope Moody into this, Harry mused, liking the idea the more he thought about it. We can count on him to be somewhat discreet. Why would he keep our secrets? Bellatrix asked. I don't mean he will keep any secret we tell him, Harry said. However, he can be counted on to handle this in an appropriate way. Harry and Bellatrix argued back and forth about involving Moody, but Bellatrix finally yielded. She left to go change into appropriate attire for an outing while Harry did likewise in his own room. About 15 minutes later, they met outside Moody's quarters and knocked. The seasoned Auror opened the door and cocked a suspicious eyebrow at the two. What can I do for you? Can we come in? Harry asked. Moody acquiesced. Once the door shut, Harry launched into his explanation. Miss Black received a note from the student who used dark magic earlier today, Harry said, nodding at Bellatrix to hand over the note. Meekly, with an innocent-looking expression on her face, Bellatrix held out the note. Moody snatched it and eyed it. Smoky business, he declared, looking intrigued. I told her it would be stupid to go out and meet him, Harry said, hiding a smile as Bellatrix frowned back. However, she points out that maybe if we go with her, we might be able to exploit the opportunity. I don't know if it was mentioned to you earlier, but it sounds like this Durmstrang student has knowledge that only Miss Black's attackers would know. Yes, Moody said, I did hear that extra detail. He looked at Bellatrix. You have a point about being able to exploit the situation. Perhaps you should apply for an Auror job. However, for the moment, with you being a student, I am thinking Ashworth and I should handle this. It might be good to bring Bones, too. It won't work if I don't come, Bellatrix said. There was some argument about this, but Moody eventually yielded. He decided that bringing Amelia Bones along would be too much. However, before leaving the town hall, they stopped by her room where Moody informed her of the plan. She seemed offended at not being invited. If it was Harry telling her, she might have tried to pull rank somehow. However, Moody had already taken ownership, and she could not push back against him. They also stopped by Professor Greengrass' bedroom. However, there were no lights on. Harry, knowing that her health was delicate, did not want to disturb her. So, they proceeded without briefing her. Per Moody's instructions, Bellatrix returned to her room. Meanwhile, Moody and Harry left the town hall and, taking separate paths, made their way toward the forest where they waited for midnight to come. At midnight, Bellatrix emerged from the quiet and darkened town hall and started walking toward the forest, following a predetermined path. After Bellatrix passed his position, Harry drew his wand and proceeded to follow her at a distance, keeping her just in sight. Per the plan, Moody was also following, but from the flank. Even though he knew he should expect it from the veteran Auror, Harry was impressed at how he had so far not seen any sign of Moody. After they were a ways into the woods, a green flash exploded against a tree a few hundred meters deeper in the forest. At that moment, Harry felt a strong pricking sensation in his scar. However, the sensation was gone so quickly that, were it not for the green flash, Harry could have easily talked himself into believing he had imagined the whole thing. Abandoning the strategy of following Bellatrix at a distance, Harry caught up with her, and they proceeded together toward where the green flash had been seen. There, they found a small clearing. On the edge of the clearing where starlight and the half-moon shone just enough to reveal a human figure slumped at the base of a tree. As they approached, they were able to see him. It was Andrei Borislav, and he was dead. Bother, Harry muttered. Is he dead? Moody's voice whispered eerily from somewhere in the unplottable forest beyond the clearing. It seemed the Auror had also followed the flash of green light and proceeded toward the clearing but was choosing to keep out of sight. Yes, Harry said, casting a Lumos spell. Under the light of his wand, Harry was able to confirm his suspicion. Andrei Borislav had been killed, likely with the killing curse, if the green flash of light they had seen was any indication. Yeah, he's definitely dead, Harry declared. Let's get out of here, Moody advised. Too late, Bellatrix groused as they suddenly heard people crashing through the undergrowth and calling Andrei's name. Put your wands away, Moody hissed. Harry wasn't eager to sheath his wand, but he reckoned that Moody would keep them covered if he was going to stay out of sight. Just as Harry and Bellatrix had stowed their wands, Professor Karkaroff and a handful of Durmstrang students arrived in the clearing, wands lit. They quickly recognized the corpse and began spouting accusations against Harry and Bellatrix while one of them slipped away, ostensibly to notify pertinent authorities. Wondering if and when Moody, who had so far gone undetected, was going to reveal himself, Harry spoke up and explained that Andre had sent a note asking for a meeting. He described how he had escorted Bellatrix and how she had done nothing untoward. Harry's explanation only led to additional arguments and accusations. The cacophony ended when someone cast a thunderclap spell. Everyone turned toward the sound and found that tournament officials had arrived with a handful of American oars and hit wizards. "Quiet down," an aged American oar said in a loud and deep voice. "I'm Oar Spade, and I'm in charge. Now what happened?" "This witch murdered Andre," a Durmstrang student declared. "Did you see that happen?" Spade asked. "No, but they practically admitted it," Professor Karkaroff said in an oily voice. "They said they came out here to meet him and that it turned into a fight." "We said no such thing," Bellatrix retorted, her voice seething with anger. "Well, of course they're going to deny it," Karkaroff said smoothly. "This wizard is her professor and coach. He will try to tell you he escorted her and that this was a matter of self-defense. But he's either lying about whether he was with her the whole time or he's complicit." "Did you admit to having a fight with the victim?" Spade asked, staring intently at Harry and Bellatrix. "They did no such thing," Moody's voice said, resonating from the darkness. He stepped slowly into the clearing, his hands raised. Spade peered at Moody with faint recognition showing in his eyes. "Or Moody, isn't it? I'm not sure that we've met personally, but I've seen you around at some of the international conventions." "That's right," Moody said gruffly, letting his hands drop. "Now, I don't want to barge in and tell you what to do on your own turf, but I humbly suggest you keep all these people under guard while I give you a little context in private." "Fair enough," Spade said, gesturing for Moody to step out of earshot with him. At this point, the other American law enforcement wizards and witches gestured for Harry, Bellatrix, Karkaroff, and the Durmstrang students to sit down with their hands on their heads. Harry knew he could trust Moody, but he could see that Bellatrix was nervous. Karkaroff was looking panicky. Moody had caught him in a lie, and he knew that Moody was telling Oar Spade all about it. Harry could not help but smirk at Karkaroff before he settled into sorting out in his head what might have actually happened. Harry surmised that one of two things had happened. Either Andrei Borislav was somehow defecting and had been caught, or he had been sacrificed as a pawn in an attempt to frame Bellatrix for murder. As far as Harry could tell, the latter was more likely. Regardless of what had happened or what the plan had been, Karkaroff was bungling it badly. Apparently, he had not calculated on Bellatrix bringing backup. Harry's speculation ended when Oar Spade returned from conversing with Moody to address the group. "I think I understand the situation," Spade said. "I doubt Miss Black or Professor Ashworth committed foul play. I cannot seriously believe Black, Ashworth and Moody are conspiring to cover up a murder one of them did. Of course, it is possible that Black and Ashworth somehow tricked Moody to use him as an alibi. But I think it's more suspicious that Professor Karkaroff attempted to deceive me. So," Spade continued, "what I am going to do is let you all resume business as normal while I and my team investigate the situation over the next few days." Having completed his speech, Spade nodded toward his underlings who relaxed their guard. Harry and Bellatrix let out a sigh of relief and lowered their hands while Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students looked slightly apprehensive. "But before you all go about your business," Spade said, "I will have my staff take your statements and test all your wands to see the most recent spell cast. Meanwhile, I am going to head over to the Durmstrang cabin and see what the students there have to say about everyone's whereabouts tonight." Karkaroff's face went pale. As Spade left and interviews began, he insisted on going first. However, Spade's staff had apparently been instructed to save him for last. Harry could not help but let out a satisfied smile as an oar led him a short distance away from the others, cast a privacy spell, and began the interview and wand testing. Harry's wand revealed that Lumos was his last spell. In response to the America Auror's questions, Harry revealed how Bellatrix had come to him with the note, how they had gone to Moody, and how they had proceeded into the forest. The Auror interviewing Harry seemed a little perplexed as to why Harry had believed it was a good idea to go on this sort of outing with a student in the dead of the night, but he did not push for a better explanation than the lame one Harry provided. Soon, Harry was free to go. He joined Moody, who had already been released, and they waited for Bellatrix, whose interview had lasted longer. When she joined them, they made their way back through the forest to the town hall. "Curious events," Moody said. "What are your thoughts?" "It looks like the Dark Lord is trying to frame me for murder," Bellatrix snapped angrily. "I think you may be right," Moody agreed. "I don't know why he would have used that idiot Karkaroff to do it, though." Consternation reigned at breakfast the next morning when Harry, in very general terms, informed the Hogwarts students what had happened during the night. Harry and Moody had briefed Pythia and Amelia before Moody had left for New York. He was going to follow up with Auror Spade and alert the Ministry's ambassador to the Magical Congress of the United States. Harry was reassuring Lily that the team was not in serious trouble when Abraxas Malfoy swept into the room. He had been hobnobbing in New York and had probably been alerted to the situation by the ambassador. He gestured for Harry to step out with him as soon as he was done chatting with Lily. After finishing his conversation with Lily, Harry nodded to Abraxas, and the two went to find some privacy in the hallway. "Where is Bellatrix? How is she?" Abraxas asked. "She might be in bed," Harry said, feigning ignorance. He knew full well she was in bed and planned on staying there until right before her first elimination round. Harry knew this because after Moody had helped brief Pythia and Amelia, Bellatrix had sneaked into his bedroom to rehash the events of the night for over an hour. "Her father and uncle are worried," Abraxas said. "She's fine. She certainly was not injured." "Well, the Dark Lord's followers are trying to frame her for murder," Malfoy scowled. "And that can't be easy to endure. I've been reassured it won't get any traction. However, it is damaging." "I'm sure it does not feel good," Harry admitted. "However, the frame-up was so sloppy that it will fall apart with any scrutiny." "It doesn't matter," Abraxas sighed. "The people who want to look at her as a blood traitor are going to believe it. Then of course, it gives Durmstrang an opportunity to avoid being defeated in the tournament. When Bellatrix is not charged, Durmstrang can forfeit in protest while complaining that they should not have to go up against Bellatrix after she killed a member of their team." "I'm not sure I care whether they forfeit," Harry shrugged. "Well, Orion and Cygnus care," Abraxas said. "It would have been helpful on political and practical levels if Hogwarts had trounced Durmstrang. Now, Durmstrang has an excuse to avoid us." "I suppose so," Harry concurred. "Now, how is Bellatrix performing in the tournament?" Abraxas asked. "She is doing well," Harry replied. "She might make it through to the finals." Abraxas nodded. "I think she could win. I mean, look at her. She is smart and powerful. She could very well be the most brilliant witch of her generation." "As you say," Harry said, carefully keeping his voice neutral. The tournament proceeded as normal, and those of the students who were aware of Andrei Borislav's death soon put it out of their mind. The only reminder that anything had happened were the American Aurors occasionally spotted in the crowds. Harry and Pythia spent the bulk of their time scurrying between dueling platform locations as they tried to keep up with how their students were performing. So far, all of the Hogwarts students had done well enough to at least avoid embarrassment. A couple of the younger and more inexperienced Hogwarts students had been eliminated in the first rounds. However, they had taken it in stride. During one time slot when Bellatrix and her squad were the only Hogwarts students competing, Harry and Pythia were lucky enough to be able to join each other to watch the tournament. Bellatrix's squad was up against a squad from Beauxbatons. "I'm not sure going out in the forest with Bellatrix in the middle of the night was your finest idea," Pythia told Harry in a low voice as they took seats on the grandstand. "At least you had the sense to take Moody with you." "Well, you know how curiosity killed the cat," Harry said idly as he watched the officials work on clearing the dueling platform and preparing it for the match. He assumed Pythia knew more about things than she admitted. However, he was not about to fill in the gaps for her. Then again, I guess Bellatrix is technically an adult and may very well have gone alone if you had not tagged along, Pythia admitted. We should be thankful she brought the note to your attention. Still, you may want to lay low when her father and uncle show up. Harry was not sure if she was teasing or serious about Cygnus and Orion. He did not bother dwelling on that question once the match began. With a smile, he watched as Bellatrix, James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus laid waste to the Beauxbaton team. The squad's performance was a thing of beauty. Bellatrix shot spell after spell at the other team while James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus shot all the correct attack and counterattack spells to either shield the team or complement Bellatrix's attack spells. With almost imperceptible nods and gestures, they shifted between defensive and offensive postures and between various strategies, combos, and plays. As soon Bellatrix detected the flaw or opening in the Beauxbaton squad's strategy, she somehow communicated her choice of attack strategy to the rest of the squad. Without missing a beat, the squad shifted posture and strategy and doubled down, putting increased power behind each spell. One of Beauxbaton's wizards fell to a stunner. The rest soon followed. As the referee announced that the Hogwarts squad would be advancing to the next level, Harry and Pythia leapt to their feet clapping with other members of the audience. James, Remus, and Sirius were pumping their fists and cheering. Lily was beaming as she watched the admittedly modest-sized crowd cheer. Bellatrix, however, had already left the platform. Later that night, Harry found Bellatrix stalking back and forth angrily in his bedroom. She was wearing a black kimono-style bathrobe over the top of her customary nightie. Harry thought the bathrobe looked very nice. However, Bellatrix apparently disagreed. She abruptly removed it and stomped on it a few times before resuming her pacing. "Anything on your mind?" Harry asked casually as he closed the door, conjured a chair, and took a seat. Bellatrix threw up her hands. "I feel like a sitting duck," she snapped. "Well, if we're being honest, we kind of walked into that trap," Harry said. "It would have made no difference if we had stayed here instead of going out into the forest," Bellatrix pointed out. "In fact, it might have been worse. They could have discovered the body and then told the Aurors that I had a motive to get back at him after what happened with the dark magic yesterday. If we had not been caught red-handed, they could have accused you of memory charming me after the fact." "True. Let's also not forget the one fact you and Moody have glossed over," Bellatrix said. "Which is, somebody put that note on my pillow. Probably a Hogwarts student." "Maybe, maybe not," Harry replied. He knew she might be right about it being a Hogwarts student. He was hoping that someone from Durmstrang had sneaked into the Hogwarts lodgings. If it was a Hogwarts student, he hoped it was not Snape. Regardless, Harry was not anxious to dwell on that with Bellatrix. She did not need to be any more worried than she already was. Harry and Bellatrix chatted for a few more minutes before Bellatrix announced she needed to take a shower. After she picked up her bathrobe and left the room, Harry doused the lights and took his position at the window, watching as stragglers in the town square made their way to their lodgings for the night. "We're on a roll," Sirius exclaimed. It was the 10th time in an hour he had said that or something similar. He was standing on his bed with his fists on his hips. "You're going to hit your head or fall down," Lily warned. She was seated on the floor and leaning against one of the beds next to Remus and Peter while James was at the desk thumbing through the team playbook. Sirius winked at her and crouched as if he was going to start jumping up and down on the bed. "I think you're right," Remus said, his face breaking into a grin. "I mean, did you see how easy it was to take down Beauxbatons? They're one of the top competitors." "It's not over yet," James said, though his satisfied smile betrayed his excitement. "Remember that anything could happen," Lily cautioned. "In fact, I'm a little worried about whether Bellatrix can stick it out. She seemed out of sorts today." "Well, being accused of murder is pretty heavy," Remus admitted. "It's Bellatrix. I assure you that she is capable of murder," Sirius pointed out with mock seriousness. "Okay, but I think being framed for an actual murder you did not do is different." "Why would someone do that?" Lily asked. James, Sirius, and Remus exchanged worried glances with each other. "What aren't you telling me?" Lily asked. Peter also looked perplexed. "Isn't it obvious?" Sirius asked. Is Durmstrang trying to cheat somehow? Lily asked. It's probably the Dark Lord, James said. Bellatrix is a target. She refused to join him and then exposed his existence to the world. Of course, Lily said, feeling like she had been punched in the gut. She realized she should have seen it herself. However, it was weird for her to think that a Dark Lord was out in the world and manipulating events to target a fellow classmate. The mention of the Dark Lord had put a damper on the mood, and Lily soon excused herself to return to the room she shared with Bellatrix. There, she found Bellatrix sleeping on her stomach. Lily thought she looked peaceful until she spotted the wand clutched in one of Bellatrix's hands. By nightfall on the 4th day of the tournament, the only Hogwarts squads to have avoided elimination were those led by Bellatrix and Frank. Of those two, Bellatrix's squad was performing better, and observers were betting on them making it to and perhaps through the semifinals with ease. The odds were not as good for Frank's squad, but nobody was betting against them. In the solo category, the Hogwarts students had found themselves reckoning with formidable opponents. The Salem tournament had attracted a disproportionate share of solo competitors, unlike the Paris and Cape Town tournaments where team matches took center stage at the cost of making the solo competitions more of a sideshow. Bellatrix had managed to scrape by and had a good chance to make it into the semifinals. Snape had also done well in his younger division. On the other hand, despite having made respectable showings all around, James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and the rest of the Hogwarts team had been eliminated at various stages. Before dinner was served that evening, Harry and Pythia had devoted time to reassuring all the students that they were good duelists and had lost to phenomenal competitors with years of experience. They encouraged the students to stick with it for another year. In particular, Pythia's enthusiasm for the coming years was so infectious that many of the students began planning and strategizing for the next school year. The only person not showing enthusiasm was Bellatrix. At this point, the tournament seemed like a chore to her. She had no intention of competing with the team next year. In fact, she had no intention of being at Hogwarts. Having eaten her fill of dinner, she slipped upstairs to her bedroom, changed into her customary nightwear, and apparated to Harry's bedroom. After about an hour, Harry arrived. Having become accustomed to her nightly visits, Harry showed no surprise when he lit the room and found her relaxing in a chair. "Anything particular on your mind, tonight?" Harry asked, letting out a small yawn. "I don't know," Bellatrix said. "I guess I was just relaxing." "I see," Harry responded, conjuring a chair and sitting across from her. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes. "Does it get any easier?" Bellatrix asked. "Does what get easier?" Bellatrix sighed. "I don't know. I guess the fact that there is a literal Dark Lord out there and that he is targeting me." Harry took a moment to think about it. "You get used to it, at least," Harry said. "It helps if you don't dwell on him too much." Dissatisfied with the answer, Bellatrix shook her head. "You won't be the Dark Lord's only target forever," Harry said reassuringly. "At some point, he will figure out that I am lurking in the shadows." On the morning of the 5th and final day of the competition, the Hogwarts students awoke to find that Minister Black, Orion Black, and Abraxas Malfoy had not only come to spend the day at the tournament with the team but had also brought in a catered breakfast from New York for the students to enjoy. Minister Black was not a popular or charismatic person on his own merits. But he was the Minister for Magic, and the students were happy to tuck into the breakfast and rub shoulders with him and Abraxas Malfoy. They stayed away from Orion, who scared them. Frank Longbottom, in particular, had sidled up to the minister and was engaging him in conversation at every opportunity. On the edge of the room, Orion had taken Bellatrix aside into a quiet corner. "I hear you're doing well in the competition," Orion said. Bellatrix nodded. "Good," Orion said. "The business with the dead Durmstrang student is unfortunate." "Very. We've had conversations with the Magical Congress about it. They find the situation perplexing, but the top brass have concluded that you are probably not guilty of anything. Still, we've had to agree that you will answer some questions while under the influence of a truth potion." "That isn't standard, isn't it risky?" Bellatrix shot back, suddenly concerned that she might end up telling the truth about too many things. "We've laid down strict rules about what they can ask and under what conditions," Orion said. I will be there as your official representative. Of course, we'll want one of our own oars there. Perhaps Alistair Moody. No, Ashworth. Orion raised his eyebrows, but smiled slyly. Ashworth it is. When is the interrogation? This morning at the first opportunity. What? Why? Bellatrix demanded. We need to prepare for our matches and duels. Politics, Orion replied. It appears that Durmstrang is still in the running for the squad category. We suspect they will forfeit in protest if they are matched against your squad. Fortunately, the Magical Congress has agreed that if you are cleared using the Truth Potion this morning, they will officially announce their conclusion that you are innocent. Durmstrang can still forfeit in protest and say the Americans are incompetent, Bellatrix pointed out. I'm sure they will, Orion agreed, a conniving smile appearing on his face. But we will discreetly inform multiple news reporters that there is reason to suspect Andrei Borislav was murdered by someone from the Durmstrang contingent. Later on, it will be revealed Durmstrang forfeited and fled after they knew you were found innocent. Then it should be easy to sell that Durmstrang's forfeit was a panicked admission of guilt. Let's get the interrogation out of the way, Bellatrix decided. Where is she? James grumbled, pacing back and forth while Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Peter looked on. The tournament officials were cleaning up after the latest match and recording the scores. Within minutes, Bellatrix's squad would be summoned onto the platform to compete for a spot in the semifinals. I hope you've been paying attention, Peter, Sirius said jokingly. You might have to step in for Bellatrix. I can't do that, Peter exclaimed. Well, you're going to have to, Sirius said, deadpan. You had better see if Lily can help you transfigure you in your robes to match Bellatrix. Here she comes with Professor Ashworth, Remus interjected before Sirius could tease Peter any further. Where have you been? Are you okay? Lily asked as soon as Bellatrix came into earshot. Bellatrix nodded curtly. She's fine, Harry told the squad. However, I have put her under a silencing charm. Why? Lily asked. The American oars just finished questioning Bellatrix using a truth potion. So, she asked me to cast a silencing charm on her until she's sure the potion has worn off. Sirius began wheezing with laughter as Bellatrix alternated between glaring at Harry for being so forthcoming and staring at Sirius with icy anger. I was dosed with the truth potion, too, Harry said, gesturing happily and sounding slightly drunk. Anyway, you'll be happy to know that Bellatrix has been cleared of any wrongdoing. So, that cloud is no longer hanging over us. In fact, you will see that the announcement of her innocence is going to really work in our favor. That's great news, Lily exclaimed. And again, I just want to wish you good luck, Harry continued, his voice abnormally bright. You've been doing so well, and I am so proud of each of you. I am especially proud of your squad. I am so happy that I have had the opportunity to teach you and be with you at these tournaments. It warms my heart to watch you working so well together. You are going to grow into amazing people and do amazing things. It looked like Harry was ready to say more to the squad, but Bellatrix had swatted him on the arm and was giving him a stern look with her lips pressed together and her violet eyes flashing. Right, you are, Harry said to her before waving to the team and walking away. Good luck. And here comes Ashworth, Abraxas said slyly as the final preparations for the match between Bellatrix's squad and a Canadian team commenced. He was seated with Cygnus and Orion on the grandstand reserved primarily for tournament officials, visiting dignitaries, and coaches. Hopefully that truth potion is still in his system. Don't go overboard, Orion said as he watched the dueling platform through a pair of omnioculars. We don't want to scare him away from her. Yes. Please spare this father's ears, Cygnus sighed. In short order, Ashworth had arrived on the grandstand and Abraxas had magnanimously invited him to sit next to him in the blacks. As Harry sat, Abraxas began the conversation with small talk. He quieted down as the match began and as all eyes focused on the Hogwarts and Canadian squads dueling it out. The Canadians are no pushovers, Orion commented after observing several volleys go back and forth. However, when Bellatrix turns up the heat, they'll fold. Has she been cruising through the tournament this easily? Abraxas asked Harry as Cygnus smiled proudly. Yes, Harry said, shielding his eyes from the sun as he watched the match. You've trained an extraordinary squad, Then, Abraxas declared. "You're very kind," Harry said. "Of course, Bellatrix is the star of the squad," Abraxas noted. Harry nodded. "Do you find her impressive?" "Of course," Harry said as they all watched Bellatrix unleash a combo on the Canadian team that caused two of the Canadians to drop and roll into well-aimed stinging hexes from James and Sirius. "Sirius is quite the fighter, too," he said, nodding toward Orion. A grin crept across Orion's otherwise grim-looking visage. Abraxas knew that Orion was pleased with Harry's comment about Sirius. However, he also knew that the real source of the smile was Orion's amusement at Harry's attempt to deflect the conversation away from Bellatrix. Abraxas decided to push a little harder. "I dare say you would agree she is quite the looker." Harry abruptly frowned and looked at Abraxas. "You're not the first person to mention her being a looker to me this week." "Really? May I ask who the other was?" "An impertinent competitor from another school," Harry said vaguely, glancing back toward the match in time to see that the Canadians had gotten back to their feet and that the squads were now trading volleys at an even pace once again. "Curious," Abraxas observed. "Well, regardless, wouldn't you agree?" "I try not to harbor that sort of opinion about any of my students," Harry responded. The faint blush on his cheeks betrayed his awareness that Orion and Cygnus were looking at him from the corners of their eyes. In a seemingly absent-minded gesture, Harry held one of his hands up and clenched his fist. Abraxas was trying to think of an adept response, but Bellatrix had abruptly decided to go for the other team's jugular. Members of the audience leapt to their feet with applause as Bellatrix's squad abruptly crushed the Canadian squad and secured a place in the semifinals. "You'll have to excuse me," Harry said, jumping up from his seat and going to meet Bellatrix's squad. "Well, I think he thinks she's a looker," Abraxas said to Orion and Cygnus. "Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't," Cygnus said, rolling his eyes. "It's more likely he thinks you're a nutter or some sort of beep. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect you're a beep." "Did you two see what he did?" Orion said, his voice low. "What do you mean?" Abraxas asked. When he held up his hand and clenched his fist, he was ordering Bellatrix to pounce and end the match. "Really?" Abraxas asked eagerly. "I think she saw that you were chatting with him, surmised that you were interfering with her love life, and took steps to remove Ashworth from the conversation," Cygnus said. His gesture was absent-minded and coincidental. "It wasn't some signal." "Perhaps," Orion conceded, looking grouchy about having his pet theory challenged. The wizards debated amongst themselves for a couple of more minutes before Harry returned to the grandstand to speak with the tournament officials. Soon after, Pythia Greengrass arrived from where she had been observing Frank's squad compete. She also went to speak with tournament officials. Eventually, they finished their business and came over to Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas. "Good news, Minister," Pythia announced. "Our other Hogwarts squad with Frank Longbottom as the captain has qualified for the semifinals. Their next match is right here against Durmstrang." "Bother," Abraxas said. "We didn't calculate for Durmstrang going up against the squad without Bellatrix. I need to check on some things. Please excuse me." He stood up and stalked off. Harry and Pythia chatted briefly with Orion and Cygnus before announcing they would need to briefly leave the grandstand to go meet with Frank and his squad before the commencement of their match against Durmstrang. "Can you invite my daughter to sit up here during that match?" Cygnus asked quietly. "Of course," Pythia said. Harry and Pythia found Bellatrix's squad and Frank's squad chatting with each other and with other Hogwarts students. James and Sirius had taken center stage and were offering the members of Frank's team advice for their upcoming match against Durmstrang. Frank's team had not gone up against Durmstrang during the qualifiers. Although Frank did not seem thrilled about having to take advice from Bellatrix's squad, his squadmates were eagerly absorbing every shred of guidance James and Sirius could offer. Lily, who was more conscious of the tension between Bellatrix and Frank, wisely refrained from interfering. The student-to-student advice paused long enough for Harry and Pythia to give their own tips and a little bit of a pep talk. They assured Frank's squad they would be on the lookout for any dark magic, but predicted there would not be a problem given everything that had happened. After that, Harry and Pythia left the students and returned to the grandstand with a still-silenced Bellatrix in tow. "Go on ahead without me," Pythia instructed, breaking off from Harry and Bellatrix and stepping into the crowd. Harry and Bellatrix climbed up to the grandstand and found that Orion had also disappeared. Cygnus gestured for Harry and Bellatrix to sit down next to him, with Bellatrix on his right and Harry on Bellatrix's right side. "You did well in that match," Cygnus declared, sounding thrilled. "It looks like you've got 1 or 2 matches left and then the solo competition to wrap up. Am I right?" Bellatrix nodded. Her facial expression was neutral, but Harry could tell she was pleased with the praise from her father. "Look down here," called Pythia's voice from somewhere in the town square. Harry and Bellatrix looked down from the platform toward where Pythia was standing. Next to her was a photographer. Cygnus, wondering what Harry and Bellatrix were looking at, also looked in that direction just as the photographer snapped a photograph of Harry, Cygnus, and Bellatrix sitting next to each other. Pythia shot them a grin. A few seconds later, Orion and Abraxas reappeared and the group was soon chatting amicably with each other while they waited for the match between Longbottom's squad and Durmstrang to begin. When Pythia joined them, Harry asked her what she had been doing with the photographer. "Funding my retirement." "What is that supposed to mean?" Harry demanded as the announcer spoke in the background. "Don't worry about it," Pythia said airily. "Oh, look, we're underway." Forgetting about the photograph, Harry watched Frank Longbottom lead his squad against Durmstrang. As far as Harry could tell, Durmstrang was playing it fair. Surprisingly, they were performing better than they had with Andrei Borislav leading the charge. The only concern Harry had was that Karkaroff had taken a position next to the dueling platform instead of coming up onto the grandstand. It struck Harry as a little unorthodox, but it was not necessarily alarming. "I think we're toast," Pythia sighed about a minute or two into the match. "Yes," Harry agreed, as he watched Frank glance anxiously at his teammates. As best Harry could tell, Frank had good instincts. Unfortunately, his squad has not mastered enough combos or strategies, and Frank did not possess Bellatrix's ability to fill the gap with sheer talent or power. This meant they would all be having to improvise to fill gaps. With 5 people improvising, it was only a matter of time before someone attacked when they should have shielded. Bellatrix, who had continued to insist on remaining under a silencing charm, was rolling her eyes repeatedly. Apparently, she was not impressed with Longbottom and his squad. Pythia's prediction proved true. Durmstrang picked off Frank's squad one by one until only he and Lily's friend Alice remained. Instead of surrendering, Frank tried what spectators could only assume was a poorly chosen shield charm. It absorbed and merged with multiple spells from Durmstrang's final volley, and the result was an explosion that knocked Frank and Alice unconscious. With the match over, most people were applauding. However, Bellatrix's shoulders were shaking with silent laughter. In his mind, Harry could not help but draw a parallel between what had happened to the Longbottoms in his timeline and the current scenario where Frank and Alice were unconscious as Bellatrix laughed. Harry swatted Bellatrix. "Stop that." Bellatrix stopped her silent laughter and glared at Harry. She threw up her hands, as if to ask what his problem was. "Never mind," Harry grumbled as Bellatrix glared at him. The circumstances were different, and Bellatrix had technically done nothing to hurt the Longbottoms. "Bellatrix, your squad is up for its semifinal round," Pythia said, apparently ignoring the byplay between Harry and Bellatrix. "It looks like you're up against a Japanese team. This particular team is composed of extremely talented solo duelists. They are all prima donnas who believe they should be in charge. If you force them to repeatedly alter strategy, there will be a breakdown." Bellatrix nodded as she stood. "Oh," Pythia called out just as Bellatrix began walking away. "How about you tell Frank to join us up here during your match?" Turning around, Bellatrix angrily threw up her hands and pointed at her mouth. "I'll go down with her," Harry said, hiding a smirk. "I'll commiserate with Longbottom." "You can if you want," Pythia yawned. Harry went down from the platform with Bellatrix. When he returned with Frank in tow, he found that Karkaroff had made his way to the grandstand and was engaging in a heated discussion with the tournament officials. On his way to his seat, Harry had to pass the group. From what Harry could overhear, Karkaroff was protesting the potential matchup of the Durmstrang squad against Bellatrix's squad. The tournament officials were reminding him that the American Aurors had used a truth potion to clear Bellatrix of all wrongdoing. The match soon proceeded. At first, it looked like Bellatrix, James, Lily, Sirius, and Remus were going to be crushed by superior competitors. However, once Bellatrix began implementing the strategy suggested by Pythia, the Japanese squad began falling apart. Eventually, Bellatrix was able to pick off one of the opponents, and then a second. The remaining three pushed and shielded hard despite being outnumbered. Eventually, they surrendered. The cheering and applause for the Hogwarts squad was especially loud, not only because they had put on a good show, but also because a larger crowd had already begun gathering to watch the final. As the applause died down, a tournament official used his wand to amplify his voice to announce that Durmstrang was choosing to withdraw from the competition and that for purposes of the final it would be chalked up as a forfeit. Confused murmuring broke out. Harry glanced over to see that Karkaroff was standing near the tournament officials. Not far from him, Harry could see Moody lurking. The tournament official proceeded to explain to the spectators that the rules were such that with Durmstrang withdrawing, Bellatrix's squad would, by default, become the first-place winner. The officials had decided that second and third place would be determined by one last match between Frank's squad and the Japanese squad that Bellatrix's squad had defeated. The spectators applauded for the Hogwarts victory, though there were still confused noises emanating from the crowd. It looked like a few of the dignitaries seated in the grandstand were about to approach Karkaroff for an explanation. There was no doubt his explanation would involve complaining about having to face off against someone who had allegedly killed their teammate. However, before anyone could engage Karkaroff in conversation, Moody pounced on him. "I guess you heard Miss Black has been cleared of suspicion," Moody said loudly, with no attempt to be subtle. "I heard they're aiming to pick you up soon." Karkaroff, apparently trying to hide panic, left the grandstand as the tournament officials completed preparations for Frank's squad and the Japanese squad to compete. Frank's squad did just as poorly against the Japanese team as it had against Durmstrang and was defeated. This left Bellatrix's squad in first place and relegated Frank's squad to third. Considering that Hogwarts had not, in recent history, participated in dueling competitions, having two squads in the top three at a tournament as large as the one in Salem was a notable victory. The tournament officials attempted to give out trophies in a semi-formal ceremony. However, the entire Hogwarts contingent was noisily celebrating and other competitors and spectators were rushing to compete in or attend the remaining duels of the solo competition. In the end, the tournament officials resigned themselves to handing trophies to Bellatrix and Frank and offering their congratulations. Moody and Pythia somehow managed to wrangle the Hogwarts students into formation to pose for group photographs with Minister Black and the coaches. After the photographs were completed, Bellatrix handed the squad's trophy to Lily before muttering something about a solo duel and slipping away. Lily allowed herself to relish the moment with James, Sirius, and Remus before piping up and telling them that they should find where Bellatrix was competing and go support her. They all readily agreed and soon were headed with several other Hogwarts students in tow to where Bellatrix was scheduled to compete next. For most of the Hogwarts students, watching the last few rounds of solo duel finals was as enjoyable as any other part of the tournament. With all of them except Bellatrix and Snape eliminated from further competition, there was no more pressure. Plus, with 2 trophies under the team's belt, there was plenty to feel good about. Not long into the solo duels, Snape was eliminated without having placed in his division. Although talented, he had been against equally talented and more experienced duelists. Bellatrix was also encountering the same challenge. However, sheer power was carrying her through, and it was entertaining to watch. Sometimes she blitzed her opponent with ridiculous spell combinations, sometimes she overwhelmed an opponent by repeatedly casting the same spells, and sometimes she used repeated shield charms until her opponent was too tired to effectively duel. Even if Bellatrix was breaking no rules, her style constituted dirty dueling in a sport that prided itself on sportsmanship. Spectators not from Hogwarts were beginning to conclude that Bellatrix really did not deserve to win. Even some from within Hogwarts were disgusted with Bellatrix, chief among them being Frank Longbottom. Lily overheard him telling Alice that the only reason Bellatrix had made it so far was because she was born with power. Another shrewish student commented that Bellatrix's wand seemed a little too powerful and that it must be nice to be rich. Lily did not take the naysayers seriously. During her Muggle schooling, she had become accustomed to jealous classmates and thus could recognize Frank's comments for what they were. As for James and Sirius, they were oblivious to the naysayers and were cheering on Bellatrix's winning tactics. Evening was falling on the historic Salem village as Lily, the Hogwarts contingent, and all the other spectators gathered in the town square to watch the final duels for each competition division. Eventually, it was Bellatrix's turn to face off against a student from Ilvermorny. Bellatrix's opponent made no secret of the fact that he was a native of Texas and that he fully expected to defeat Bellatrix. "I'm going to take that wand away from you before you even know what hit you," he called out. Although his words were aggressive, his delivery of them sounded good-natured. However, Bellatrix did not look amused. "Come and get it," she snapped tiredly before the referee gestured at Bellatrix and the Texan to quiet down and take their places. Bellatrix's offhand retort seemed to have triggered the Texan, and he was seething by the time the referee marked the beginning of the duel. To the disappointment of the spectators, Bellatrix adopted a strategy of hiding behind shields for the majority of the duel. It appeared that it would be a boring duel. However, it seemed the Texan had been warned about Bellatrix's strategies. Pacing himself, he avoided exhausting himself as he poked and prodded at Bellatrix's shield spells. The spectators began to murmur quietly as some wondered if it was going to end in a draw. Finally, Bellatrix unleashed a blitz that devolved into her repeatedly hammering the Texan with the same spell. As Bellatrix saw that the blitzing and hammering were gaining her no traction, Bellatrix abandoned those strategies and returned to shielding. As the grinning Texan shot a couple of spells at Bellatrix's shields, Lily watched as Bellatrix bit her lip and stared tiredly at the Texan. She let out a small sigh and closed her eyes, and Lily wondered if Bellatrix was about to concede. But then, Bellatrix reopened her eyes, set her jaw, and repositioned her wand. As Bellatrix's wrist moved, Lily suddenly realized that Bellatrix was wearing a silver bracelet. Lily was just wondering whether Bellatrix had been wearing the bracelet all along when Bellatrix suddenly let loose with a flurry of offensive spells. The audience sat spellbound as Bellatrix unleashed a wave of seemingly impossible combos broken up with highly aggressive spells that were not traditionally part of dueling competitions. It was as if Bellatrix had mentally shifted from competition mode to a fight-or-die mode. The Texan was now having to devote all his energy to blocking, shielding, and dodging. Bellatrix unleashed a string of purple orbs that looped into the air and bombarded the ground around the Texan, one of them exploding behind him and shocking him. With teeth gritted, the Texan increased his shielding efforts as Bellatrix unleashed another string of purple orbs. Instead of arching into the air, the second batch of purple orbs whirled in a helix formation that zoomed toward the Texan. As the Texan tried to simultaneously dodge and shield, Bellatrix hit him with a stunner. It happened so fast that it took the crowd a second to realize that Bellatrix had won. Awed by the spectacular display of dueling, the crowd jumped to its feet with thunderous applause. Sparing only a quick glance at the crowd, Bellatrix's eyes wandered to the grandstand where her father, flanked by Orion and Abraxas, was giving her a standing ovation. Professors Ashworth and Greengrass were also nearby, in Bellatrix's line of sight, clapping. The lighting was bad, but Lily thought she spied a faint blush on Bellatrix's cheeks. As the crowd continued applauding, a tournament official appeared on the platform to hand Bellatrix her trophy. Looking tired, she accepted the trophy. After exchanging a few words with the tournament official, she went up to the grandstand where her father, uncle, and professors congratulated her. As the follow-up duel to determine the second and third place winners got underway, Lily thought she spied Bellatrix apparate away from the grandstand. "Is she coming down here?" Lily wondered aloud. "Probably going to take a nap," Sirius remarked. After the last duels of the Salem tournament were completed, the tournament officials took to the main dueling platform, now serving as a stage, to conduct an informal closing ceremony. The master of the ceremonies took time to list off the top 3 winners in each division as the crowd cheered. After reviewing the winners, the tournament officials quickly sorted through housekeeping items, reminding everyone that they were to be checked out of their lodgings by noon the next day. After all of the tournament business, the officials announced that the remainder of the closing ceremony would be a party featuring a Muggle delicacy known as pizza. A band had also been hired to provide music until the early hours of the morning. Harry let out a groan when he realized there was going to be a dance party outside of his bedroom for most of the night. Correctly interpreting Harry's groan, Pythia laughed and patted his shoulder. "Just enjoy it. Our students are going to look back on this tournament as one of the highlights of their lives. They will drive their children insane with repetitive tales of how they were here and what happened." As if, Harry chuckled. "I'm sure there will be tournaments next year and the year after that." "Yes, but the Hogwarts team will not be quite so successful in future years as we were this year. We won't be the coaches, and Bellatrix won't be carrying anyone's weight." "Oh, are you leaving Hogwarts, too?" Harry asked, frowning. "This is my last year teaching at Hogwarts," Pythia confirmed. "Where are you going?" Harry asked. "I don't know yet," Pythia said. She looked sad, but then grinned. "Don't worry, I'll visit when I can. For now, let's enjoy ourselves." She winked at Harry and then disappeared into the crowd. Harry exchanged niceties with various tournament officials and chatted briefly with Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas. Eventually he walked over to the buffet and helped himself to a couple of slices of pizza just as the band finished setting up. As the music started, he made his way to the edge of the crowd near the unplottable forest surrounding the village just in time to avoid being trampled by dancing teenagers. Harry was not that much older than the teenagers dancing and partying. It would not have been unusual for someone his age to join in the festivities. But he was posing as a professor in his mid-30s. There was also something of a social barrier arising from Harry being a war veteran who had gone through things these students could only imagine. These thoughts occupied Harry for some time. He was just about to retire for the night when he thought he heard someone moving in the woods behind him. Drawing his wand, he went to investigate, moving as quietly as possible. Despite his efforts, he was unable to outmaneuver or identify the other person creeping about the woods. Harry was feeling perplexed until he suddenly realized that the stealthy movement patterns were familiar to him. It was Bellatrix. As soon as Harry had this thought, he felt certain he was right. Somehow, the black family ring concealed on his finger was confirming his suspicion. He supposed it had something to do with how he had detected Bellatrix's distress the night Voldemort had assaulted her. Not in the mood to play cat and mouse as he and Bellatrix sometimes did during practice duels, Harry took a position up against a tree and waited for Bellatrix to find him and pounce. After a couple of short minutes, Harry felt the tip of her wand poke up against his neck. "You're losing your edge," Bellatrix whispered in the dark. "That's what you think," Harry countered casually. He shifted his body to find a more comfortable position against the tree and wondered why Bellatrix was not lowering her wand. He did not think she would cast a spell, but having a wand poking up against his neck was not comfortable, either. Harry was about to ask Bellatrix why she was out and about in the woods when he abruptly felt her lips on his. The key was perfunctory, suggesting to Harry that Bellatrix was again using a key to send a message rather than doing it for enjoyment. "Reminding me that you're still 17, he quipped, recalling how, at the Cape Town tournament, she had sneaked into his tent on the morning of her 17th birthday and woken him up with a key, and reminder that she was now of age. Bellatrix withdrew her wand from Harry's neck and cast a Lumos spell. In the light from the wand, Harry could see that she had abandoned her usual attire and was wearing a formal-looking outfit. She looked very smart in her dark suit jacket and matching skirt. "I'm glad you remember the bit about me being 17, she said. "However, tonight's key is to make sure you know that I am no longer your student. Last I checked, the term isn't over." Bellatrix shrugged defiantly. "The attempt to frame me for murder shows that I am a target. Hiding in Gryffindor Tower is not going to keep me safe from the Dark Lord's next scheme." "You have a fair point," Harry conceded, albeit reluctantly. He knew full well just how safe he had been from Voldemort during his own years at Hogwarts. Sensing the undercurrent of discomfort beneath Harry's concession, Bellatrix offered more justification, defiance creeping into her voice. "We need to be able to coordinate efforts. I shouldn't have to sneak into your bedroom if we need to chat. So, unless you invoke my vow of allegiance to require that I remain a student, I'm leaving. Tonight." Harry pressed his lips together and shook his head. He couldn't say she was completely wrong. But on the other hand, Bellatrix leaving Hogwarts before the end of her 6th year seemed potentially reckless. Wouldn't it be better to finish school? Don't you need to pass your NEWTs? I don't need to be enrolled at Hogwarts to pass my NEWTs, Bellatrix insisted. Arguably, I don't even need to pass them. Right, Harry said slowly. Do you promise that you'll work on passing your NEWTs, then? Of course, Bellatrix said, sounding suspiciously agreeable. With the goal of passing them within a year and a half. Harry clarified. Bellatrix frowned mutinously. Harry stared at her, raising his eyebrows. Fine, she muttered. And you'll be passing several, not just a couple, Harry said, his lips twisting into an amused smile. Yes, Bellatrix snapped. She whirled away from Harry and the tree against which he was leaning and began walking deeper into the woods. You know where I'll be, she called as she swished her wand and disappeared with a faint pop. Upon the dueling team's return from Salem, Professor Dumbledore conducted a ceremony in the Hogwarts Trophy Room to recognize their achievements. The first and third place trophies that Bellatrix and Frank's squads had won would be placed on display. In exchange for that permanent loan, each member of the winning squads received a commemorative plaque to take home. As for Bellatrix's solo trophy, that was hers to keep, partly because she had absconded with it at the end of the tournament. Bellatrix's abrupt withdrawal from Hogwarts had become an embarrassment for Harry. Dumbledore was disappointed, and others had been critical. Many believed Harry and Pythia should have somehow prevented her from leaving Hogwarts. Even those who knew there was no stopping Bellatrix believed that Harry and Pythia should have detected her departure sooner than mere minutes before the team left Salem. Ignoring his detractors, Harry threw himself into his teaching duties and extra Auror training. On the other extreme, Pythia seemed to have shut down. She had taken to hiding in her divination classroom and no longer emerged even for meals. Harry had visited her several times. During each visit, she tried to cheer up Harry as if he was the one that was depressed. The other professors are just jealous, Pythia said, gesturing to a copy of Witch Weekly resting on the small side table between Harry and Pythia's rocking chairs. We've been praised in several editions of the Daily Prophet. Now, we're in Witch Weekly. They'll be lucky if they ever do anything half as famous. Harry scoffed as he picked up Witch Weekly and thumbed through it. Plenty of quotes from Mr. Black, I see. Pythia chuckled slyly and blushed. How about coming down to the Great Hall for dinner tonight? Harry asked, his voice a little too casual. Pythia shook her head. No, I have to work on packing. Packing? Harry asked, perplexed. He looked around and realized that what he had assumed to be a little bit of redecorating was actually Pythia's personal possessions gradually disappearing. Surely you're not leaving until the end of the school year, Harry said, frowning. I don't know when I'm leaving, Pythia said lightly. It could be any moment. I want to be ready. Are you ill? Not at all, Pythia replied, reaching over and patting Harry's wrist reassuringly. Well, I should admit that I am ill. There is no escaping that. But thanks to you, I think I will be able to hold off death for at least another decade. Maybe even two. I guess I don't understand. You don't have to, Pythia said as she picked up her teacup and clutched it. That is my burden. Abraxas Malfoy was slowly walking laps around a long conference table as Minister Black and his brother, Orion, met with Director of Magical Law Enforcement Davian Pruitt. Also present was Davian's son, Gideon Pruitt, the head Auror. They were reviewing the status of the Auror office. Abraxas could not help but smirk at the scene and mix of personalities in front of him. It was apparent that Davian was annoyed about Cygnus involving Orion in their discussion as something of an unofficial privy councillor. Yet ironically, while focused on Minister's Black alleged impropriety, Davian did not seem to realize that he was sitting next to his son, whose official position as head Auror was obviously nepotism. It looks like you have some Auror trainees coming in, including a 7th-year Hogwarts student, Cygnus observed as he scanned a sheet of parchment detailing recruitment. Yes, that would be Longbottom, Davian confirmed. I saw young Longbottom compete in Salem. He has potential. A little stiff, but I assume you'll knock off his rough edges. If we can justify fast-track promotions for him, it will cement political support from the Longbottom family, Davian said. Quite, Cygnus said, referring back to the parchment and frowning slightly. I would have hoped to see more trainees coming straight from Hogwarts given their success in the dueling tournaments this year. The Hogwarts Dueling Club began only this year, Davian pointed out. That was too late for 7th-year students to enroll in classes to meet our minimum Auror qualifications. If the dueling club continues, we should see an exponential increase by next year. There are more hit wizard trainees than usual coming out of Hogwarts this summer, Gideon added. And those hit wizards can eventually transfer to the Auror office, Davian said, seizing the lifeline his son had thrown him. We can even encourage transfers. Right, Cygnus said, handing the parchment back to Davian. Go ahead and do that. Is there anything else you have for me? Davian nodded as he produced another sheet of parchment. We're rotating Auror assignments and making promotions. Cygnus accepted the parchment. He raised his eyebrows as he read it. You're promoting Ashworth to the rank of Auror captain, he observed, his voice betraying surprise and skepticism. He's been an Auror for only a few short months. As you'll read lower on that sheet, we have him slated for an assignment that requires the promotion, Gideon quickly explained. I see that now, Cygnus said slowly as he read further down on the sheet. Orion was also looking over Cygnus' shoulder at the parchment. Besides Ashworth's lack of Auror experience, isn't that an unusual and weighty assignment for a wizard who has lived overseas for nearly all his life? Orion asked. Keep in mind that he is a lateral transfer, Davian said, the smoothness of his voice hiding frustration. Given his achievements at Hogwarts with the dueling club, one cannot help but conclude he is a capable leader and administrator. As for him being from an expatriate family, one need only chat with him to see he is British to the core. Fair points, Cygnus said, sounding somewhat amused. His curiosity piqued. Abraxas stepped over and peered over Cygnus's shoulder at the parchment. Instantly, he understood why Orion was annoyed. Unless Bellatrix became an Auror herself, Ashworth's new assignment was going to make it harder for Bellatrix to run across him by happenstance, even if she became a ministry employee. Allow me to reveal that, in the past few months, Ashworth has undergone significant extra training beyond the minimum required for Aurors, Gideon interjected. His test scores are high. I think we would be hard-pressed to find a better candidate. Quite, Cygnus said, yawning and passing the parchment back to Davian. I don't see any reason to override your well-considered judgment in this matter. Choosing to keep his mouth shut, Abraxas retreated back to where he had been pacing while Cygnus and Davian concluded their discussion. Orion, too, apparently had decided on discretion and said nothing until Davian and his son had departed. But once they were gone, Orion began sounding off. What is Pruitt thinking? Orion demanded, standing up and also beginning to pace. I can assure you, Cygnus said dryly, that he is not deliberately trying to ruin your secret plot to stoke romance between my daughter and Auror Ashworth. When you think about it, the assignment is not too crazy, Abraxas pointed out. In fact, bolstering our Auror core is not the only thing we need to be doing. We need to strengthen our infrastructure, too. If Ashworth keeps his nose clean, this assignment will be a stepping stone for other prominent assignments. That's right, Orion agreed grudgingly. After a few months, or a year or two, we can personally pull Ashworth off that assignment and plug him in somewhere else. Perhaps wherever Bellatrix ends up working. Great plan, Cygnus agreed, sounding a bit sarcastic. Now we just need to figure out where Bellatrix went. She'll turn up, Orion muttered. Eventually, but only if she wants to, Abraxas chuckled, pulling out his pocket watch and glancing at the time. If you'll excuse me, I'm running late for a meeting. Abraxas, mirth at Orion's desire to unload the notoriously difficult Bellatrix on Harry Ashworth kept a smile on the aged pureblood's face until he had left the ministry and returned to Malfoy Manor. There, in the entry hall, a feeling of despair overtook Abraxas. By all accounts, Malfoy Manor was elegant and beautiful. However, Abraxas was beginning to see that beauty as a facade. A rot had been festering beneath the surface. Like many other families, misguided pureblood pride had taken root in the younger generation. This had left Abraxas' son Lucius susceptible to a manipulative Dark Lord. Feeling morose yet defiant, Abraxas made his way outside where he found a Muggle contractor waiting to meet with him. Good afternoon, Governor, the Muggle said to Abraxas, his accent thick. Abraxas put on a polite smile. The project I'm thinking about is over here. He gestured toward where another Muggle construction crew was busy excavating around the perimeter of Malfoy Manor. Right, the contractor said, following Abraxas. They stopped at the edge of a newly dug trench, and Abraxas pointed toward the bottom. As you can see, we're unearthing the foundation of an old wall that surrounded the original manor. I am wanting you to construct a perimeter wall on that foundation. The contractor winced as he stared down at the ancient foundation. He looked back and forth between the bottom of the trench and the current iteration of Malfoy Manor. Are you sure you want to surround the manor with a wall, Governor? It would ruin the landscape design. Quite sure, Abraxas said. The contractor looked at the foundation again. That's an old foundation. I can't advise attempting to build something new on it. I would advise choosing a new location for the wall and leaving the old foundation buried. I understand your hesitation, Abraxas said. Not only can I assure you that this old foundation can and will hold whatever you put on it, but I will release you from any liability if the wall does fail. It's your money, the contractor sighed, producing a notebook and beginning to scribble notes. He asked questions about materials, shape, and height as he walked the grounds with Abraxas. When finished, he was about to leave when Abraxas stopped him. I should also add that if I do accept your bid, I expect you and your workers to access the grounds using the route I specified for your visit today. That will add extra expense, the contractor said, twisting his lips distastefully. Even the main route to your estate is indirect. It is important to me that no attention be drawn toward my estate or the activities on it. I will cover the extra expense, Abraxas insisted. As I said, it's your money, Governor. What a bungling idiot, Lucius exclaimed. Professor Karkaroff and the Durmstrang team had been back from Salem for a few weeks. However, Karkaroff had been avoiding Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers. It was only now and through other sources that Rodolphus had been able to find out how Karkaroff had done at the tournament with the Dark Lord's special plans. You assume the Dark Lord actually expected him to succeed, Rodolphus replied. Why even have him try, then? Lucius demanded. Taking Bellatrix down would have been nice, Rodolphus admitted as Rabastan nodded. However, the Dark Lord was hoping the incident would help him find out to whom Bellatrix has sworn allegiance. He was hoping that putting Bellatrix in jeopardy would draw her master out from the shadows. Did it? Lucius asked. The Dark Lord did not see fit to inform me about that, Rodolphus replied. Earlier in the year, as part of healing from being kidnapped and tortured by Lord Voldemort, Bellatrix had retreated to the Cairo Palace to rejuvenate. She had chosen Egypt since it was far away and because she looked back with fondness at the time Harry had gone there to falsify his background. While in Egypt the second time, Bellatrix had conceived the idea of purchasing a hotel to be both a luxurious safe haven and source of income. So, in the months after returning from Egypt and prior to the Salem tournament, Bellatrix had arranged to purchase the North Hotel in Scarborough and convinced Harry to invest. Funding the purchase had been no small undertaking. Bellatrix and Harry had contributed personal funds earned from selling portions of the basilisk carcass. From there, Bellatrix had taken out a sizable loan secured by the hotel itself and by Harry using his status as the duplicate Lord Black to guarantee repayment with Black assets. Since Harry did not want the arrangement to be obvious enough to draw Orion's attention, the terms of the loan, or mortgage, were intricate. If and when Orion died and left Harry with unfettered control of the Black fortune, Harry would have the option to pay off or buy the loan. From there, he could renegotiate the terms of the mortgage with Bellatrix. That was the future on which Bellatrix and the Goblin underwriters were betting. However, various contingency provisions provided for the bank being able to assume temporary management of the hotel to keep loan payments coming. The bank was also counting on the fact that Bellatrix's renovations, achieved with magic, would quickly create equity and enable the bank to auction off the property in foreclosure for a good price, if necessary. The need to make loan payments was spurring Bellatrix to work hard on transforming the hotel into a profitable business. Unlike prior Muggle owners, who had lost their shirts investing in the hotel, Bellatrix had the advantage of a crew of recently purchased house elves for cooking and cleaning. There was also her own magical abilities for renovating the hotel. Between the house elves and renovations, the hotel's overhead had already plummeted while its earning potential had increased. Bellatrix was also benefiting from the acumen of Sabine Lencher, who had accepted a management post after having worked for some time as a desk clerk. Sabine happened to be the daughter of a squib. She knew enough about the magical world to help Bellatrix run a muggle business using magical shortcuts. She also was able to draw on her father's expertise gleaned from decades of helping magical institutions navigate the muggle business world. At the moment, Bellatrix was wrestling with a problem that had cropped up during renovations. The North Hotel had a few dozen rooms that had no windows. With the hotel having been built in the 19th century, it was likely the rooms had been intended for servants the guests would have brought with them on vacation. Now, instead of being a convenience, they were a nuisance. "Seems like you could magic a fake window into there," Sabine suggested, pointing to one of the windowless rooms as she surveyed the floor plans of the North Hotel that Bellatrix had spread out across the check-in desk. "I could," Bellatrix agreed. "But there is a large gap between being able to conjure a fake window and being able to do it well. And then, even if I do it well, some muggle will figure out that something is wrong when there's an exterior window in an internal room where said muggle knows there is an elevator shaft. And then we will have the ministry poking their noses in here. You need to do something because nobody is going to pay for a windowless luxury suite," Sabine advised Bellatrix. "Obviously," Bellatrix snapped. "What if you cut a window into the elevator shaft? Maybe they could watch the elevator go up and down." Bellatrix tightened her grip on her pencil as she contemplated shoving it up Sabine's nose. "Actually, I'd merge that one with its neighbor," Sabine opined, suddenly deciding to be helpful and realistic. Annoyed at being told to do what she had already intended to do, Bellatrix clenched her teeth as she made a notation on the floor plan to take out a wall and combine the windowless room next to the elevator shaft with a neighboring suite. "Can't we deliberately sell some of these rooms to the low-end market?" Bellatrix wondered as she eyed other internal rooms that were not good candidates for merging. "Yes, but your luxury guests will not want to sleep across the hall from a drug deal or poker game," Sabine warned. "Fine," Bellatrix grumbled. "I'll combine the ones I can and think about the others." Decisively, she made the corresponding marks on the floor plans and began rolling the plans up just as an incoming guest approached the desk. As Sabine checked in the guest, Bellatrix retreated into her office. It was one of two offices accessed from behind the front desk. Bellatrix had claimed one, and Sabine had claimed the other. When the guest had been given his room key and sent on his way, Sabine came into Bellatrix's office and dropped a thick manila envelope on Bellatrix's desk. "The vouchers are done." "Right," Bellatrix said, eyeing the envelope and biting her lip. She had agreed she would work on distributing free room vouchers as part of an advertising campaign if Sabine designed them. Now, Bellatrix was realizing she did not have any good ideas for how to hand out vouchers. Shoving the voucher problem out of her mind, Bellatrix moved on to the next item of business. "Was your father able to book the Goblin Ward firm?" "They're not goblins. They're third-party wizards that the goblins use," Sabine reminded Bellatrix. "They'll install the premium ward hardware with the basic ward package and be told they are protecting a goblin investment property. They're set for next Tuesday." "Good," Bellatrix said, leaning back in her chair. "Is there any particular reason why you're installing industrial-strength wards?" Sabine asked. "No," Bellatrix lied even though she was thinking about the Dark Lord and all the extra wards she would be adding to the ward system as soon as she could do a little research. Sabine narrowed her eyes, but did not argue. "If that's all, I will get back to my usual routine." "One last thing," Bellatrix said. "My family and friends are going to start figuring out that I can be found here. Some of them might drop by. I would appreciate it if you could help maintain the illusion that I am merely a seasonal employee. Maybe it would be good if you act like you hardly know me. Also, don't be too helpful if they want your help to find or contact me." "Right," Sabine nodded. "Except," Bellatrix said, her voice suddenly overly casual, "if Harry shows up." Sabine winked and pointed her finger facetiously at Bellatrix. "I have you covered." Bellatrix blushed. "That's not what I meant." "Don't worry, I know," Sabine said, winking again while suppressing a smile. Her eyes were twinkling, though. I'm not sure you do, Bellatrix said, beginning to feel very flustered. Oh, I do, Sabine said, grinning at Bellatrix before exiting the office and shutting the door behind her. Feeling irate both at Sabine's prescience and Harry's failure to promptly show his face at the hotel after Bellatrix's departure from the Salem tournament, Bellatrix continued to sit back in her chair. Eventually, she realized she needed to be productive. Her thoughts turned to how she could best remodel the long-outdated office and its broken-down furniture. However, she quickly became bored with this exercise. Telling herself that she would work on office renovation another day, Bellatrix apparated up to the top floor of the hotel. There, when not renovating guest rooms or attending to hotel business, Bellatrix had been working on constructing what she envisioned would be her and Harry's shared living space. Construction on the penthouse was slow since it was less important than renovating guest rooms and since Bellatrix was conflicted over the design. On one hand, practicality suggested that Bellatrix construct the penthouse to mimic a flat with several private bedrooms that a handful of wealthy roommates might share. If she did anything else, she ran the risk of Harry avoiding the penthouse entirely. On the other hand, Bellatrix wanted to have a penthouse with a luxurious centerpiece master suite to match her aspirations for a power couple marriage with Harry. She had not abandoned that goal and had even been updating her draft of the marriage contract to account for the hotel. Now that they no longer had a student-teacher relationship, she hoped that Harry would eventually see that a marriage made sense. Pragmatism had already forced Bellatrix to conclude that it would be easier to lure Harry into a flat for roommates instead of one with only a master suite. Still, Bellatrix was looking for ways to ensure she could quickly convert a roommate floor plan into one with a centerpiece master suite. Until now, she had been coming up empty on ways to do that. But her decision with Sabine to knock down walls to merge some of the hotel's suites had led Bellatrix to realize she could create the centerpiece suite. She needed only to divide it with walls that could be removed later. Feeling, but easily resisting, the temptation to whistle cheerfully, Bellatrix set about her work on the penthouse. The final Hogsmeade weekend of the term fell on the Saturday between the end of classes and revision week. The weekend was mainly intended as a break and reward for students. But with most of the students out of the castle, it also became a reprieve for the professors and staff. With approximately 2 weeks to go before he was to leave Hogwarts, Harry saw the weekend as a good opportunity to shop in Hogsmeade and secure housing for when he would no longer have free room and board at Hogwarts. The obvious choice was for him to move into the North Hotel. After all, he was Bellatrix's silent partner in the enterprise and was entitled to live there rent-free. Harry also knew that any decision to find housing elsewhere would spark an argument with Bellatrix. She had long been assuming he would move in after the school year, and he had done little to dispel that notion. Objectively speaking, it made sense in nearly every way. The only thing making Harry hesitate was he knew that Bellatrix was angling for a pureblood-type marriage of convenience. He feared she might attempt to use their proximity and her new, former student, status to push that agenda. Bellatrix had never been shy about her hope for a marriage with Harry. Indeed, she had proposed marriage during their hunt for a rooster to kill the basilisk. Even before then, shortly after Harry's arrival in the past, she had inquired whether Harry was her son or grandson for the sole purpose of evaluating whether their relationship, already a foregone conclusion in her mind, would be incestuous. As for Harry's feelings, he was not as repulsed about the idea of marrying Bellatrix as he had been upon his arrival in the past. He had come to grips with her not being the same Bellatrix from his version of the future. In fact, he had come to realize that he and Bellatrix got along pretty well together. They had even keyed 3 times, albeit under circumstances that Harry would not describe as romantic. However, despite having become comfortable with Bellatrix as a companion while he worked to undermine Voldemort, Harry harbored no romantic feelings for her. Nor was he particularly attracted to her personality. He found her to be too devious. Moreover, even if Harry could bring himself to be attracted to her after some fashion, he would not want to pursue a marriage or other type of romantic relationship with her if her feelings for him did not extend beyond her desire for material benefit. With these thoughts and other iterations of them parading through Harry's mind for the most of the day, Harry had procrastinated his inevitable visit to the hotel. Having run out of excuses, Harry was standing outside the Three Broomsticks about to apparate to Scarborough when Pythia and Professor Dumbledore happened upon him. Pythia was looking morose, but brightened up upon seeing him. "Good, you're here," she said, sounding as if she had feared she and Dumbledore would not find him. "That's right," Harry said, not quite sure what else to say before Dumbledore cordially greeted him. Harry did not recall making any arrangements to meet anybody in Hogsmeade. "We're going to interview a candidate to replace me as the divination professor," Pythia told Harry after Harry and Dumbledore had finished exchanging pleasantries. "Why don't you come with us?" Harry was about to say no, primarily because he did not think Dumbledore would want him to intrude in business that was not his, but the look in Pythia's eyes was a mixture of begging and insistence. "Can't hurt," Harry mumbled, avoiding eye contact with Dumbledore, who had not seconded the invitation. He had decided he was going to go along since Pythia seemed to feel strongly about him coming. Hopefully, to Dumbledore, Harry's presence would be, at most, only a small annoyance or faux pas. With Dumbledore apparently amenable enough to Harry's presence, the trio proceeded to the Hog's Head where they were given a tea tray and shown to a private dining room. Harry did his best to melt into a corner while Pythia fiddled with the teacups and discussed potential interview topics with Professor Dumbledore. It was only after Harry had relaxed that he began to realize that certain planets had aligned themselves. They were in the Hog's Head, and Dumbledore was about to do an interview for the divination post. Of course, the timing was all wrong, but Harry knew better than to rely on a small detail such as that to protect him. Since arriving in the past, Harry had found that some details about the timeline were off or entirely backwards. For instance, Harry had been able to purchase Voldemort's wand from Ollivander, which meant that the Voldemort of this timeline likely had Harry's Holly wand. Before Harry could muster the courage to ask after the identity of the job candidate, a knock sounded on the door, and it opened to admit Sybil Trelawney. "Oh, Merlin," Harry mumbled, wishing the wall would absorb him entirely. Pythia shot Harry a knowing smile and handed him a cup of tea before turning her full attention to Dumbledore and Trelawney. Harry continued to stay in the background as he sipped his tea and watched Trelawney try to convince Pythia that she too was one possessed of the gift. The interview did not go well for Trelawney. Pythia responded coldly to Trelawney's attempts to pretend they were sisters on a mystical level. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was asking pointed questions about Trelawney's background. Finally, Pythia had insisted on an actual reading using the teacups they had all been sipping. "I see death in your future, my dear," Trelawney warned Pythia as she examined the dregs of Pythia's tea. "We're all going to die," Pythia snorted. "But you will die young," Trelawney warned, staring at the teacup instead of Pythia's withering gaze. Pythia arched an eyebrow. "How young? We both know that such precision in these things is not always possible," Trelawney reminded Pythia. "Vaguely speaking." Then, Pythia pushed. "Show me your hand," Trelawney commanded, setting aside Pythia's teacup. Pythia held her hand out, almost mockingly. Trelawney took it and peered at Pythia's palm intently. "Ah, yes, I see you living long enough to have maybe one child," Trelawney confirmed. "Two, if you count your husband." "Take that back," Pythia demanded, wrenching her hand out of Trelawney's grasp. "I see what I see," Trelawney said, her voice full of false sympathy. "Don't blame me for what will be." "I'm sorry, can you be a little more specific?" Dumbledore interjected. "I see her robbing a cradle in the not-too-distant future," Trelawney told Dumbledore. Pythia's eyes were blazing with fury. "How dare you? I was actually wondering if you could be more specific about Professor Greengrass. Life expectancy," Dumbledore clarified, his blue eyes twinkling at Pythia's outrage. "There is maybe 10 or 20 years before a wasting sickness overcomes her," Trelawney declared. She shook her head sadly. "My ancestry and all with which it comes are well known," Pythia grumbled. Abruptly, she turned and pointed at Harry. "What if you try him?" Pythia stood, snatched Harry's teacup and saucer, and turned toward Trelawney. But before Trelawney could accept Harry's cup and saucer, Pythia let out a gasp and dropped them. As porcelain shattered, Pythia began speaking in a strange voice. "The Dark Lord slithers through towns and forests, while the Ancient Lord lurks and plots in his fortress. Both are usurpers and both would be conquerors." At this juncture, Harry realized that he had best act Surreptitiously, he gripped his wand and cast a silencing charm to prevent any eavesdroppers from overhearing the rest of the prophecy. However, there was only one line of the prophecy left. But neither will reign until the other is slain. In thick silence, everyone stared at Pythia as she regained her senses. At first, she looked disoriented. However, it took her only a moment to ascertain what had happened. As comprehension set in, a forlorn smile appeared on her face. It appears that my time at Hogwarts is at an end. I will arrange for my personal effects to be collected later. She drew her wand. Surely, you don't need to leave at this very moment, Dumbledore started to say. But Pythia held up her hand to stop Dumbledore. We'll talk another day. Pythia then disappeared from the room with a faint pop, leaving Harry, Dumbledore, and Trelawney to blink and wonder if there had been more to the prophecy than they realized. It was Dumbledore who pulled himself together first. He nodded respectfully at Harry. If you don't mind, Professor Ashworth, I would like to negotiate the terms of Ms. Trelawney's employment in private. Of course, Harry said, quickly exiting the room and then the pub. Out on the street, he was about to apparate to Scarborough when a familiar voice arrested his attention. Hello, again. Harry whirled and saw that it was Pythia. She was standing in the shadows near the entrance to the Hog's Head with an amused grin on her face. I really am leaving, Pythia assured Harry. I just wanted to speak to you privately. Right, Harry said, now even more confused. I'm afraid that I have seen that the Dark Lord will know most of the prophecy by midnight, Pythia revealed. Harry winced. That's my fault. I should have acted sooner. Pythia shook her head. It was inevitable. Both you and the Dark Lord are the subject of the prophecy. Fate intends for you both to have some inkling of what the prophecy says. Where are you going now? Harry asked, changing the subject. Not too far. You'll all see me from time to time. But it will have to be spontaneous and on my terms. I cannot let the Dark Lord have the ability to locate me at will. My being killed or captured would be disastrous for more people than just me. Of course. Au revoir, Pythia said before disapparating. It was dusk by the time Harry wandered into the North Hotel. He found Sabine at the front desk, smiling at him like a Cheshire cat. Good evening, Harry said. What can I do for you? Sabine asked. I was hoping to see Bellatrix. Sabine nodded and ducked beneath the counter. She emerged with an armful of rolled-up floor plans in her arms. Grinning, she selected one of the floor plans, unrolled it, and pointed to a location near the center. This is the penthouse suite on the top floor. If you use your magic to travel to precisely that location, you'll find her not far from there. Thank you, Harry said. Have a good night, Sabine said, her voice sounding sly. Harry nodded politely as he walked away and slipped into a broom closet. From there, he apparated to the top floor. Upon his arrival, the sound of a blood-curdling shriek and subsequent splashing clued Harry into the fact that Sabine had directed him to Bellatrix's bathroom. What are you doing? Bellatrix demanded, her voice coming from a jacuzzi-type bathtub set into the floor. Wait, don't look. I was just following directions to find you, Harry said, blushing while avoiding glances toward Bellatrix, who was scrambling out of the tub and grabbing a towel. Did Sabine send you up here? Yes, she was oddly specific about where to go, now that I think about it, Harry said judiciously. I'm going to go murder her, Bellatrix exclaimed as she exchanged her towel for a kimono-style bathrobe and cinched it tight. She produced her wand from wherever it had been and disappeared with a pop. Not feeling any inclination to defend Sabine from Bellatrix's wrath, Harry took a moment to survey the large bathroom that he knew Bellatrix must have used magic to create. Despite appearing to be something of a work in progress, the bathroom was already elegant. Harry's only critique of Bellatrix's handiwork was that the shape of the room did not seem to make much sense. However, Harry did not intend to waste time worrying about that detail. Having surveyed the room, Harry proceeded to exit the room through a pair of French-style doors that led out onto a balcony. The balcony was even more of a work in progress than the bathroom. It appeared that Bellatrix, in working on the balcony, was taking some liberties with what Harry surmised had been an original balcony. He doubted the original would have been nearly as large. It also appeared that she had cast some charms to ensure privacy. Finished evaluating the balcony itself, Harry stepped out to the edge of it and admired the view. Squinting as he looked toward the North Sea, he thought he could see the outline of Azkaban on the horizon. "Well, what do you think?" Bellatrix asked. "It's looking good," Harry said, glancing over his shoulder. She was still in her bathrobe, except that she now had a fistful of flyers. "Is Sabine still alive?" "Yes, and very proud of herself," Bellatrix groused. "While I was down there, I grabbed these." She handed the flyers to Harry, and Harry saw that they were vouchers for free overnight stays at the hotel. "What am I supposed to do with these?" Harry asked. "I was hoping you could hand them out to Muggleborns at Hogwarts," Bellatrix said. "We need to get people coming through here and talking about how wonderful our hotel is." "Okay," Harry said, "and how do I explain where I got these?" "If you have to, tell them I got a summer job here and sent them to you." "Are you sure you're okay with people knowing where to find you?" Harry asked as he stuffed the vouchers into one of his pockets. "I can't stay hidden forever," Bellatrix replied. "By the time you're passing those out, I should have good wards in place to protect against any nuisances. Although maybe wait as long as you can. Don't hand anything out until the term is fully over." "Right," Harry said. "Speaking of the end of term, I was thinking I would probably move into the hotel somewhere." Bellatrix perked up at this news and wasted no time ushering Harry back inside, where she gave him a tour of the work she had done so far on the penthouse. She showed him space set aside for a large living area and then led him down a half-finished hallway to where there was a set of what would be 8 bedrooms, with 4 of them being much larger than the others. "You can have a bedroom on the side facing the sea or on the side facing the city," Bellatrix told Harry. "I'll go with the sea," Harry said. "Good choice," Bellatrix said, opening a door and ushering Harry into what would be his bedroom. "Hopefully so," Harry said idly as he poked around the bedroom. It seemed to be mostly complete, and he liked what he saw. Of course, it was devoid of much furniture or personal possessions, but that could be remedied. "Another closet?" Harry asked, pointing to a door that was neither the closet he had been shown nor the entrance to the room. Bellatrix shook her head. "En-suite bathroom." "What about the other bathroom I saw?" Harry asked, confused as he opened the door and inspected his own bathroom. It was considerably smaller than the one into which he had apparated. "That's the main bathroom," Bellatrix said, speaking quickly. "You're welcome to use it. It's next to my bedroom." "Oh," Harry said. "Do you also have an en-suite bathroom, then?" "Not quite," Bellatrix answered. "I just use the main one." "I see," Harry said. They puttered around the penthouse some more as Bellatrix explained her plans. They sounded good and things were looking nice. After the tour, they conjured some dining furniture and settled down to eat dinner on the bathroom's balcony. It seemed that Bellatrix had arranged the meal while she was gone cussing out Sabine. It was during dinner that Harry recounted the prophecy Pythia had uttered. Bellatrix frowned as she thought over the wording. Harry watched her, wondering what she would get out of it. "Sounds like the cosmos thinks you're lazy," Bellatrix opined. "I've been busy mustering an army for the future war and angling for a way to get power and influence in the ministry," Harry shot back defensively. "Everyone from the dueling club is going to be able to fight better than they did originally." "Fabulous," Bellatrix said, pouring herself another glass of wine. "But I think you need to start looking harder at ways to kill him. That's what the prophecy suggests is key." "I will do that too," Harry assured her. "With any luck, he will miss the part about how neither of you can reign without the other being dead," Bellatrix said, swishing the wine in her glass. Seemingly losing interest in the prophecy, she leaned back and looked around, a satisfied look on her face. Bustling, Hogwarts students were disembarking from Thestral-drawn carriages and preparing to board the Hogwarts Express to go home for the summer. Among them, Lily Evans was moving across the Hogsmeade train platform, her mind deep in turmoil. Lily had always experienced internal conflict at the end of term. However, at the end of this term, there was much more weighing on her than just the dichotomy between wanting to spend time with her family and wanting to continue assimilating into the magical world. There was now a Dark Lord out and about, who James and Sirius had assured her would be more active during the summer. Professor Greengrass had abruptly disappeared before finals, with the headmaster offering the student body no explanation. Professor Ashworth had been hired as a full-time Auror and would not be returning to Hogwarts. Her close friend, Severus Snape, had become more distant. Even more confusing to Lily was how she had become acclimatized to James Potter and his friends. They had gone from practically being enemies at the beginning of the school year to hanging out with each other nearly every day. Before Salem, Lily had been able to justify spending time with them by saying she needed to train with her squad. Now, after the tournament, Lily had no good excuses except that perhaps they would be a squad at tournaments during the next school year. There was no guarantee of that, though. Ashworth and Greengrass were gone. Bellatrix was gone. Perhaps James and Sirius would not want her on their team again. Lily paused as she realized her hackles were rising just at the thought of James and Sirius not wanting her on their team. Before she had a chance to examine why that would be so irritating to her, Lily was pulled out of her thoughts when Professor Ashworth greeted her. He had come down to the Hogsmeade station to say farewell to his students. "I hope you have a magnificent summer," Harry told Lily, stopping to chat with her. "Thank you," Lily said. "You're going to be missed, you know." "It's not like I'm dying," Harry quipped. "I'll be around." He produced several pieces of paper and handed them to her. "Here, take these. They could come in handy or could be a good gift." Lily took them and saw that they were vouchers for a free overnight stay in a hotel in Scarborough. "Thank you," Lily said. "Scarborough is a little out of my way, though." "Give it to someone else then," Harry said. "A friend of mine is trying to do some advertising for the hotel and is hoping to get these spread out far and wide." "Oh, in that case, if you have more, I can certainly hand them out to people I know at home," Lily offered. "That would be very generous of you," Harry said, producing more and handing them to her. "It is more of a Muggle-oriented business. So, it might be more helpful if you handed them out to Muggles." "Of course," Lily said. She chatted with Harry for a few more seconds before moving on to board the train. A little bit of rebelliousness prompted Lily to see if she might sit with Alice during the ride home instead of James and his friends. However, when Lily found Alice's compartment, she found that Alice was sitting with Frank Longbottom and a gaggle of seventh years who were eagerly discussing their post-Hogwarts plans. Frank was dominating the conversation, bragging about how he would be starting as an Auror trainee at the Ministry within a week or two. Lily stuck around long enough to exchange pleasantries. However, she was not in the mood to listen to Frank, and she found herself looking for James's compartment where she knew she would be welcome. Having concluded his tenure at Hogwarts, Harry reported to the Ministry to begin his job as a full-time Auror. To Harry's dismay, he was greeted at the front desk by a human resources representative who was insisting that he attend an employee orientation class with all the other new hires starting that week. Among Harry's orientation classmates were a handful of witches and wizards who had been his students until a few days prior. Technically, Harry was not much older than the Hogwarts graduates. So, he felt at ease among them. However, Frank Longbottom, who was starting as an Auror cadet, was making things awkward. Whenever he spoke with Harry, he made a point of using Harry's given name, as if he was trying to establish that they were now equals. While Harry did not mind the use of his given name, Frank's fixation on status bothered Harry. Amelia Bones, who the DMLE had sent to be its representative during the orientation presentations, also proved to be annoying. Instead of fading into the background like the representatives from other departments, she repeatedly interjected additional information. In some ways, she was like Hermione, except that, like Frank, she was fixated on status. "I wonder if this is where our work area will be," Frank said as the group of new hires, now doing a walkthrough tour of all the departments, passed by some empty cubicles on the DMLE floor. Harry pretended he had not heard Frank. He was beginning to fervently hope that his lateral higher status and rank would keep him away from whatever Frank would be doing on a daily basis. If all went as Harry hoped, he would be working investigations with some amount of autonomy while Frank would be shackled to a chair in various training seminars. After the group had briefly toured every department except the Department of Mysteries, the new hires were told that they were done for the day. As some of the new hires made plans to go out for dinner together, Harry politely bowed out and apparated to a Muggle appliance shop. As Bellatrix's construction on her and Harry's penthouse had progressed, Harry had quickly realized that he would have to intervene if he wanted to have access to a functioning kitchen. After an extended argument, in which it became clear that Bellatrix knew nothing about cooking, Bellatrix had agreed that Harry could purchase a few Muggle-style appliances. Harry had thought purchasing appliances and bringing them back to the hotel would be easy enough. However, as he stared at the shop's selection, Harry realized that the prevailing fashion of the 70s was going to clash with the sense of style he had developed during the 90s. "How can I help you, sir?" a salesman asked Harry. "I need a refrigerator and a range cooker," Harry admitted. "I'm wondering, though, if you have anything that is not barf-colored." "I'll check in the back," the salesman said stiffly. "Thank you." While waiting, Harry discreetly tested a coloring charm on one of the floor models and found that changing appliance colors would be no problem. This discovery was fortunate because the salesman soon returned to inform Harry that the only color choices were avocado green and coppertone. Harry went with the green and picked up his purchases from the shop's loading dock. When out of sight of the workers, he cast shrinking charms on the appliances and apparated home. Harry was in the soon-to-be kitchen and had just finished reversing the shrinking charms on the avocado green refrigerator and range cooker when Bellatrix emerged from her bedroom wearing her customary black, kimono-style bathrobe. She was on her way to the main bathroom for one of her nightly soaks in the tub. When she saw the vomit green appliances sitting in the middle of the living area, she stopped dead in her tracks. "No, get them out." Harry held up his hands. "I'll fix the color." Bellatrix shook her finger at Harry before disappearing into the bathroom. Chuckling and wondering if he should just leave them that color to bother her, Harry set about using his magic to make the refrigerator and range cooker look more like stainless steel models from the 90s. Successful, he left them resting where the kitchen was to be constructed and retired to his own bedroom for the night. Harry reported to the ministry the next morning to finish his employee orientation. However, instead of one big class, the new hires had been separated into smaller groups for department-specific training. Amelia was in charge of orientation for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry was ready to admit that Amelia was doing a good job with training, but he was becoming increasingly annoyed at her repeated status signaling. For instance, when explaining the order of precedence for Aurors and Hit Wizards, she could not help using her and Harry as an example. Amelia explained that both she and Harry were Auror sergeants but that she took precedence because she had worked in the DMLE longer. Apparently, nobody had told her that Harry's contract guaranteed he would be promoted to lieutenant as soon as he started full-time. Frank had moved on from annoying Harry and instead had moved on to establishing dominance over Harry and the other DMLE hires by asking lots of questions and trying to act especially smart, much like Amelia had done the day before. Eventually, Amelia ran out of things to say and proceeded to lead them all on another tour of the DMLE. This time, she provided extra information and introduced the new hires to several DMLE employees. The group of new hires on the tour slowly whittled itself down as Amelia handed each new hire off to his or her new supervisor. Eventually, the only ones left taking the tour were the new hires for the Auror office. At this juncture, Amelia ushered Harry, Frank, and the others to meet Gideon Pruitt, the head Auror. The group all squeezed into Gideon's office where Amelia began by making introductions and telling Gideon how impressive the new hires were. Feeling wry, Harry wondered if he was now obligated to feel beholden to Amelia for speaking so highly of him to his new boss. After Amelia's introductions, Gideon delivered a stuffy speech about the mission and purpose of Aurors before moving on to explaining each new hire's work assignment. The new Aurors starting from scratch were to be cadets in training. When not in class, the cadets would be permitted to tag along with mentor Aurors. Harry smiled with both amusement and approval as Gideon announced that Frank would be assigned to a team that included Alistair Moody. There was some surprise when Gideon skipped over giving Harry an assignment and instead addressed Amelia. "Bones, now that you're off Hogwarts guard duty, we are giving you a mixed assignment. You'll continue with your pre-Hogwarts assignments, but you'll also be on call as extra backup for Minister Black's security detail." "Right," Amelia said, sounding a little uncomfortable. "And now, Ashworth," Gideon said, leaning back in his chair. "You'll be pleased to know that, effective immediately, you've been promoted to the rank of Auror Captain." As Harry blinked in surprise, Amelia's eyes widened. Your new assignment comes with a packet of written orders, which I have here, somewhere, Gideon said, searching among the papers on his desk before finding and producing a heavy envelope. You've been appointed to serve as the warden of Azkaban. You'll be responsible for administration of the prison and have command of the garrison, which comprises a handful of Aurors and hit wizards. Numbly, Harry accepted the envelope containing his orders as Gideon continued speaking. This position comes with a hybrid command structure. In many instances, your immediate supervisor will be Director Pruitt or his deputies. However, for issues that solely concern Auror or hit wizard personnel, your supervisor would be myself or the head hit wizard. Right, Harry said, barely able to croak out the word. He had hoped to be something of a free-ranging Auror receiving assignments to investigate crimes and suspicious activities. He was not sure how he was going to manage an entire prison filled to the brim with Dementors. Amelia suspected that staying behind to chat with Gideon was not a professionally mature thing to do, but she could not help herself. After the new hires and Harry had filed out of Gideon's office, she shut the door and helped herself to a chair. I didn't know Ashworth was up for a double promotion, she said, butterflies pounding in her chest as she continued to reel from the reality of the difference between her rank and Ashworth's rank. Ashworth is a lateral hire with an excellent track record, Gideon pointed out. Just look at what he did at Hogwarts. The dueling team won multiple awards despite having no prior experience. In fact, one of his former students is now being touted by some as the best duelist in the world. Bellatrix Black is an unstable prodigy who was competing against a bunch of children. Amelia retorted. Ashworth got lucky with her. Somehow, he was able to convince the unstable prodigy to participate in both the solo and team categories and see it through to the end. Gideon pointed out, that's leadership. That's what we need out on that miserable island. It also helps that he is one of the few in our office who can cast a corporeal Patronus. What about me? Amelia asked. I've been an Auror for years and have taken a lot of extra training, like him. Yet, you're assigning me to more desk work and as a backup for Minister Black's guard detail. That's not the path to promotion. The only field experience I would chalk up is guarding the Minister of Magic when someone wants a night off. Gideon spread his hands defensively. No amount of training can overcome the fact that most Aurors know that you're not very good in a fight. Is that it? Amelia shot back, now feeling like the floor had fallen out beneath her yet again. Nobody wants me on their team. Gideon shrugged. We had hoped you would pick up some extra dueling skills while watching Ashworth coach the Hogwarts students. But you didn't. Unless you did, and we failed to notice. Maybe you could volunteer to go to Azkaban and prove yourself under Ashworth's command. I doubt he would refuse to have you on his staff. So that's it, then. Volunteer for Azkaban duty or else do desk work for the rest of my Auror career. Unless you want to go work for Crouch in the prosecutor's office. Which is also desk work. Could be. Resisting the urge to vent her frustration any further, Amelia departed. There were still plenty of renovations for Bellatrix to do on the hotel, but the number of rooms that Bellatrix had renovated had reached what Sabine had described as critical mass. Now, at Sabine's urging, Bellatrix was taking a more balanced approach to hotel management. This included taking the occasional turn manning the front desk since interacting directly with customers would help her understand the hotel's clientele. On Tuesday, after lunch, Bellatrix donned a black pencil skirt, white blouse, green suit jacket, and a matching cravat before apparating to her office situated behind the front desk. It was after the checkout deadline and too early for anyone to be checking in. So, Bellatrix sat down to review reports and work on correspondence. Within only half an hour, she heard a couple of people approaching the front desk. It sounded like they were in the middle of an argument. By using vouchers, we're doing this place a favor, said a pompous man's voice. When I return to work after our little jaunt up here, everyone will ask about my week off. I'll give a glowing report, and this hotel will have extra bookings next weekend, all thanks to us. Hearing this, Bellatrix smiled. It sounded like the room voucher advertising campaign was working exactly as designed. I hope you don't brag to your coworkers that we used 5 vouchers for 5 nights. You were supposed to share the vouchers with your coworkers, not use them all for yourself, a woman's voice said. I'm not even sure the hotel will let us use vouchers for the entire stay." Bellatrix was now frowning as she wondered whether she should let them use 5 vouchers. Putting on her haughtiest facial expression, Bellatrix stood and went to deal with the couple. As she exited her office and took her position behind the front desk, she found herself looking at a young couple. The male was large while the woman was rail thin. Both the man and woman were taken aback by Bellatrix's appearance. Besides being stricken by Bellatrix's haughty facial expression, the couple could not have failed to notice and be impressed by her violet eyes and raven black hair, set in an elegant coiffure. After the couple recovered from the surprise of seeing Bellatrix, each conducted themselves differently. The woman was self-consciously checking her own hair while the man appeared to be smitten. "How can I help you?" Bellatrix said, her question sounding more like a command. "We're here to check in," the man confessed. Bellatrix turned to the room ledger and flipped it open. "Under whose name is the reservation?" This was a last-minute thing, the woman rushed to explain. "Is it, now?" Bellatrix said, proceeding to put on a show of slowly turning some pages back and forth as if it would be difficult to find space for this couple. "For how many nights were you hoping?" Bellatrix asked, twisting her lips as she ran a finger down one of the pages. 5, the man said. "I think we can accommodate you, Mr. Vernon Dursley." "Mr. Dursley," Bellatrix said as she picked up an old-fashioned fountain pen and inked the name into the ledger. "And my fiancée, Petunia." "Miss Petunia," Bellatrix said, also writing her name into the register, idly wondering if it would be amusing to force this woman to disclose her surname. "And we have vouchers," Vernon said, his voice suddenly shy, as he held out 5 free room vouchers. Bellatrix frowned doubtfully as she accepted the vouchers and thumbed through them. "Who gave you these?" "My fiancée's sister has a connection at her boarding school. I believe it is called Street Hogweena." Bellatrix narrowed her eyes. "Street Hogweena, yes," Petunia confirmed, finding her voice. Feeling much like a cat that had just caught a mouse, Bellatrix tilted her head to the side and put on an unnatural smile. "It so happens that I attended Street Hogweena for a time. Who is your sister? Maybe I know her." The blood drained out of Petunia's face. Caught, she had no choice but to answer the question. "Lily Evans." "Oh, yes, I've met her," Bellatrix said, her voice rising to a higher pitch as she tried to seem more friendly. She was feeling intrigued by the opportunity to interact with Lily's family and was now wondering how Lily could be related to these two people. "Small world," Vernon chuckled as Petunia looked like she wanted to puke. "Oh yes," Bellatrix confirmed, working hard to infuse warmth into her voice. "Not many can say they've attended Street Hogweena. It's posh, upper crust, if you know what I mean. Lily runs in some rarefied circles. It looks like you've managed to break your way in, too." Vernon gave Bellatrix a knowing wink, as if he understood what she meant about Lily running in elite circles. Apparently he was going to try faking it in hopes of impressing her. Bellatrix was inclined to play along just to discomfit Petunia. "How did you come to attend St. Hogweena?" Vernon asked Bellatrix as she handed him a registration card that he began filling out. "I was under the impression that it was for special cases. The rich and powerful have just as many special cases as anyone. My sisters are hopeless, but Daddy thinks I might have a shot at managing his wealth after he's gone," Bellatrix said, smiling maliciously at Petunia as if she knew what she was saying was going to attract Vernon to fixate on trying to develop a connection with her. Bellatrix was so intrigued with the possibility of teasing Vernon and his fiancée and finding out more about Lily's background that she had nearly forgotten her irritation with their tacky use of 5 vouchers during one stay. Still smiling, she handed over a room key and sent them on their way as soon as they had finished checking in. "I'll be going to Azkaban with you," Amelia informed Harry as she sat down across from him where she had found him eating a late lunch in the DMLE break room. Harry looked up from a sheet of parchment he had been reading. "Reassigned so soon?" "Yes, very well," Harry said. He did not know what had changed, but Amelia sounded irritated about whatever it was. He had mixed feelings about having her on his team at Azkaban. He knew that she was a good sort and that she had been fine while with him at Hogwarts, but he had also concluded that she was a bit annoying. Ultimately, He opted to overlook the parts of her personality he did not appreciate and focus on her being a good person. "Should I meet you there or are you on your way now?" Amelia asked. "On my way," Harry said, clearing the remains of his lunch and putting the parchment he had been reading back into his packet of documents. "Shall we stop off at the ministry holding cells for a quick inspection?" As luck would have it, there were no major ongoing criminal trials. Nor were there prisoners languishing in the holding cells. This gave Harry and Amelia the opportunity to tour and inspect the facilities that would be the jumping-off point for everyone sentenced to Azkaban. "I don't think prisoners are under your jurisdiction until delivered to the guardhouse," Amelia said after Harry had devoted over half an hour to touring the courtrooms and holding cells and chatting with the occasional hit wizard they ran across. "I know," Harry said. "I just wanted to see for myself so I understand what happens before prisoners arrive. Shall we go?" Moody was chatting with some DMLE staff when he spied Dumbledore exiting the lift. The headmaster quickly spotted Moody and began walking in his direction. Moody ended his conversation and gestured for Dumbledore to come with him to a private meeting room. The headmaster followed him, and they were soon isolated. "Anything?" "Nothing," Dumbledore reported. "Not even the smallest thing out of the ordinary." "No, I went through the towns closest to Nermangard and even the towns beyond. Nobody I talked to had seen anybody or anything out of the ordinary." "I don't think this new prophecy applies to Grindelwald," Moody opined, "not for the first time. He's locked up. His allies are dead or incarcerated. He isn't even an ancient lord. But he is an usurper and a would-be conqueror," Dumbledore reminded Moody. "I also don't see him as a lurker," Moody said. "I've been thinking about that more. Someone who is lurking is quite a bit different than someone who is imprisoned. Lurking suggests a choice." "Maybe," Dumbledore said, not quite ready to abandon his original theory. "I think Grindelwald is too obvious to overlook. However, I am willing to look at alternatives." "I've already got 2 candidates for you," Moody declared. "Who?" "Abraxas Malfoy, or shall we say Lord Malfoy, is building fortifications around Malfoy Manor using Muggle workers. He's trying to be sneaky about it, too. His workers are hauling materials on backroads so they do not pass through towns where magic folk are known to live. His fortifications are probably because he's just scared that the Dark Lord is coming for him," Dumbledore reminded Moody. "Still, let's keep an eye on him." "Who's the other?" "Ashworth." "How so?" Dumbledore said, wrinkling his nose and wondering why Moody was so suspicious of the former defense professor. "He's no ancient lord, unless he tries to claim that he is a descendant of the Peverells or makes some other nonsensical claim." "We don't know that he is not an ancient lord," Moody said, jabbing his finger toward Dumbledore for dramatic emphasis. "But what we do know is that as of today, Harry Ashworth is the warden of the fortress prison of Azkaban. Like any other respectable warden of that miserable prison, he is going to be sneaking around, avoiding contact with the Dementors, and looking for ways to get promoted or transferred. He wasn't the warden when the prophecy was uttered. And if I recall, the Aurors rarely step foot in the prison itself. They administer it from a guardhouse on the shore of the mainland," Dumbledore mused. "But if you can find any hint that Ashworth could be an ancient lord, I would take the idea seriously." "I'll be checking," Moody promised. "For me, the bigger problem is what to do about the fact that he was there when the prophecy was uttered." The Azkaban guardhouse was situated on a remote stretch of shore bordering the North Sea. It sat next to a dock that jutted out into the sea toward the island on which the prison itself sat. In the broad daylight of a peaceful summer day, the guardhouse seemed more like a semi-abandoned inn or tavern than anything else. Already feeling a bit more comfortable with his new assignment, Harry brusquely led Amelia into the guardhouse where they found Auror Proudfoot and Hitwizard Yaxley lounging in what might have once been a taproom near the front. Harry recognized them as much younger versions of wizards he knew from the future, with Yaxley having been the Voldemort-appointed head of the DMLE. As far as Harry knew, Proudfoot had not been a Death Eater. Amelia took it upon herself to make introductions. Proudfoot and Yaxley were not surprised to come face to face with a newly assigned warden since the prior warden had retired from ministry employment. However, Proudfoot mumbled something about Scrimgeour while Yaxley snickered vindictively. Apparently, Auror Scrimgeour, who had briefly served as Minister of Magic in Harry's time, was the ranking or on the Azkaban staff and had been hoping for promotion. At Harry's behest, Proudfoot provided a tour of the guardhouse, and Harry discovered that it pretty well mimicked an inn. Some of the rooms were offices and others were holding cells for when there were delays between a prisoner arriving at the guardhouse and going to the island and vice versa. Harry was shown to the warden's office, which was a mess. Resolving to address the mess later, Harry inquired how often the guards went out to the prison. Only when dropping off or fetching prisoners, Proudfoot explained. Do you inspect the prison? Harry asked. We leave management of the prison to the Dementors. And we can just trust them to properly manage the prison. I've never heard of any trouble, Proudfoot mumbled. I see, Harry said. Well, I'm going to inspect the prison right now. Proudfoot bit his lip and glanced toward where Amelia was poking around down the hall, apparently hoping to claim one of the rooms as an office for herself. With just her to back you up. He looked skeptical. Apparently he lacked faith in Amelia Bones' prowess. I'll take Yaxley and leave you in charge, here, Harry said. Due diligence led Dumbledore to stop by the Ministry's archives to see if there was any indication that somebody from the Ashworth family could claim to be an ancient lord. He did not share Moody's suspicions about Ashworth, but he did not want to be dismissive of a theory that Moody was taking seriously. Instead of greeting Dumbledore, the witch working the front desk merely arched her eyebrows questioningly as she took a sip from a coffee mug. I'm looking for historical records concerning the Ashworth family, Dumbledore announced. The witch rolled her eyes and then pointed to several boxes piled atop a table. Help yourself. Why are they there? Did somebody already come asking? Who? The witch shrugged. I'm going on break. Frowning, Dumbledore began sorting through the boxes as the witch from the front desk retreated into the back with her mug. Although she had helped drop off or pick up prisoners from the guardhouse, Amelia Bones had never been to Azkaban itself. She had also never quite mastered the Patronus charm. So, it was with a certain amount of trepidation that she had boarded a slightly leaky boat with Ashworth and Yaxley to make the trip out to the island and its fortress prison. As Yaxley cast the spells that put the boat in motion toward the prison, Amelia took deep, measured breaths. She was glad that neither Yaxley nor Ashworth seemed interested in chatting, though Yaxley was quietly grumbling about the inconvenience of having to make an unnecessary trip. As for Ashworth, he seemed to be gritting his teeth. As the silhouette of the prison on the horizon grew larger, Amelia began to feel the cold and gloom associated with Dementors. She was just beginning to wonder if Ashworth was going to cast a Patronus charm when the boat abruptly passed through what must be the boundary of the various wards and spells that guarded Azkaban. The difference between being inside and outside of Azkaban's wards was literally night and day. Despite it being a calm and sunny afternoon outside the wards, it was dark and stormy within the wards. What kind of wards have this effect? Amelia demanded, clutching the side of the boat as the storm raging inside of Azkaban's wards rocked the boat. It keeps the Dementors happy, Yaxley explained. Fabulous, Ashworth said sarcastically. So glad we can keep them cheered up. Shall we turn back? Yaxley offered. No, I am going to inspect the prison. You can inspect it from here, Yaxley pointed out. Not good enough, Ashworth groused as their boat sped toward the island's dock. Have it your way, Yaxley said as the boat arrived at the dock. As Yaxley secured the boat, Amelia gazed upward and drank in the sight of the prison fortress. It was massively tall, dark, and dank. The entrance archway was enormous. The trio disembarked from the boat to find that a number of Dementors had gathered where the dock met the land, not far from Azkaban's entrance. Apparently, the approach of a boat without any prisoners had drawn some interest. Yaxley took it upon himself to make introductions. While he spoke, Amelia stayed back and watched as Ashworth continued to grit his teeth and take deep breaths, almost to the point of hyperventilating. The Dementors did not speak, but they seemed to at least understand what Yaxley was saying about Harry now being the warden. As he spoke, more Dementors gathered until it looked like the trio was about to be mobbed. All right, Yaxley said after finishing. Anything else? I'm here to inspect the prison, Ashworth said. The Dementors do not feel that is necessary, and I don't recommend agitating them, Yaxley said, nodding toward the still growing crowd of Dementors. Maybe you can build more of a working relationship with them over time. I'm the warden of Azkaban, and this is my prison," Ashworth snapped as his wand appeared in his hand. Light exploded from the tip of his wand as a fully corporeal Patronus exploded into existence. With inhuman screams, the Dementors began scrambling to retreat into the prison fortress. "Let's go," Harry said, canceling the Patronus charm now that there were no Dementors around them. Stunned at the sheer power Ashworth had casually used to overwhelm the entire Dementor population of Azkaban, Amelia followed Ashworth and Yaxley into the dark labyrinth. Emboldened by Ashworth's actions, Amelia conjured several orbs of light to hover around the trio as they made their way through the halls of the prison. They found that the bottom floors of the prison were relatively clean and quiet. At first, Amelia theorized that the cells were empty. However, when peeking into the cells, they found that the bottom floor cells were packed with the most aged and morose prisoners. Many were so far gone that they did not respond to the trio's presence. There was one exception. The sound of cheerful chatter led the trio to a cell that was holding Mundungus Fletcher, a well-known repeat offender, and someone else Amelia could not see. Fletcher had served multiple brief sentences in Azkaban and was apparently back again. "Remind me what it was this time," Amelia said as she and the trio greeted Mundungus and made introductions as Harry looked on with something of a frown. "It is all a misunderstanding," Mundungus told them. "I didn't do anything." "Right," Amelia said. "And who is your friend you're chatting with inside your cell? I didn't know they had shared cells here." "That's Evander Edgecombe," Mundungus confided in a quiet voice. "Probably not much time left for him. The Dementors put him in here. Sometimes they have me attend the ones who are on their way out." "Do the Dementors come to this floor often?" Ashworth asked. "No," Mundungus said. "Not much sport for them among this crowd, and I'm practically immune. I think they spend most of their time on the top levels of the prison." They chatted a little more with Mundungus about how things went at the prison before Ashworth indicated he wanted to move on. The next floor up proved to have no cells. Rather, it seemed to be filled with abandoned offices and living quarters. "What's the purpose of this floor?" Ashworth asked. "I've never been here, but I think they are the prison offices," Yaxley said. "The prison offices that we are perhaps supposed to be using so that we know what is happening inside of the prison?" Harry asked, his question more of an accusation than anything else. "They've always used the guardhouse since I was assigned to the staff," Yaxley said defensively. "From what I hear, there were just too many Dementors." "I see," Ashworth said. "Let's keep going. By the way, who is Evander Edgecombe? Should I recognize the name?" "He was with Grindelwald," Amelia volunteered, wondering how it was that Ashworth had not recognized the name. She did not think too much about it, though, because her thoughts were focused on whether Ashworth was likely to insist on moving the offices from the guardhouse to the prison. They found a lot more prisoners and Dementors on the upper floors. The prisoners on these floors appeared to be more sentient than those below. The occasional wail from a prisoner could be heard. The other difference the trio observed was that the upper floors seemed to be more exposed to the storm elements outside. Amelia had wondered if they would encounter trouble as they invaded the floors that the Dementors seemed to consider their own. However, the risk for a dispute was diffused as soon as Harry went for his wand. Without him having to cast a Patronus, the Dementors melted away so that at all times, the trio had a bubble around them. Finally, they reached the top floor. It had the most Dementors and the most reactive prisoners. Instead of the occasional wail, they could hear at least a couple of prisoners letting out ns and wails every few moments. As they approached the corner of the prison furthest from the staircase, they heard non-stop shrieks of agony coming from a cell. The Dementors were gathered around the cell, drinking in the emotions of the prisoner. As the trio approached, the Dementors melted away. "Who is the prisoner?" Harry asked, raising his voice to be heard above the noises the prisoner was making. Amelia looked into the cell to see a witch who was lying on the floor of her cell and now alternating between sobs and shrieks as she had something of a panic attack. When Amelia recognized the witch, she felt a pit form in her stomach. "I believe that is Estella Borgin." "And what was her crime?" "Nothing major," Amelia mumbled. "Indeed," Ashworth said, his voice sounding judgmental. "Based on my inspection of the prison, I am concluding that the prison and prisoners have been suffering from a lack of adequate oversight. I'm guessing the Dementors have been shuffling the more emotional prisoners up here when they should be sorting prisoners by the severity of their crimes and the danger they present of escaping. In fact, I dare say that the floors below the offices were originally reserved for petty criminals like Ms. Borgin. You're probably not wrong, Amelia admitted. Let's move Ms. Borgin to the guardhouse until we can get things sorted out, Harry directed. The tour of Azkaban had nearly overwhelmed Harry, but he had managed to hold himself together, hiding any sign of weakness or unusual susceptibility to Dementors from those under his command. When he, Amelia, and Yaxley returned to the guardhouse with Estella Borgin in tow, Harry ordered Amelia to look after Estella and begin a prisoner audit. Then, before apparating home, he introduced himself to Auror Scrimgeour and the staff from the night shift. At home, in the penthouse of the North Hotel, Harry donned his swimming trunks before stopping by the penthouse's makeshift kitchen to raid Bellatrix's supply of hot chocolate and candy bars. He then proceeded down to the hotel's pool, where he lowered himself into the hot tub and allowed himself to let go. As the warm water enveloped Harry, violent shivers shot through his body. Harry could have and perhaps should have used his Patronus to insulate himself from the effect of the Dementors for the entire visit to Azkaban. However, he had wanted to show strength and assess the true condition of the prison and its inhabitants. That was not something he could do all the time, though. If he decided to move the staff offices into the prison as he felt he ought, he would need to have his Patronus present nearly all the time. Still shivering despite the warmth of the water in the hot tub, Harry made himself a mug of hot chocolate into which he melted a candy bar. The taste and warmth of the first sip shot through Harry, and he let out a smile despite the shivers that were still racking his body. He was about to take another sip when a familiar voice intruded. "I hope you don't mind if we hop in with you. We've got to get our money's worth, if you know what I mean." With abject horror, Harry looked up just in time to see young versions of his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia climbing into the hot tub with him. As Vernon and Petunia proceeded to flirt with and splash at each other, Harry stared at the spectacle with a dumbfounded look on his face. He glanced down at his mug of cocoa and wondered if perhaps Bellatrix's supply of chocolate was laced with some sort of substance. While at the prison, unpleasant memories, including the occasional echo of his time at the Dursleys, had reverberated through Harry's mind. Now, perhaps thanks to the hot chocolate, Harry was hallucinating about the Dursleys cavorting with each other in a hot tub. Harry was debating whether he should take another sip of chocolate when he heard someone clearing her throat. He looked up and found Bellatrix standing over him just outside of the hot tub. She was dressed in an expensive-looking one-piece swimsuit and, with hands on her hips, was glaring at him. While his seeing Bellatrix around the hotel was not uncommon, Harry was also not accustomed to seeing her in the provocative light that the swimsuit bestowed on her. Harry wondered if this was also a hallucination. Befuddled, he sank down into the hot tub and decided to risk another sip of cocoa. It was, at least, helping with the shivers. "Hello, there," Vernon said to Bellatrix. Harry blushed. He could tell from the tone of Vernon's voice that Vernon was very much impressed by Bellatrix's physique. Some small part of Harry was jealous. Mostly, though, Harry was embarrassed for Vernon's sake. "Does the hotel allow its staff to use amenities?" "Only if the staff have family connections with the hotel owners," Bellatrix said airily as she joined everyone in the hot tub. In the process, she splashed copious amounts of water on Vernon and Petunia, but smoothed over their annoyance by providing profuse apologies that Harry quickly diagnosed as being insincere. "I should have guessed you would have a connection with the hotel owners," Vernon said, forcing a chuckle before proceeding to chit-chat with Bellatrix on a range of subjects. Harry was not sure whether Vernon was flirting with her or trying to network with her. Harry thought the latter was more likely since Vernon kept asking Bellatrix about her family and connections while throwing out hints that he was a businessman. When Vernon finally allowed the conversation to slow down, Bellatrix turned her attention to Harry. "I hope you're enjoying your stay, Mr. Ashworth. You do know that your suite has a large tub, don't you?" "I thought that belonged to the neighboring suite," Harry replied, finishing his first mug of cocoa and awkwardly mixing up a second. With Vernon and Petunia watching, he could not exactly use magic. "I'm sure your neighbor is perfectly willing to share the tub with you," Bellatrix said, sounding offended. "That's very kind," Harry said. "I would hate to be an inconvenience, though." Are there suites with hot tubs in them? Venron interjected. Yes, Bellatrix replied. You can pay to upgrade. We're all right using the public hot tub, Vernon said. Of course, Bellatrix said, the tone of her voice reflecting a strange combination of politeness and contempt. Vernon did not seem to be picking up on signals that Bellatrix might not like him, but Petunia had apparently correctly interpreted Bellatrix's demeanor. So, she attempted to change the flow of conversation. Tell me, Mr. Ashworth, Petunia said, what brought you here for a holiday? I'm traveling for business, Harry said. And where do you work? Vernon inquired. Law enforcement. Is the government in the habit of putting up its employees in luxury hotels, then? Vernon demanded, sounding outraged. Only when the hotel offers a special bulk government discount, Harry said vaguely. Oh, are bulk discounts available? Vernon asked, perking up and addressing Bellatrix. If my company were to hold a retreat here, could we get good pricing on a block of rooms? Certainly, Bellatrix said, smiling. What do you do in law enforcement? Petunia asked, again trying to steer Vernon away from Bellatrix. I actually supervise a prison, Harry revealed. Are you serious? Bellatrix interjected, sounding outraged. Harry nodded. Well, that explains why you're shivering in a hot tub, Bellatrix said waspishly. She proceeded to unwrap 3 more candy bars and cram them into Harry's mug. Now it's going to spill, Harry grumbled as he tried to balance the mug with the extra candy bars sticking out the top. Then eat them, Bellatrix directed. I'm sensing you two have a history, Petunia said. He's done business with my family, Bellatrix confessed. Did you also attend St. Hogweena? Vernon asked. Saint what? Harry spluttered. He didn't, Bellatrix piped in. He comes from Egypt, expatriate family. Fascinated, Vernon proceeded to engage Harry in a discussion about business opportunities in Egypt. Petunia interjected from time to time while Bellatrix largely ignored Vernon and Petunia. At one point, she made herself a cup of cocoa. Finding that they were out of candy bars, she stole one from Harry's mug and melted it into her own mug. After a while, Petunia began hinting to Vernon that they should go back to their room. Eventually, Vernon picked upon the repeated hints and departed with Petunia, but not before looking back and giving Harry and Bellatrix a wink. Once they were gone, Harry and Bellatrix were finally able to relax. You're not going to believe this, Bellatrix said to Harry, but that woman is Lily Evans' sister. That is hard to reconcile, Harry said. He did not want to act surprised because he was supposed to be truthful with Bellatrix. On the other hand, he did not see how Bellatrix could need to know his connection to the Dursleys. And they are using all the vouchers you gave Lily, Bellatrix said accusingly. Harry began laughing weakly. Anyway, are you really at Azkaban now? As of today, I am the warden. What are they thinking? Bellatrix groused. Do you want me to go talk to my father? No, Harry said decisively. I need to show that I can handle this assignment before I try to get reassigned elsewhere. Of course, Bellatrix said, rolling her eyes. And honestly, if I am wanting to reform our world, perhaps I should start at Azkaban. I think it is a crueler place than it needs to be. For instance, I would love to get rid of the Dementors. Good luck with that, Bellatrix snorted. If Professor Binns had been better at his job, you would know that any attempt to reform or change Azkaban is going to land you in a swamp of politics and debate. Then of course, there is the practical consideration that Dementors are the only way to keep certain prisoners contained. As you know, wandless magic is a thing. Fabulous, Harry grumbled, gnawing on one of the candy bars Bellatrix had given him. Ashworth does not appear to have any family connections that would put him in the running for a lordship, a masked Death Eater informed Lord Voldemort. Keep searching, Voldemort directed. Go all the way up the family line until you find an ancient lord, even a minor or forgotten one, and then start going down from there. It could be that he is the technical heir to some line once thought dead. Yes, my lord, the Death Eater said, bowing before apparating away. Voldemort turned to Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers, who were now alone with him. I allowed you to overhear that exchange because you may have access or resources that could help us identify whether Ashworth can claim an ancient lordship. Of course, Lucius said, putting himself forward in an attempt to earn favor. Perhaps I could help identify ancient lordships that have been forgotten. Yes, do that, Voldemort said. Now for tonight, we need to pause our other plans. In a recent development that may or may not be coincidence, Ashworth has been assigned to be the Warden of Azkaban. My sources indicate he has ordered a prisoner audit. It may be only a matter of hours before he realizes that Evander Edgecombe needs to be moved back to a maximum security cell. Before going to Azkaban for his second day on the job, Harry stopped by one of the hotel's dining rooms for breakfast. He was pleasantly surprised to find a spread similar to the standard fare served at Hogwarts. Apparently, Bellatrix had assigned at least one of the house elves to help out in the hotel's kitchens. It seemed to have been a good idea because Harry overheard more than one guest express pleasure with the quality of the breakfast. After eating, Harry sought out a place from where he could discreetly apparate to work. He settled on the supply closet just off the lobby. On the way there, he passed Sabine, who was working the front desk. Harry offered her a brief smile and nod. As Bellatrix awake, Sabine called out, "I haven't seen her," Harry replied before entering the closet and shutting the door behind him. From there, he apparated to the Azkaban guardhouse. The Azkaban guardhouse was, in essence, a former inn and tavern situated near the shore of the North Sea. Just outside the guardhouse sat a small dock for the use of the boats that transported prisoners and others to and from the island on which Azkaban had been built. Harry had arrived early enough to ensure he would have extra time to meet with Rufus Scrimgeour, the Auror usually in charge of the night shift. Scrimgeour was also the Auror who might have been promoted to Warden if it were not for Harry getting hired on and rapidly promoted. When Harry arrived, he found the night shift cleaning up after some sort of potluck breakfast. After chatting with those on duty and declining to eat the offered leftovers, Harry invited Scrimgeour to come up to his office for a chat. The two exchanged pleasantries and some small talk before Harry got down to business. "Rufus," Harry said, leaning forward across his small desk, "it's my understanding you were hoping to be appointed warden. Was that because your goal is to be the warden or because you were just looking for a promotion in general?" "Why do you ask?" Rufus frowned. "I can work on getting you promoted and reassigned, or I can work on grooming you to replace me," Harry said. "Which do you prefer?" Rufus squirmed a little in his seat under the scrutiny of Harry's striking green eyes. Eventually he answered, "I would prefer to focus on replacing you, as long as that does not take too long," he revealed. "An Auror captain who is or has been Warden of Azkaban takes precedence over an Auror captain who has had generic assignments, especially if those assignments did not come with the command of other Aurors. Then you will be happy to know that I have no intention of clinging to this assignment longer than I must," Harry said. "That is not to say that this is a bad assignment or that I am worried about my own capabilities. It is just that." "I understand," Scrimgeour said, cutting Harry off. "We can talk more in the coming days," Harry said, forcing a smile. "Right," Scrimgeour said before excusing himself. Left alone, Harry set to sorting through the junk left behind by his predecessor. Since he was planning to move the staff to the office space in the prison itself, Harry was not sure whether he should spend time organizing his new office in the guardhouse. He was still thinking about it when Amelia Bones knocked on his open door. Harry looked up. "Good morning," his raised eyebrows questioningly. "I'm working on the audit you requested," Amelia reported. "However, Proudfoot has offered to give me a tour, and I thought you might want to join." "Thank you, I will." Harry and Amelia were soon following Auror Proudfoot around the guardhouse as he showed them around and explained everything. Harry had quickly become bored, but his interest was reignited when Proudfoot showed them a shed behind the guardhouse loaded with brooms. "Do we patrol in the air, then?" Harry asked. "That stopped a long time ago," Proudfoot replied. "You'll find that most of these brooms are quite old." "I see," Harry said, his eyes drinking in the brooms. Perhaps, if he had any spare time, he could play around with them. Harry, Amelia, and Proudfoot continued the tour, which concluded in a room that Harry, with his Muggle upbringing and vocabulary, wanted to refer to as the control room. It was there that the prison's wards and alarms could be monitored and controlled through various magical monitoring devices. "Can you rely on the Dementors to sound alarms?" Harry asked as he stared at his surroundings. "There's no need. Almost all alarms are automatically triggered," Proudfoot said. He began droning on about the technical details. He then moved on to itemizing which wards and alarms were not automatic and teaching Harry and Amelia how to trigger, cancel, or reset the alarms and wards. Does the ministry monitor any of these wards or alarms? Harry asked. I think they do, Amelia chimed in. I've seen a few false alarms register in my time at the DMLE. Although, I guess they might have been drills, too. Yes and no, Proudfoot explained, apparently ignoring Amelia's contribution and directly answering Harry's question. Most automatic alarms would register in this room and not at the ministry so long as not too many are going off at the same time. It would be up to you, sir, to decide whether we need to request reinforcements or whether we just need to solve the issue that caused the alarm and reset the ward. Do the alarms go off for minor issues, then? Harry asked. Or even accidentally? Oh, yes, Proudfoot said. For instance, sometimes one of us forgets to take an aura or hit wizard badge when we go to drop off or pick up a prisoner. Or maybe some creature tries to set up a nest in a vacant cell. That kind of stuff. Harry bit his lip thoughtfully. Does any hit wizard or aura badge grant access to the prison, then? That's right, we should change that, Harry decided aloud. Can we get special badges made up so that only auras and hit wizards specifically assigned to Azkaban can bypass the wards? I'll inquire with the ministry, Amelia promised, as soon as I'm done auditing. Excellent, Harry said before thanking Proudfoot for the tour and returning to his office. You can't seriously expect me to believe that my father's office is on the bottom floor of the ministry, Bellatrix grumbled as the elevator doors opened to reveal what appeared to be the Department of Mysteries. This way, please, said the bland ministry worker who had greeted Bellatrix in the atrium and offered to usher her to the Minister of Magic's office. Dimwit, Bellatrix snapped, not sure whether the epithet should apply to the worker or herself. Even though she did not think she would be in danger while in the ministry, she checked to ensure she could draw her wand should it become necessary. Still ignoring Bellatrix's attitude, the worker led Bellatrix through a maze of hallways before ushering her into the Chief Unspeakable's office. There, Bellatrix grudgingly accepted an invitation to take a seat across from Edward Fawkes, who was seated behind a massive desk. The chair in which Fawkes sat looked like a Victorian throne. Bellatrix was tempted to rip into Fawkes for having her waylaid, but she knew better than to start a feud with this particular Chief Unspeakable. Instead, she settled for icily arching one of her eyebrows at him. Thank you for stopping by, Fawkes said, his lips twisting into an amused smile. Bellatrix folded her arms defiantly. I heard that you've dropped out of Hogwarts. I have left Hogwarts, Bellatrix clarified. With no passing scores on any NEWTs. Those will come later, Bellatrix defended. A lot of dropouts say that, Fawkes said, raising his arms from the armrests of his chair, leaning forward, and steepling his hands beneath his chin. And, I'm curious about your employment prospects, Fawkes said. Perhaps I am independently wealthy, Bellatrix smirked. If you were Orion's daughter, I would believe it, Fawkes admitted. But you're not. Bellatrix shrugged. Fawkes dropped his hands from where he had been steepling them and began idly shuffling papers on his desk. Since you seem to be unburdened with schoolwork and likely in need of a job, I was thinking that you could work here part-time. With no NEWTs. Bellatrix said, her tone of voice highlighting the irony she was seeing. You claim that your lack of NEWTs is a short-term problem, Fawkes said lightly. Despite your failure to obtain NEWT scores, we have specific tasks for which you are qualified. The work would be piecemeal, almost to the point that you would be more of an independent contractor. Bellatrix shook her head dismissively. If I was hungry for work, I would go down to the Daily Prophet and apply to work in their Olery. It might be below my dignity, but at least it would be full-time and steady. If you want steady work, you can sit for your NEWTs so we can hire you full-time. From there, I would not be surprised if you were sitting in my chair 25 or 30 years from now. The idea of becoming Chief Unspeakable intrigued Bellatrix. It was a potential avenue for her to gain power and influence within the ministry. However, at this point, it was not intriguing enough to distract Bellatrix from exploiting her unique connection to Harry to achieve wealth and power. Still, she felt that keeping her options open would be worthwhile, especially if she could do so with minimal effort. What is this piecemeal work, exactly? Bellatrix inquired, trying to avoid betraying the true nature of her interest. Spell testing, Fox revealed. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose contemptuously. Your unspeakables can't cast spells. Fox shrugged. Some spells require a lot of raw power. Poppycock. Did my father put you up to this? No. Bellatrix shook her head disbelievingly. Fox produced a sheet of parchment from one of the drawers of his desk and slid it across to Bellatrix. On it was written the incantation for a spell. Under the incantation, someone had written notes detailing the spell and its underlying theory. Can you cast that spell? Fox asked. Bellatrix picked up the parchment and perused the spell notes. It appeared that the spell was intended for destroying or, more accurately, quickly overwhelming certain types of alarm wards. However, the key word was intended. From the notes, Bellatrix deduced that the incantation was not going to work despite the best efforts of the spell's developers. Of course, the disconnect between the spell's nature and its incantation could be avoided by nonverbally casting the spell. Was there a specific target you had in mind? Bellatrix asked. That wall over there can absorb most things, Fox said, gesturing beyond the fireplace. Without further discussion, Bellatrix produced her wand, angled herself in the chair and cast a low-powered version of the spell without using the incantation. The almost invisible wave of magic slapped against the wall and let out a crackling noise. Fox raised his eyebrows, looking mildly surprised. How did you manage to cast it? Well, without any NEWTs to speak of, I can't be sure, Bellatrix said snidely. Your attitude is hilarious, Fox said, his tone of voice belying his words. I'll be back. He stood and left the room. He was gone for about 5 minutes and returned with a thick folder stuffed with sheets of parchment. What's that? Bellatrix asked. Your dossier. My what? You heard me, Fox said, sitting down and opening the folder. He sorted through various sheets of parchment, angling them away from Bellatrix's line of sight, until he came to 3 sheets in particular. He looked up and gave Bellatrix a chilling smile. Here is an itemization of spells you were seen casting during the Paris, Cape Town, and Salem tournaments. And why did you need that information? Bellatrix asked, frowning. Recruitment, Fox explained. With these, I think we can lean on the right people to help get you a NEWT or 2. I think your record of being able to cast these spells, in the middle of a competition, would support waiver of the practicals for charms and defense against the dark arts. And the written theory? Bellatrix asked. Some of that, too, if we can make creative arguments. Your spell choices and occasional non-standard use of them show an innate understanding of their theory, Fox said. Shall we plan on you stopping by tomorrow morning to do whatever parts of the written portion of charms and defense that I cannot get waived for you? If I must, Bellatrix grumbled, though she was secretly pleased that 2 NEWTs had dropped into her lap. The only downside was that she would likely be obliged to accept the occasional work assignment from the Chief Unspeakable in exchange for his pulling strings, especially if she wanted to find shortcuts to other NEWTs. Orion, Abraxas, and Cygnus were meeting with Davian Pruitt, the director of the DMLE, and his son Fabian Pruitt, the head hitwizard, when Minister Pruitt's secretary poked her head into the room. Minister, your daughter is here, the secretary announced. Which one? Cygnus asked, leaning forward in his seat and peering over the tops of the heads of the Pruitts. The secretary's raised eyebrows and grimace was enough to communicate that it was Bellatrix. Show her right in, Cygnus instructed as Orion and Abraxas perked up. We can leave, Pruitt said, sounding reasonable, though it was clear he was struggling to conceal annoyance at the interruption. No, stay. I want to finish our meeting, Cygnus said. I just don't want her to. My dear Bellatrix. Abraxas gushed as Bellatrix brushed past the secretary and entered the room. Bellatrix's glare in response to his greeting warmed his heart. Why don't you go ahead and take a seat over there? Orion directed, gesturing to the conference table across the room from Cygnus' desk. Bellatrix followed Orion's direction, and the discussion between Cygnus and the Pruitts continued almost normally. Cygnus, Orion, and Fabian effortlessly ignored Bellatrix's presence. However, Davian kept shooting her sidelong glances while Abraxas tried to keep an eye on everyone to gauge their behavior. Fabian was droning on about how the ministry, through a subtle reporting mechanism built into the British Home Office, had been receiving an increasingly large number of Muggle police reports that could indicate misuse of magic. Cursory investigations performed by the Muggle police at the time of the initial call and by the ministry after the fact had turned up no information. "Let me see the map," Orion said, interrupting Fabian. "Map? Do you have a map showing where all these reports are originating?" "Not quite yet," Fabian faltered. "Let's make a map right now," Cygnus said affably. "I think you and your people may have latched onto something important." This was easier said than done. Cygnus, secretary, was summoned and asked to fetch a map of the United Kingdom and supplies to mark it up. When those items arrived, it was discovered that Cygnus' desk was not going to be big enough. So, the wizards migrated to the conference table, where Bellatrix had made herself comfortable. It looked like she was going to refuse to budge and force them to make the map on the table in front of her. Howard Davian was not about to let this happen. He cleared his throat. "Miss Black, if you would be so kind, you could sit over at one of the chairs in front of your father's desk until we're done here." Bellatrix glared at Davian, but she relented when her father patted her on the shoulder. She vacated her chair at the conference room table, but in an act of defiance, she sat in her father's chair behind the desk and folded her arms. Instead of pretending to ignore them, she turned the chair to face the conference table. Her disdain was so pronounced that it was as if she was the minister of magic watching her lackeys at work. Abraxas smirked inwardly as Davian fumed. The byplay was soon forgotten as the wizards set about marking up the map. With a little teamwork and organization, they made short work of it. Once it was complete, they turned to Orion since he was the one who had wanted a map. "What do you think, old boy?" Abraxas asked. "A lot of the reports are in clusters. Let's figure out which pureblood family lives nearest each cluster," Orion said. "You think purebloods are triggering police reports?" Cygnus asked, sounding confused. "No, but it could be that they are being harassed and that the Muggles are seeing and reporting some of the collateral effects. Can you look for magical families that live near the cluster and poke around?" Cygnus asked Davian and Fabian. "We'd want to rope the Aurors into an in-depth investigation," Davian pointed out. "Right," Cygnus said. "I'll let you two coordinate directly with the head Auror on that." "Was there anything else for today?" "No," Fabian said. "Very well," Cygnus said. "Let's meet up as soon as you've got news. Don't wait for our regular meeting. Set something up with my secretary before then." The Pruitts then departed, leaving Cygnus, Abraxas, and Orion alone with Bellatrix, who had vacated her father's chair and taken one of the chairs on the other side of the desk. Orion took the other chair in front of Cygnus's desk as Cygnus sat down, leaving Abraxas the option to either stand or steal a chair from the conference table. He chose to stand, resting his arm on the back of Cygnus's chair. "We've missed seeing you," Cygnus said, addressing Bellatrix warmly. "Now, tell us where you've been," Orion said. "Here and there," Bellatrix replied evasively. "Probably easier to just ask what she wants," Abraxas advised. Cygnus winced and sighed. He smiled at Bellatrix. "What brings you here today?" "Well," Bellatrix said, her voice deceptively light, "I was just wondering how it is that I am supposed to spontaneously run into Harry Ashworth and build a casual relationship if he's been assigned to Azkaban." Cygnus rolled his eyes. "He's not the prisoner of Azkaban. He's the warden. How is it that you already know about his assignment?" Orion inquired, peering at Bellatrix suspiciously. "Word travels," Bellatrix said evasively. "Do you want an internship at Azkaban?" Cygnus asked, apparently recalling the lunch conversation on the day he became Minister for Magic where they had all discussed how Bellatrix could worm her way into Harry's life. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose. "No, we cannot reassign him if your goal remains for him to organically earn promotions," Orion told Bellatrix. "Besides which, his assignment to Azkaban is fortuitous. Nobody is going to be jealous. Yet, it is an excellent stepping stone for someone with ambition." "I understand that," Bellatrix muttered. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but Abraxas cut her off. "I think what Bellatrix needs is some sort of social event," Abraxas said brightly. We can organize something, invite Ashworth, and also invite some of the movers and shakers. We would want to start small, Orion said, perking up. And make it so Bellatrix and Ashworth are the only young attendees. We don't want him meeting some other eligible witch. Yes, Abraxas said. Once they've had natural interactions at a couple of dinners, we can expand into a larger event. Cygnus sighed and shook his head at Bellatrix. These two will have you married by the end of the year if you're not careful. Bellatrix responded with a devious smile as Orion and Abraxas plunged into planning a dinner party at which Harry and Bellatrix could publicly meet in a setting where they were no longer student and teacher. When Bellatrix returned to the hotel, she found Sabine sorting an assortment of flyers and photographs into a dozen presentation folders. "What's this?" Bellatrix asked as she joined Sabine behind the front desk. "We're going into the wedding venue business," Sabine declared. "These are the advertising materials." "Oh, shouldn't we have already been in that business since we're a hotel with a ballroom and fancy dining room?" Bellatrix asked. "Nobody wanted to get married here while the place was a dump," Sabine confessed. "But the renovations you've done have not gone unnoticed." "Really?" "Yes, the couple staying in room 313 came down this morning and inquired about the possibility of us hosting their wedding. Or at least, the man did. His fiancée did not seem as enthusiastic." "Dursley, isn't it?" Bellatrix asked, smirking at the thought of Lily Evans' sister getting married in her hotel. "What was her problem?" "I think she knows you're a witch," Sabine confided quietly. "Her sister is one. That explains it," Sabine said lightly. "She was muttering something about her kind, and wanted reassurance that you would not be involved with staffing the celebration." "And what did you tell her?" "I told them you were just a part-time summer employee who did not need to be part of the wedding. The man, who is very enamored with you, by the way, seemed to be under the impression that your family owns the place. So, I played it off as us having to take you on since you're a distant relative of the owner and then changed the subject to scheduling a time to sit down with them to do a bid. Anyway, that was the impetus for me putting together some wedding planning packets." "I guess you don't want me sitting in on your sales pitch," Bellatrix said. "Sorry, but if we want to make the sale, you'll have to stay away." "So be it, but that won't stop me from fixing her wagon," Bellatrix muttered as she retreated into her office. Harry finished his second day of Azkaban duty without having had to step foot in the prison or see a single Dementor. This had been a welcome reprieve for Harry, but he was more convinced than ever that he needed to move the administration offices to the prison. The main obstacle was going to be finding Aurors and hit wizards who could cast the Patronus charm. As to whether he could teach the current cohort assigned to the prison, he was more hopeful about some than others. When Harry apparated into the penthouse suite, he saw that Bellatrix was out on the balcony sitting at a dinner table set for two. She was slouched in her chair and sipping from a goblet of wine. Feeling a mixture of surprise and doubt about the idea of Bellatrix having dinner waiting for him as if she was some sort of housewife, Harry poked his head out the door. "Did you arrange dinner for us?" Harry asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had come home later than she had probably expected. Bellatrix sat up in her chair, glanced at Harry coolly, and shrugged. "If you're hungry, there is probably enough food for both of us." "Well, with such an effusive invitation, how can I say no?" Harry said, stepping out onto the balcony. He would have liked to stop by his bedroom to drop off his work materials and change into something more casual, but he figured he had already kept her waiting. Harry dropped his work files on the large table and took a seat. Even though Bellatrix was trying to pretend that she was just sharing some of her own meal with Harry, the place settings combined with the amount of food signaled that she had been planning on him joining her. "Did you have a good day?" Harry asked a little haltingly. He was happy to sit down to dinner with the teenage version of Bellatrix to which he had become accustomed. However, in the back of his mind, he could not help but marvel at the surrealness of he and Bellatrix playing house, even if it was only superficial. Rationally, Harry knew that the steps between his traveling through time, making an alliance with Bellatrix, and now sharing a penthouse with her had been a reasonable and logical progression of events. It was just that going from regularly encountering the future alternate version of Bellatrix as an insane enemy combatant to regularly encountering her younger self as a relatively sane ally and flatmate gave Harry a little bit of mental whiplash. It would have been easier for Harry to acclimatize if Bellatrix was fully sane. However, she frequently did things that made him uncomfortable. Sometimes it was small and innocuous things that, while harmless, underscored Bellatrix's tendency toward insanity. For instance, they were in the process of having an innocuous weeknight dinner, but Bellatrix was a bit overdressed. She had even done up her hair as if she was going out to a formal dance. It could be worse, Harry mused. She could be proposing an arranged marriage again. In response to Harry's question about her day, Bellatrix had been droning on about hotel management as Harry ruminated. However, his attention was piqued when Bellatrix mentioned that she had gone to the ministry to visit her father. "How'd that go?" Harry asked. "It sounds like my family might host a dinner and invite both you and me. It could be a good way for us to associate publicly in an innocuous setting." "Oh, that way it wouldn't seem weird to people if we are spotted out in public together later on, because it will be known that we've socialized after I left Hogwarts. Primarily, of course, the dinner would help you establish organic connections that can justify you being promoted out of Azkaban." "Right," Harry said as he finished scooping some vegetables onto his plate and waited for Bellatrix to pass the platter with slices of roast beef. As they finished filling their plates, Bellatrix briefly mentioned how she might be taking on some gig work for the Department of Mysteries and how it could turn into a shortcut for passing NEWTs. As they ate, the discussion eventually turned to Harry's day, and he briefly described what he had done and the lack of organization he had so far discovered. He gestured to one of the folders he had brought home. "Amelia has been doing an audit, and that's her initial report. Remind me how Amelia Bones fits into the grand scheme of things." "You mean how did she turn out in the alternate future?" Bellatrix nodded. "She was the head of the DMLE when I was a Hogwarts student," Harry disclosed. "She was well regarded and formidable. It was generally known or accepted that she was so powerful that the Dark Lord himself killed her. I always had a high opinion of her, but I can't say I'm overly impressed now. My sense is that she's a lot better at office politics than actual Auror work. Now, I can't help but wonder if that was how she always was." "She would have survived a war by the time you came along," Bellatrix observed. "I imagine that would have transformed her." "True. Is she at least good at paperwork?" Bellatrix asked, grabbing the folder with Amelia's report and flipping it open. "I would say so," Harry said. He was not sure he felt good about Bellatrix going through his work papers. On the other hand, they were pursuing a common goal, and she had sworn allegiance to him. Leaning on Bellatrix to help him pursue his crusade against Voldemort could include accepting her help with his day job. After all, his day job was a means to an end instead of a pure attempt to earn a living and build a career. "See anything interesting?" Harry asked lightly, feeling a little passive-aggressive over how Bellatrix had helped herself to the folder. Bellatrix was frowning as she reached for her wine glass. "The list of prisoners who are being held in the wrong security level is awfully long. I saw at least a few prisoners in the wrong security level yesterday and suspected that they were not the only ones," Harry said. "Apparently, the Dementors have been rearranging cell assignments to suit themselves." Bellatrix was sipping her wine and continuing to peruse the file when she abruptly paused. "Why is Evander Edgecombe in low security?" she asked. "They said health reasons," Harry said, feeling a little foolish. Something told him that Edgecombe's presence in a low-security cell was more than just a minor error. "He belongs in high security," Bellatrix opined. By the time Grindelwald was defeated, even the purebloods were happy to see him locked in Azkaban. "I'm afraid I don't know a lot about the war against Grindelwald," Harry confessed. "Apparently neither does Amelia, or else she would have been in your office expressing concern about Edgecombe's security," Bellatrix said waspishly, beginning to thumb through the file. "I wonder if there's anything else about Edgecombe in here. Maybe you could educate me about him," Harry said, frowning intently. "He was high up in Grindelwald's organization," Bellatrix revealed. "I wouldn't precisely call him a lieutenant, but he was certainly among Grindelwald's top people in Britain." "Was there much fighting here? I thought the war against Grindelwald was mainly on the continent." "It was, but Grindelwald was looking to build and maintain support here," Bellatrix explained. "Edgecombe was an enforcer and terrorized anybody who appeared to be anything less than sympathetic to Grindelwald's cause. It backfired when the purebloods got sick of being bullied. Once Grindelwald was defeated, even his British supporters were all too happy to turn on Edgecombe. I see, Harry said. It could be that the Bones family somehow managed to emerge unscathed from that time period and don't remember Edgecombe as being any more significant than any other Grindelwald follower, Bellatrix speculated. Or maybe the older Bones generation hid their deeds from their children. Could it be that your family simply knows more about dark wizards? Harry asked. Bellatrix shrugged as she finished thumbing through the file. Not much else about Edgecombe in here. Although it looks like Amelia noted that some of these cell reassignments were approved by the Azkaban staff. Yaxley approved Edgecombe being moved. That's not good, Harry said, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms. He's a future Death Eater. If he was an Auror, maybe I could chalk it up to coincidence. But as a hit wizard, I think him approving cell reassignment was overstepping in the first place. And come to think of it, he didn't own up to being responsible for the cell reassignment yesterday. Could he be hoping that Edgecombe will escape? Is Edgecombe capable of escaping? I've heard he's powerful, Bellatrix said slowly. I suppose the risk is less about him escaping and more about him somehow being able to communicate with people outside of Azkaban. I mean, he could help blackmail a lot of people. And if he's in high security, he's less likely to be in a mental state to communicate, Harry concluded. He thought about it for a moment. If you're an up-and-coming Dark Lord, he would be the exact person to help grow your base. Precisely, Bellatrix agreed. He knows where the bodies are buried. He knows who is a sincere supporter of the dark arts. Well, I'll put him on the agenda for tomorrow, Harry mused. I'll ensure Evander Edgecombe is not communicating and cannot communicate with people on the outside. Part of that may be keeping Yaxley away from him. And then, of course, I'll have to think about what to do with Yaxley. After dinner, Harry and Bellatrix retreated to the main living area of their penthouse. There, Bellatrix sprawled onto a couch and dived into NEWT test preparation while Harry studied Amelia's report. It didn't take him long to absorb the material, and he soon found himself sitting in his armchair debating over what he should do next while Bellatrix continued thumbing through her study guides. For some reason, Harry was feeling the urge to turn on the telly, which would have made more sense if he or Bellatrix had owned one. Just as Harry realized his telly-watching urge stemmed from many years of watching television with the Dursleys on hot summer nights, an owl crash-landed into the penthouse clutching a sheet of parchment. "It's for you," Bellatrix said, not even glancing up from a study guide. "How can you even know that?" Harry asked as he pushed himself up from the armchair and went over to the owl, who was lying prone on the floor. "Because I'm smart enough to conceal my location," Bellatrix said matter-of-factly. "Perhaps we should talk about that more," Harry muttered as he attended to the owl. It appeared that the problem was that the owl, like the Weasley family's Errol, was simply too old for the job. "Way to pick an owl that would actually get the message to me," Harry said, his muttering taking on a sarcastic tinge. "What was that?" Bellatrix asked. "Nothing," Harry said as he finished retrieving a piece of parchment from the owl and left it on the floor to rest. He plopped back down into his armchair and unfolded the parchment. The contents of the letter led him to swear angrily. "What?" Bellatrix demanded. "Apparently, several staff from the night shift came down with food poisoning," Harry explained, as he stood up. "Scrimgeour has left Thickness in charge, and Thickness will be reaching out to Yaxley and maybe others for backup coverage." Bellatrix looked down at the owl, who was still lying exhausted on the floor. "I'm going to go ahead and conclude that whoever sent you that message was hoping you would not receive it. Or at least not receive it soon enough," Harry said grimly. "Luckily, we live close to Azkaban. Shall I come with you?" Bellatrix asked, somehow managing to sound bored and eager at the same time. "It might be good," Harry said, again feeling odd about teaming up with Bellatrix. "I need to get dressed properly." Harry bit back a retort about having to wait for her to get dressed as he rushed to his own bedroom to gear up for what might be a fight. In less than a minute, he met Bellatrix back in the main living area. Instead of completely changing her outfit, she had retained her semi-formal dinner attire but augmented it with equipment, the most prominent being boots and dueling gauntlets. "Okay, we'll side along apparate to the guardhouse," Harry instructed, holding his arm out, which Bellatrix accepted. "I'll probably go in alone. You'll be my ace up my sleeve." Without waiting for Bellatrix to respond, Harry cast the apparition spell. They disappeared with a pop and reappeared near the guardhouse, which appeared to be on fire. "Maybe I'll go in with you, after all," Bellatrix mused, drawing her wand. "No, stay out here and cover me," Harry directed as he rushed toward the building. Although billowing smoke indicated that there was a fire, flames had not yet engulfed the entire building. So long as there was an opportunity to navigate the building safely, Harry wanted to ensure that everyone had escaped and also wanted to see if any alarms had been triggered. Perhaps the building could even be saved from the flames. Inside the guardhouse, Harry found an eerie emptiness. He thought he could hear shrieking, and he remembered that Estella Borgin might be in one of the guardhouse's holding cells. He rushed to the cells and found her in a panic. Short on time and feeling a bit brutish, Harry stunned her and cast a levitation charm. With Estella in tow, Harry rushed to the control room and found that several alarms had been triggered. It appeared that some of the defenses around the island were under siege. However, it did not appear that any alarms had been triggered from within the prison itself. The alarms directed to notifying the Ministry of Magic that there was an ongoing emergency had not been activated, so Harry quickly took that step, feeling relieved to know that help would be on the way soon. Harry was debating whether to see if he could pinpoint the location of the fire when he heard a series of explosions outside. Abandoning hope of fighting the fire, Harry rushed outside, with Estella still in tow, to check on Bellatrix. He found her, stalking the perimeter of the building. "What happened?" Harry called out. "Someone's out there. I didn't get a good look," Bellatrix said, gesturing to the dark beach beyond the guardhouse's perimeter. "Who's that you've got?" "A prisoner," Harry said. "We need to find a place to secure her. I think we need to get to Azkaban." "How do you propose getting there?" Bellatrix demanded. She pointed toward the dock, and Harry saw that the boat was burning. "Was that burning when we got here?" Harry asked. "Nope. Bother," Harry grumbled. He gestured for Bellatrix to take care of Estella and rushed back toward the building. "Don't go back in," Bellatrix cried. "You don't know what kind of incantations are feeding the fire." "I'm not," Harry yelled. "I'm grabbing brooms." While Bellatrix stowed and concealed Estella away from the guardhouse, Harry raced to the shed behind the burning guardhouse and grabbed the pair of brooms that looked most serviceable. He ran back to meet Bellatrix and offered her one of the brooms. "I'll just mount up behind you," Bellatrix yelled, her voice barely carrying over the sound of roaring flames that had gradually been increasing since their arrival. "Right," Harry said as he mounted the better looking of the two brooms. Bellatrix hopped on and wrapped her arms around Harry's middle as he coaxed the antique broom into the air. Soon, the pair were zooming toward the prison at a decent clip. "What's the alarm I'm hearing?" Moody demanded, bursting into the DMLE's ward monitoring room with his trainee, Frank Longbottom, following close behind. "Azkaban," the witch in charge replied. "It's weird though, it's like someone activated a bunch of random alerts. None of them make sense. Get the Pruitts out of bed. Drag in anybody you can find. Send them to Azkaban. I'll take Longbottom with me," Moody barked. It could be a malfunction, the witch offered, but Moody didn't hear her. He was already out of the room with Longbottom in tow. "Pathetic," Bellatrix sighed as one of her stunners connected with a dark-robed Death Eater who had failed to notice Harry and Bellatrix creeping up from behind him on their broomstick. Harry took a moment to watch as the nameless Death Eater fell off his broom and tumbled to the North Sea below. He wondered if they should perhaps take steps to ensure the Death Eater did not drown, but his attention was pulled away as a more vigilant Death Eater spotted him and Bellatrix. "Here we go again," Harry said, drawing Bellatrix's attention to their new opponent. Bellatrix took a deep breath. "Don't." Harry went into a straight downward dive as Bellatrix gasped. "If you keep diving, I'm going to puke." Bellatrix screamed as Harry leveled the broom and began an upward helix. Despite her complaining, Bellatrix was able to shoot a barrage of spells at the Death Eater who had foolishly tried to follow Harry's dive. "Diving is our only option. This blasted broom can't go upward fast enough to be useful in a proper dogfight," Harry reminded her as she shot off several more dueling combos, frightening the Death Eater into a retreat. You should have bought a decent broom when you had a chance, Bellatrix lectured. Harry ignored the comment and pushed the broom higher as they approached the island. Even with a bad broom, the combination of Harry's flying skills and Bellatrix's dueling skills was impossible for any single Death Eater to overcome. I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish, Bellatrix said. Why are they just circling around? Shouldn't they just raid the prison and be done with it? I think they're waiting for the Dark Lord to arrive, Harry guessed. He had been paying close attention to his scar and had not felt so much as an itch, let alone the pain that usually gauged Voldemort's proximity to Harry. They probably don't realize that the cat is out of the bag. They think they have time. It's a sloppy operation, if you ask me, Bellatrix opined. None of them have a lot of experience with raids, Harry pointed out. Harry and Bellatrix were drawing near to the main entrance of the prison when a sickly yellow light flashed in the sky. It was followed by a deafening bang. Within seconds of the flash and bang, Harry's scar began to prickle. He's here. The ward that just fell must have been keeping him out somehow, Bellatrix theorized. I wonder how the ward makers crafted that. Clearly, some of the underlings had no trouble getting past the wards. My best guess would be that the people who got past the wards had Auror or Hit Wizard badges, Harry said grimly as they landed at the prison entrance. A number of Dementors were loitering near the entrance, but they quickly retreated into Azkaban as soon as they spotted Harry. Apparently, he had made an impression. Harry gestured for Bellatrix to follow him into the prison. I'm going to point you toward where Edgecombe is kept. I want you to figure out a way to hide him while I see what I can do at the entrance. Meet me when you're done. Merlin's beard, Moody exclaimed as he and Frank arrived to find the Azkaban guardhouse completely engulfed with flames. The dock had also caught fire and was burning. Far off in the distance in the direction of Azkaban, yellow light flashed. A sharp bang followed. Moody began swearing as he took a miniature broom out of one of his pockets and cast a spell to bring it up to normal size. What was that noise? Frank asked. Ward failure, Moody barked. Go back to the Ministry and tell them this is a full-out attack on Azkaban. Tell them this could be an aerial battle and they had better send reinforcements with brooms. I guess they're coming for you, Mundungus Fletcher whispered as the sound of boots on stone echoed briskly down the corridor toward the cell Mundungus shared with Evander Edgecombe. Evander Edgecombe shook his head contemptuously. They're wasting their time. The sound of the boots on stone stopped outside the cell door. The owner of the boots opened the cell door and revealed herself as being a teenage witch with raven black hair and violet eyes. Are you one of the Dark Lord's followers? Mundungus asked, feeling a little skeptical. No, the witch said. Who are you, then? Mundungus asked, feeling confused. She's a black, Evander said. How can you tell? Mundungus demanded, again amazed at Edgecombe's strange ability to discern people and events. It doesn't matter, the witch said, looking a little shaken that Evander Edgecombe had identified her as being a black. You're both moving cells, and you had best cooperate. I think moving both of us presents a logistical problem for you, Evander suggested. The witch shrugged and abruptly cast a stunner at Mundungus. The infamous petty criminal dropped like a sack of potatoes as the witch allowed herself a satisfied smirk. It didn't last long as alarms began sounding in the prison in response to the unauthorized magic. Evander smirked as the cell door, in response to a lockdown protocol, swung shut and sealed the witch in the cell with him. Harry had positioned himself at the entrance of the prison. While waiting for Voldemort and his followers to show themselves, he had been familiarizing himself with the mechanism of the giant entrance doors. He was debating whether he could better defend from inside or outside the doors when alarms began blaring through the prison. Before Harry could react, the doors swung shut. Bother, Harry fumed. Before he could decide what to do next, the pressure in his scar abruptly intensified. Harry turned around and spied Voldemort walking up from the shore toward the prison entrance. Coming face to face with Lord Voldemort was not a new experience for Harry, but that did not make it any less distressing. Harry took a deep breath and gripped his wand. Recalling Pythia warning him against using the Holly Wand, Harry made sure that he was using his Yew Wand instead of his Holly Wand. He was not sure what the difference would be, but he had no good reason to justify ignoring Pythia's warning. Voldemort stopped walking toward Harry once he was within earshot. The two wizards stood silently, sizing each other up. Recalling that he had been in disguise the last time they had crossed wands, Harry realized that Voldemort might be approaching this as if he had never met Harry. "Captain Ashworth," Voldemort said. "Or should I say Lord Ashworth? I make no such pretensions," Harry said blandly, deflecting both the allusion to Auror rank and pureblood status as he weighed whether he should continue conversing with Voldemort or cut to the inevitable duel. As he considered his strategy, Harry ensured he was keeping his mind closed to any attempts Voldemort might make at legilimency. "You are not," Voldemort pushed. "I'm not aware of the Ashworth family being pure-blooded or ancient enough to be able to claim a so-called lordship." "Lord Peverell, then. I dare say the House of Peverell is defunct," Harry said. "What makes you think I am some sort of ancient lord?" Bellatrix Black would not have sworn fealty to anyone of less stature than the lord of the most noble and ancient House of Black, Voldemort hissed, betraying his frustration with Harry's coyness. "She would wed her uncle or cousin first. Either that or kill them." "Perhaps I am also a Dark Lord," Harry suggested cryptically, indulging in the temptation to tease Voldemort. "Unless there is a pureblood family more noble and ancient than the Blacks." "Your logic is faulty though, since you cannot really prove that I am anything more than Ms. Black's former professor and coach." "You're no Dark Lord," Voldemort insisted, his eyes glittering malevolently. "The magic that summoned you to rescue Bellatrix from me in the Black family's ancestral graveyard was not dark. It was that of an ancient, pure-blooded lord." "Again, there's a logic gap," Harry insisted, struggling to hide a smirk as his heartbeat accelerated. "You cannot prove I did whatever you're talking about." "You're about to," Voldemort said, his lips twisting into a smile. Without any other warning, he twitched his wrist, pointed his wand toward Harry, and let fly with a sickly blue curse. To avoid triggering Priori Incantatem or any telltale sign that Harry and Voldemort's wands had met before, Harry's only option was to meet Voldemort's curse with a high-powered and broad-shielding spell that would deflect instead of connect. The result was a loud boom as sickly blue met cool silver. Voldemort fired several similar spells and Harry met each of them either by renewing his original shield or adopting a different type of shield designed to repel the specific spell. Booms, bangs, and cracks ripped through the air. "Your dueling style is betraying you," Voldemort sneered. "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry said calmly, refusing to give Voldemort the confirmation he craved. He cut his wand through the air and began summoning lightning strikes aimed at Voldemort. "That's right. Run, you coward," Moody roared as he zoomed toward Azkaban. A masked wizard of some sort had just tried to engage him but had turned tail when Moody had fired back with a flurry of attack spells. It would have been an easy thing for Moody to chase the hapless wizard down and apprehend him, but Moody was anxious to get to Azkaban to foil any breakout or raid attempt. As he approached, he suddenly heard a loud boom followed by a string of other deafening bangs and cracks. "Merlin," Moody muttered as he came close enough to see two wizards dueling each other in front of Azkaban's entrance. Lighting began flashing as the duelist closest to the prison unleashed a devastating attack, which had forced the other combatant to fall back. Impressively, the combatant dodging lighting was able to fall back as if he was gliding backward and into the air. Without missing a beat, he raised both his arms into the air and stabbed downward, triggering a shockwave that visibly rippled through the ground toward where the other wizard was standing near the prison entrance. The other wizard stabbed his wand at the ground. It was not clear what spell he had cast, but as best Moody could tell, he was channeling pure power to freeze the ground and stop the shockwave. As the shockwave met the ground frozen by the defending wizard's power, the earth between the duelists let out an agonizing shriek as the rocks that had responded to the shockwave were ripped away from the rocks held solid by sheer force of magic. The sound of rock ripping made Moody clench his toes as his hair stood on end. The moment passed in a flash. Moody watched as the dueling wizards abandoned their attempts to manipulate the ground and reverted to attacks and shields that exploded against each other in rapid succession. Moody was now close enough to see that the defending wizard was Harry Ashworth. As for the other, Moody did not hesitate to conclude that he was looking at Lord Voldemort. Hoping that surprise would lead to a quick victory and perhaps even capture, Moody shot off the most powerful stunner he could muster. Somehow, the Dark Lord sensed the spell coming from behind him. He twisted his body around to Moody and managed to cast a shield without a wand or incantation. The sheer power of Moody's stunner cut into Voldemort's awkward shield, but not far enough to have any effect. The consolation prize was that Voldemort, while distracted by Moody, had stuck his arm out back toward Harry and relied on a generic shield to respond to Harry's latest volley of spells, which had included a bludgeoning spell. Voldemort's shielding spell absorbed the energy from the bludgeoning spell. Before it could dispel the energy, Harry hit the shield with another volley of spells, and the shield imploded. Because Voldemort had used his advanced understanding and command over magic to maintain a connection with the shield so that it would have a continuous source of power, the shield's implosion went back toward Voldemort's wand. Lesser wizards or witches tinkering with such risky high-level magic would have lost their hands as their wands exploded. However, Voldemort was able to channel his magic to counter the implosion, and he escaped with wand intact, albeit with a severely tweaked arm. Having suffered an injury and apparently realizing that Ministry reinforcements had arrived, Voldemort disappeared, likely having activated an emergency portkey. Merlin's beard, Moody exclaimed over and over before letting loose with a streak of more colorful profanity. He landed near where Ashworth was standing and dismounted. "What's our status?" Moody demanded. Harry gestured skyward with his wand. "Looks like your folks are harrying the Dark Lord's followers. I think the worst danger has passed." "Was the prison breached?" "What happened?" Moody pressed. "No breach or escapees as far as I know," Harry said. "I received word that a lot of the night shift had gone home sick. When I got here, the guardhouse was burning. I activated the alarms as best as I could and rushed over here. I think you pretty much saw what happened next." "I saw plenty," Moody agreed, beginning to curse angrily as he reflected on the attempted raid. "Let me repeat myself," Moody said, pounding his fist on his armrest. "Ashworth was not even winded. Neither was Lord Voldemort. I heard you," Dumbledore assured Moody from where he was slumped in the chair behind his desk. Moody had seen fit to come to Hogwarts and share the facts as soon as he had been released from his duties at work. This meant that Dumbledore was going without needed sleep. "It was like watching a battle between titans," Moody declared. "You said that. He's the one referenced in the prophecy," Moody insisted. "Ashworth is lurking in his fortress as we speak. After briefing the Pruitts, he said he was going to do a walkthrough of Azkaban to check things and declined any help." "Why did he decline help?" Dumbledore asked, choosing to avoid wrangling with Moody over prophecy interpretation and importance. "He was giving a lot of the Aurors and hit wizards the side eye," Moody said. "He's not dumb," Dumbledore mused as he helped himself to a drop. "He must know that somebody with a badge helped Voldemort in. We'll have to see what comes out of the investigation." After the alarms locked the prison down, Bellatrix had risked a couple of more spells to disguise and reinforce the cell doors so that Death Eaters raiding the prison would be unable to find or access Evander Edgecombe's cell. As for Edgecombe, he had uttered a few things designed to elicit a reaction from Bellatrix. However, she had been smart enough to feign inability to hear or understand the terminally ill Wraith's jibes. After what seemed like 2 or 3 hours, a knock, followed by Harry's voice, sounded on the disguised door. Bellatrix undid the spells, welcomed Harry in, and reported what had happened. Harry updated Bellatrix, and they turned their attention to Edgecombe. "Warden Ashworth," Edgecombe said, greeting Harry with his weak voice. "Or shall I just say Warden? You're no Ashworth." "What makes you think that?" Harry asked, his lips curving into an amused smile. "I know the purebloods. The most you can claim to be is some remnant of the Peverell dregs. But for the most part, you're a mongrel," Edgecombe rasped. "Somehow, I'll have to endure that handicap," Harry said dryly, waving his wand and silencing the old wizard with a charm. "Meanwhile, I will be finding another place to stash your miserable carcass." "What about him?" Bellatrix asked, pointing at Mundungus. "How good are you at memory charms?" Harry asked. "And so I told him that I know and he knows that it will be a boring staff meeting, and that I'm an independent contractor, not a member of his staff," Bellatrix ranted. Her muffled voice was emanating from her bedroom where she was changing her clothes. "And then I reminded him that even if I was somehow obliged, I don't have time to sit through meetings because I'm studying for the blasted potions NEWT." "I see," Harry mumbled, only half paying attention. Bellatrix's complaints about the potions NEWT had become a familiar refrain over the past couple of weeks. As part of his campaign to recruit Bellatrix into the Department of Mysteries, Chief Unspeakable Fox had been giving her contract work and helping her negotiate an alternate path to receiving NEWT scores. So far, a combination of practical experience waivers combined with Bellatrix's prodigious nature had either netted her or put her within easy reach of almost all the NEWTs she needed to qualify for employment as an unspeakable. The only exception was the potions NEWT, over which the pertinent ministry officials had refused to negotiate. Although potion brewing was an art, the results were objective, allowing little room for error. This, combined with Bellatrix's lack of potions experience or talent, had resulted in Bellatrix having to prepare for the exam from the same footing as any other witch who had not yet taken 7th-year potions. As for Harry, he was sitting in the shared common area of his and Bellatrix's hotel penthouse, thumbing through work correspondence. Ever since Harry had repelled Lord Voldemort's attack on Azkaban, he had enjoyed a certain amount of respect from within the ministry. Director Pruitt had been more than cooperative with many of Harry's proposed reforms for Azkaban. However, despite Director Pruitt's willingness to help Harry, his goodwill could not overcome the shortage of Aurors and hit wizards. Of late, the DMLE had found itself being forced to dispatch more and more Aurors and hit wizards to respond to an escalating number of untoward magical incidents. On top of that, Minister Black was pressuring the DMLE to proactively spy on families suspected of being targets for Death Eater recruitment. Harry and Director Pruitt would have been lucky if understaffing was their only problem. However, Harry, and to some extent, Pruitt, knew all too well that employee quality and loyalty were also problems. This reality was a particular thorn in Harry's side. He all but knew that Yaxley, Thickness, and perhaps others had helped Voldemort with the attack on Azkaban. Unfortunately, Harry had been unable to prove it without having to explain his time-traveling background. The Daily Prophet had written extensively about the attack on Azkaban and provided detailed coverage of the Wizengame's formal inquiry proceedings. Testimony from Harry and other key DMLE employees during the hearings had pinpointed Auror and hit wizard badges as the hole in Azkaban's security. The ministry had been unable to determine whether the badges had come from current employees or were badges of former employees that had fallen into the wrong hands. Harry had managed to emerge unscathed from the investigation into the Azkaban attack. It helped that the failure was from security infrastructure and that Harry was too new to be culpable for poor infrastructure. An extra boost for Harry had come from Amelia Bones, who had testified that Harry had, on the morning of the attack, instructed her to inquire about a new badge system. The fact that badges had been the weak point combined with Harry having already been working toward fixing it had earned him additional respect beyond the prestige earned for dueling and repelling the Dark Lord. It had also inadvertently proved financially lucrative for Harry and Bellatrix. The Wizengamot had awarded funds to the Department of Mysteries to create a special badge system for Azkaban. In turn, Chief Unspeakable Fox, as part of his recruitment strategy, had contracted with Bellatrix to do the advanced spellwork on the badges. It was not purely recruitment that had dropped the project into Bellatrix's lap. The necessary charms and spells and the urgency of the situation required a caster who could understand the complex schematics and mass-produce the requisite spellwork without running out of stamina. The result was that Harry's kitchen counter was now covered with dozens of small parchment envelopes, each containing a special Azkaban badge that Bellatrix was in the process of enchanting. The downside of Bellatrix being in charge of enchanting badges was that Chief Unspeakable Fox now wanted her to sit through endless staff meetings where Unspeakables would discuss their assignment to improve Azkaban security. I can just review the schematics. I don't need some dim-witted moron telling me how wards work, Bellatrix said as she emerged from her bedroom wearing an emerald blouse with a stylish bow on the front, black pencil skirt, and pumps. She put her hands on her hips and posed provocatively. How does this make me look? Looks fine, Harry said, barely glancing her way. No, it doesn't, Harry shrugged as Bellatrix stalked back into her bedroom. Over the past few weeks, Bellatrix's wardrobe had evolved into that of a Muggle businesswoman. This was because she was having to switch between hotel manager and ministry worker at a moment's notice, sometimes multiple times a day. So far, the wardrobe had served Bellatrix well. But now, Bellatrix and Harry had been invited to a small dinner party at Malfoy Manor, and Bellatrix was feeling that her clothes were too muggle-like for hobnobbing with purebloods. Bellatrix emerged again from her room, no longer wearing the pumps. She walked across the living room and down the hallway that led to Harry's living quarters. "Hey, what are you doing?" Harry demanded as he heard her open the door to his bedroom. "Nothing. Sounds like something," Harry grumbled, beginning to pack up his work so that he could go defend his bedroom. Just as Harry had finished packing away his work, Bellatrix returned to the living room. She was now wearing a set of dueling boots she had stolen from Harry's room. "Those are mine," Harry pointed out. "Are you wearing them to dinner?" "No, but, great," Bellatrix said, returning to her room. After a brief moment, she reemerged, still holding the boots. "I'm going to be late. Grab the bottle of fire whiskey and go on ahead. We can't arrive together, anyway. Don't steal anything else from my room," Harry instructed as he set about looking for the bottle of fire whiskey Bellatrix had bought for the party. While Lily's parents and sister lingered at the breakfast table to chatter about plans for Petunia's upcoming wedding, Lily went to the front door to fetch the morning post. There, she found her Hogwarts letter waiting among the rest of the mail. Normally, Lily could rely on her parents to exclaim over her Hogwarts letter, read it with her, and fantasize about the book list. However, this year, Lily did not want to take away any attention from Petunia's upcoming nuptials. So, after quietly dropping off the remainder of the mail in the kitchen, she retreated to her bedroom. With a little bit of trepidation, Lily opened the parchment envelope and felt validation as a prefect badge slid out and fell onto her bed. Beaming, she reviewed the letter and its attachments. It was only when she got to the last page that Lily found a special letter to her from Professor Dumbledore. In the letter, the headmaster informed Lily that similar to how he appointed prefects and Quidditch captains, he was now assigning her to serve as leader of the Hogwarts Dueling Club. The letter went on to explain that this would be a weightier role than the one Lily had played during the prior school year. Although there would be at least one faculty advisor, it would be up to Lily and any others she recruited to fill the gap left behind by Professor Ashworth and Professor Greengrass. Having forgotten her Hogwarts letter and prefect badge, Lily took a seat at her small desk and pulled out a notebook. In it, she began mapping out her vision for the dueling club and competitions, quickly populating a to-do list. There would need to be club promotion, recruitment, tryouts, training meetings, and competition preparation. Someone would have to register Hogwarts for the competitions. There might need to be fundraising. It was not long before Lily realized she was in over her head and that recruiting help would be essential. Naturally, Lily's thoughts turned to James, Sirius, and Remus. There was also Alice now that Frank Longbottom had left Hogwarts and would not be distracting her. Shifting gears, Lily began writing letters to James, Sirius, Remus, and Alice. She informed them of her new role and asked them if they would be willing to help her. The letter to James took Lily the longest to write. She lingered over it for some time even after having signed and sealed the others. When Lily's mother called upstairs to announce that it was time to leave for London to shop for Petunia's wedding, Lily picked up the pace. Hurriedly, Lily scribbled an extra sentence on James's letter: "Should we meet and discuss the club before term begins?" "Coming," Lily called as she finished up the letter to James and prepared it to be owled. She was not eager to follow her mother and Petunia through endless stores on the quest for wedding materials, but if she wanted to owl her letters to her friends, she would need to get to Diagon Alley somehow. 2 days later, Lily had received responses from everyone except James. In their letters, Remus and Alice had expressed interest in helping out but had said little else. Apparently, Alice was having too much summer fun to be bothered with writing Lily a long letter. This left Lily feeling slightly miffed. On the other hand, Remus' reticence was understandable since her interactions with him were more incidental than anything. Sirius' letter expressed enthusiasm for the dueling club. He then moved on to reporting that maybe Bellatrix and Professor Ashworth would be getting married soon. This tidbit of gossip instantly distracted Lily from James's failure to respond to her letter. "You must be joking," Lily wrote back, shocked. "Tell me how long this has been going on." Sirius responded 2 days later, "I'm actually serious. I've been this way for quite a while now. Normally, Lily would have been angry at Sirius' attempt at humor, but she was too busy fuming over James and his failure to promptly respond to her owl. She was, however, able to set aside her annoyance with James for a few moments to pen a firm reply to Sirius. "Tell me why you think Bellatrix and Professor Ashworth might get married and give me details." Apparently feeling at least a tinge of remorse for inflicting his humor on Lily, Sirius responded overnight. His response arrived in time for Lily to read the juicy gossip as she ate breakfast. "Abraxas Malfoy hosted a dinner and invited my parents. They also invited Ashworth, Bellatrix, and some others. Old Malfoy got drunk and kept making highly suggestive remarks to Ashworth about how Bellatrix was of age, not a bad looker, and could be a good match. My mum has been calling him that blasted salesman ever since. My aunt is also furious. She is trying to find some other bloke for Bellatrix to marry because she thinks Bellatrix might actually say yes if Ashworth were to ask." "What does your friend have to say, my dear?" Lily's mother asked. "It sounds like a girl I know from school might be getting married soon," Lily said faintly. "Well, that's fantastic. That's one way of looking at it," Lily mumbled. Lily retreated upstairs and penned her response to Sirius. Surely she would not say yes to that marriage. She does not seem like the marrying type, if you know what I mean. And he's kind of old. Even if he is very nice. 2.5 days later, Sirius had not responded. Nor had James. The lack of communication had put Lily on edge. Lily's aggravation was compounded when Vernon appeared around dinner time, placing wedding planning and self-importance on the menu for the evening. Lily was all too happy to volunteer to do the dishes after everyone finished eating. As she washed and dried dishes, she could hear them chatting from down the hall in the living room. "The hotel manager never fails to impress me," Vernon assured Petunia and her parents. "They were repainting the ballroom this summer, and she let me weigh in on the colors so that it would fit our wedding plans." "That's amazing," Lily's father opined. "And then my secretary was just telling me that she's been able to negotiate excellent rates on a block of rooms for a sales seminar we have coming up," Venron continued, his voice becoming a little pompous as he worked in the mention of his secretary. "Petunia and I have found a hidden gem." "No, I found it and gave you vouchers that you used for yourself instead of sharing with your coworkers at the office," Lily fumed as she vigorously toweled off a plate. Lily was about to dry another plate when a belching noise reverberated through the kitchen. It was so loud that Lily's family and Vernon stopped talking in the living room. "Is everything okay?" Lily's mother inquired. "Nothing to worry about," Lily called out as she stared at the partially eaten roast chicken the family had just enjoyed for dinner. She was not sure, but it seemed to her like the burp had come from the chicken. "I'll be done in a bit." "Right, then," Lily's mother called back as the conversation in the living room resumed. Another smaller burp sounded from the chicken. Lily grabbed for it, irrationally hoping that she could silence it with her hands. However, before she could touch it, the chicken rolled over, stood up on the remains of its stubby drumstick legs, and began to dance a provocative jig. Lily's eyes widened with surprise, but she soon realized that somebody who could do magic was messing with her. She glanced toward the kitchen window and thought she spied movement in the bushes. Grimly, Lily abandoned her dishwashing and stalked out the back door. There, she found James Potter and Sirius Black snickering in the bushes. "I ought to hex you too," Lily declared angrily. They started guffawing. "You should have seen the look on your face," Sirius wheezed. Lily spun around, trying to see if she could grab the garden hose and give them a little bit of retribution. "Who's that weird muggle? Is he your sister's boyfriend? How long were you peeping through the windows?" Lily demanded, forgetting her plan to spray them down with the garden hose. "Not too long," James confessed as he and Sirius extricated themselves from the bushes and joined Lily. "I'm sorry for the unannounced visit. I've been out of the country with my parents. I thought stopping by would be quicker than sending an owl." "Oh," Lily said, abruptly feeling a rush of relief as she found that James had not been ignoring her letter. "Shall we have a planning meeting for the post-Ashworth dueling club?" Sirius proposed, sounding pompous. "Of course," Lily said, excitement welling up in her. "I just need to finish the dishes and grab my notes from upstairs." "We'll do the dishes while you go upstairs," James offered. Right, Lily said, but don't let my family hear you. She led James and Sirius into the kitchen and went upstairs for her dueling club notes. When she came back down, she found that they had used magic to finish the dishes and clean the kitchen while Lily's parents, sister, and fiancé chatted in the living room, completely unaware. I'm going out for a breath of fresh air, Lily called, feeling a bit guilty because she knew her parents would rather that she help make nice to Vernon. If you must, Lily's mother said faintly as Lily herded James and Sirius out the back door. As soon as the trio was out the door and down the street, Lily demanded to know how James and Sirius could do magic outside of school. Let's just say I found a really good gift shop in a less developed nation, James said, winking at Sirius. How fortunate for you, Lily grumbled. Very, James agreed. They continued catching up on what each other had been doing since the end of term and soon found a park with a slightly overgrown picnic table where they sat down. James and Sirius were looking expectantly at the stack of pages Lily had brought with her, but Lily wanted to broach another topic first. Do you think Bellatrix would really marry? Yup, Sirius said, or at least my mum and aunt think so. What? James asked. Apparently, he was not in the loop. Sirius briefed James on the news he had shared with Lily earlier. James was vastly amused and kept breaking out into laughter. Can you imagine? It's insanity, Lily insisted. He's too nice, she's too crazy, and there's way too much of an age gap. Her craziness makes it more likely. Hence, why her mom is having conniption fits, Sirius explained. As for age difference, I mean, that's not necessarily a deal breaker. James started laughing gleefully. We're talking 15 or 20 years. Lily exclaimed, outraged by Sirius' opinion and confused by James's laughter. I'm not laughing at the gap between Ashworth and Bellatrix, James explained. I'm laughing at how Sirius wants to keep the door open for age differences. I don't follow, Lily said slowly as Sirius blushed. I'm trying to remember what we calculated the gap between Sirius and Professor Greengrass being, James mused, rubbing his chin theatrically. Was it 5 years, 6, 7, maybe it was only 4. If I'm right, there are still students at Hogwarts who remember Greengrass being a student. Lily frowned at Sirius. Do you have a crush on Professor Greengrass? Her name is Pythia now that she's not a professor, Sirius pointed out, simultaneously deflecting and answering the question. This is insane, Lily declared. All of you. You've lost your minds. Is the entire magical world like this when it comes to marriage? For your information, I think she likes me, Sirius defended. As for you, I bet you're just jealous of Bellatrix. I think you've had a crush on Ashworth for a while. His name is Harry, now, James clarified solemnly. I don't have a crush on Professor Ashworth, Lily insisted. Ha, Sirius shot back. I don't, Lily insisted, beginning to blush. There it is, Sirius said slyly as Lily's blush deepened. James cleared his throat. I think we're overlooking something. What? Sirius asked. You just said you think she likes you. Since when? What are you talking about? James asked. I've caught her looking at me when she thought I wasn't paying attention, Sirius said proudly. That doesn't mean anything, James insisted. He looked to Lily for confirmation. Right. Well, I don't know. Lily squirmed. What kind of looks are we talking about? Kind of the look an ageless vampire would give a potential victim, Sirius said sagely. Excuse me while I vomit, Lily said, setting down her dueling club notes on the table and pretending like she was about to get up and go heave in the bushes. Hear me out, Sirius said, raising both of his hands. I don't want to hear about it, Lily declared. Let's move on to discussing dueling club for this year. You can tell me later, James said, winking and nodding conspiratorially at Sirius. Amelia was patrolling Azkaban's corridors and inspecting the condition of the prison's infrastructure when she spied an unfamiliar figure rounding a corner in the hallway ahead of her. Dropping her clipboard, she drew her wand. Halt, she shouted, dashing toward the intersection. When Amelia rounded the corner, she found that her quarry had stopped and was waiting for her in the hallway, a smirk on her face. It was Minister Black's daughter, Bellatrix. Confused, Amelia approached, her wand trained on Bellatrix. What are you doing? She demanded. How did you get in here? You're not part of the DMLE. Eyeing Amelia's wand, Bellatrix slowly raised a hand and pulled open her black jacket to reveal that she had a neon purple badge pinned to her blouse. I don't understand what that is supposed to signify, Amelia said, frowning as she eyed the badge. It looked exactly like an Auror badge, except for its bold, almost off-putting, coloring. Amelia's frown deepened as she perceived that the markings on the badge were that of an Auror lieutenant. I'm the contractor responsible for manufacturing the special Azkaban badges, Bellatrix explained, gesturing to a satchel she was holding. I'm here for an on-site test and delivery of the product. And you're just wandering the hallways of Azkaban. Don't you realize that Dementors are dangerous? Amelia demanded. She gestured the opposite way from which she had come toward where a couple of Dementors were skulking. There had been a couple of uncomfortable incidents with the Dementors after Warden Ashworth had moved the prison's administrative offices into the prison itself. However, Ashworth had blown the Dementors away with his Patronus charm and menaced them in other ways. At present, the Dementors were keeping their distance from Ministry personnel and fleeing from Ashworth's presence any time he emerged from the administrative office suite. Indeed, when Ashworth was out and about, the Azkaban staff could count on there being no Dementors on the same floor as him. I'm on my way to the warden's office, wherever that is located, Bellatrix said, ignoring Amelia's reference to the Dementors. The guards should have escorted you directly to the administrative offices when you arrived, Amelia grumbled, making a mental note to report to Harry that the personnel stationed at the entrance were slack or not understanding their duties under Harry's recent reforms. Perhaps you could take me to the warden, Bellatrix suggested. Of course, Amelia said as her confusion morphed into irritation with Bellatrix's personality. She holstered her wand, retrieved her clipboard, and gestured for Bellatrix to walk ahead of her. This way, then, Bellatrix asked, the tone of her voice mocking as she pointed down the hallway. Yes, Amelia said, choosing to ignore Bellatrix's subtle critique of her choice to lead from behind. Theoretically, the daughter of the Minister of Magic could be trusted. However, Amelia could not silence the part of her intuition that was screaming that Bellatrix was mentally unstable and as dangerous as a rabid dog. As a student, Bellatrix had always seemed like an odd one to Amelia. But now, Amelia's skin was crawling as she observed Bellatrix diffidently walking through the corridors of Azkaban in her suit jacket and pencil skirt. They soon arrived in Azkaban's renewed administrative office suite, where Amelia let out an almost inaudible breath of relief as the protection offered from the anti-Dementor wards and spells washed over her. As luck would have it, Harry had a gap in his daily schedule and was able to accommodate Bellatrix's surprise visit despite the seemingly short notice. In what was a welcome boost to Amelia's ego, Harry gestured for Amelia to join him and Bellatrix in his office to inspect and discuss the new badges. I think you'll find that everything is in order, Bellatrix explained to Harry and Amelia as she placed her satchel on Harry's desk and began pulling out boxes of badges from it. The Chief Unspeakable and his staff have confirmed that my work meets all of his specifications. Good work, Harry said, eyeing the badges approvingly. He gestured for Amelia to help herself to one of the badges with Auror Sergeant markings. With these on hand, we can finally make arrangements for the new wards to be activated unless you think we need to test the badges to ensure they mesh. On my way here, I confirmed that the badges mesh with the already active wards, Bellatrix reported, her voice smug as she watched Amelia help herself to one of the badges. As for the new wards, I don't anticipate they will give you any trouble since the badges were made with those wards in mind. If we do have trouble, I'm sure we can reach out, Harry said as Amelia grabbed one of the Auror Captain badges and held it out to Harry. Oh, wait, this one is for the warden, Bellatrix said, grabbing a different captain badge from the pile and holding it out to Harry. Thanks, Harry said, accepting the badge from Bellatrix and pinning it on his clothes next to his normal Auror badge as Amelia gave Bellatrix a sideways glance and wondered whether there really was a difference between the badges. From there, Bellatrix gave a brief rundown on how the badges worked and could be adjusted for changing circumstances or employee turnover. For the most part, it was all old news to Harry and Amelia, who had received briefs from the Department of Mysteries and participated in some of the discussion about security with Ministry bureaucrats. Having finished her duties, Bellatrix closed her satchel and announced that she would be leaving. Harry thanked Bellatrix for the delivery and her work on the project, and Bellatrix declined Amelia's offer to see her out. After Bellatrix was gone, Amelia was left alone with Harry in his office. "Can you get these badges distributed and the extras locked away?" Harry asked as he sat down at his desk and grabbed a folder full of reports waiting for his review. "Of course," Amelia said. She gathered up the badges and was halfway out the door when she remembered something. She turned around and cleared her throat. "Sorry, but I just recalled noticing that Ms. Black was sporting an Orr Lieutenant badge on her clothing when she arrived, presumably for testing purposes. Do we need to retrieve that from her?" The question appeared to have caught Harry by surprise. "Good catch," he said slowly. "I assume the Unspeakables will need to have a prototype or two on hand so they can modify or troubleshoot. I'll bring it up next time I see the Chief Unspeakable." "Good," Amelia said, feeling a bit petty. Seeing the grimace on Harry's face, the shopkeeper of Diagon Alley's racing broom shop rushed to reassure Harry. "The Nimbus is not our only line. We have a number of clean sweeps over here. Even a Comet, if that's your thing." "I'm not going to fly a clean sweep," Harry muttered, eyeing the latest model Nimbus had to offer. Unfortunately, it resembled the Nimbus 1000 a lot more than it resembled the Nimbus 2000. "Well, this is the latest Nimbus," the shopkeeper assured Harry. "I can see that," Harry mumbled as he picked up the brochure again and pored over it. "I'll take it." "Shall we discuss financing?" the shopkeeper inquired. "No need," Harry said, reaching into his pockets. Harry had completed his business, left the shop, and was making his way to the apothecary to pick up some potion ingredients for Bellatrix's NEWT studies when a familiar voice called for his attention. "Professor." Harry turned toward the voice and saw Lily Evans approaching him. He stopped walking and put on a smile. "How are you?" he asked as soon as she came into sight. "Already doing your school shopping?" "Good, and yes," Lily said before launching into the news about how Professor Dumbledore had asked her to be the leader of the dueling club. She also reported that several classmates had already signed on to help manage things. Glad to hear that the dueling club was going to continue, Harry congratulated her before asking her for details about her plans, which Lily was all too eager to share. They stood and chatted for a while before the conversation tapered off and Lily moved to shift the subject. "It occurs to me, I'm just wondering," Lily said slowly. "Yes, if you have evenings free, perhaps you could come to Hogwarts and be a guest lecturer for a club meeting or two," Lily proposed. "I wouldn't mind doing that," Harry said, not just because it was Lily asking for help, but also because he wanted to see the dueling club thrive. "Just send me an owl. I can set my own schedule if you give me enough advance notice." "I'll do that," Lily said, sounding thrilled. Harry felt that he could not carry the conversation any further without coming off as weird, but Lily did not seem to be ready to wrap it up. "I also wonder, Professor," Lily said slowly, "if you've seen or heard from Bellatrix, or Miss Black, lately." Harry arched a curious eyebrow, wondering both why Lily was asking after Bellatrix and why she would think that he would have any idea where she might be. Lily rushed to explain, she would be a good guest lecturer, too. "Oh," Harry said slowly. "I don't know how cooperative Miss Black would be. I've happened across her a few times. I suppose you could always ask." "I've tried sending owls," Lily reported, "but they don't seem to reach her." "I don't know when I'll see her next," Harry hedged, "but if and when I do, I'll mention your interest to her and tell her she should reach out to you." Harry felt guilty for leading Lily to believe that he hardly ever saw Bellatrix, but he had not been entirely untruthful. He never knew for sure when he was going to see her, even though they were flatmates. The night before, Bellatrix had been shut in the bathroom splashing around in the bathtub when Harry arrived home, and he had gone to bed without chatting with her. When he had woken up in the middle of the night for a quick trip to the bathroom, he had heard her cursing angrily in the kitchen. In the morning, he had found a note from her vowing vengeance if he did not pick up certain potion ingredients for her during his trip to Diagon Alley. "It was nice chatting," Harry said. "I need to stop by the apothecary before it closes." "Of course," Lily said. "It was good to see you." "Likewise," Harry said. "Do you have a way to get home? Are you here with anyone? My mom and sister will pick me up outside the Leaky Cauldron." "Will they now?" Harry said, feeling outraged as he realized that Aunt Petunia could have been more helpful with getting him to Diagon Alley during the summers. Indeed. In fact, I may be late, Lily said. Hopefully, I'll see you soon. You can count on it, Harry said. Frank Longbottom was feeling a surge of self-satisfaction as he and his father walked into the ministry atrium where the ministry ball was well underway. Tonight, he was attending the ball both as a ministry employee and as a well-connected member of Pureblood Society. He was feeling like he had achieved adulthood in fine fashion. The atrium, with its modest decorations, was filled with guests who were socializing, dancing, and eating. There were buffet tables, dinner tables, an open bar, a dance floor, and a reception line for guests to meet and greet the Minister of Magic. Gone social have we? A voice asked. Frank and his father turned toward the source of the voice and found they were being approached by Fleement Potter. I'm surprised you found enough time in your busy travel schedule to stop by, Frank's father said, his voice markedly neutral as he ignored Potter's thinly veiled suggestion that the Longbottoms were reclusive. We need to stop by and check on our house every so often, Fleement said lackadaisically. How is Augusta, by the way? A little under the weather tonight, Frank's father confessed. I'm sorry to hear that, Fleement said as he studied Frank with a penetrating gaze. I take it you're hoping to find your son a wife. Could it be that you have set your sights on Minister Black's eldest daughter? After all, this ball seems to be her debut. Potter waggled his eyebrows suggestively and nodded his head toward where Minister Black and his daughter Bellatrix were greeting guests. The fact that it was Bellatrix instead of her mother at the minister's side supported Potter's theory that the Black family were treating this as a special social event for Bellatrix. Frank blushed intensely as he looked at Bellatrix. She was attired in a modern-style black and emerald ball gown. The elegant coiffure of her hair and the cut of her bodice had attracted all sorts of stares and attention. Had Frank been unaware of Bellatrix's personality, he would be among the many wizards loitering near her, waiting for an opening or excuse to approach her and maybe ask for a dance. I find your characterization of things to be a bit raw, Frank's father said coldly to Fleement. Fleement shrugged. For purebloods, marriage is a grim, raw, and sometimes nonsensical endeavor, is it not? His voice was mocking. We can't let discomfort or awkwardness get in the way of the greater good. I'll admit that there are valid marriage considerations that Muggleborns often do not think about, Frank's father said diplomatically. But I think you're being too cynical. I wager you've told Frank he had better score a dance with Miss Black before the end of the night. Am I right? Frank blushed again but did not respond. Fleement was not completely correct. However, he was close enough. Earlier that evening, Frank's parents had fought with him over his intention to wait for Alice to leave Hogwarts so he could court her. Her bloodline was not impressive, but at least respectable. His parents had higher hopes for him. They had not precisely tasked him with asking Bellatrix for a dance. However, he knew all too well that if he did not interact with Bellatrix, he would need to be able to say he had spent time with other eligible witches at the ball. No need to respond, Fleement told Frank, his tone warming. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'll victimize someone else to prove my point. He peered around the crowd for a bit before settling on a table at which much of the Bones family was seated. Aha, look there at Amelia Bones. I wager her parents are remonstrating with her right now about how her career has plateaued, that she's getting too old, and that it is high time she settled down or found some way to establish a connection to get herself promoted. You are awful, Frank's father snapped. Maybe I am, Fleement admitted. He winked at Frank. If I were you, I would just go ask Miss Black to dance right now. Get the monkey off your back and enjoy the rest of the evening. Seeing the wisdom in Flement's suggestion, Frank squared his shoulders and made his way to the reception line, leaving his father to continue chatting with his longtime frenemy. The line had thinned out, and Frank was soon shaking Minister Black's hand and receiving congratulations for his performance at the Salem dueling tournament and answering questions about his aura training. Neither Frank, nor his parents, were fans of the Black family and had looked on Minister Black's ascendancy with skepticism. However, Frank could not help but be pleased that Minister Black had paid attention to his performance at the Salem tournament and was aware that he was a ministry employee. As for Bellatrix, she remained silent as she smirked at Frank answering her father's questions about aura training. Just as it was time for Frank to move on and let the next person in line chat with the Minister of Magic, Frank courageously spoke up. "Actually, Minister, I was wondering if I could ask your daughter for a dance." Bellatrix looked like she wanted to laugh, but the mirth on her face quickly dissolved and was replaced by something more calculating. "I wouldn't mind seeing the two of you dance," Minister Black told Frank genially. He looked at Bellatrix. "I think you could sneak away from the reception line if you want to dance with him." "Very well," Bellatrix agreed, stiffly offering Frank her hand. Frank took her hand and led her to the dance floor as his skin crawled. Harry was late to the ball. He knew he was going to catch an earful about it later, even if he did have a legitimate excuse needing to meet with a couple of the guards from the night shift. As warden, Harry did not belong to any one shift and had the luxury of setting his own schedule. However, sometimes he had to work outside of normal hours. During the days leading up to the ball, Bellatrix had repeatedly reminded him that she was going to be introducing him to key political players and that he needed to get off work from Azkaban as soon as possible. Upon arriving, Harry was simultaneously relieved and horrified to find that Bellatrix was otherwise occupied on the dance floor with Frank Longbottom. Assuming that Bellatrix could catch up with him later, Harry set about greeting faces familiar to him, even if they did not know him. He stopped for a couple of moments at a table where Arthur Weasley was seated with some Pruitts. The conversation with Arthur was shorter than Harry would have liked, but understandable since he and Arthur had not yet built a friendship. Despite the lack of familiarity, Harry would have been bolder and would have pushed for a longer conversation with Arthur, perhaps even inviting himself to sit down. However, he had noticed Amelia Bones sitting at the next table over. She and those at her table kept looking at him and whispering among themselves. Harry assumed that the whispering was Amelia pointing out her boss. Harry concluded that the wise thing would be to go over and introduce himself. For Harry, meeting members of the Bones family was fascinating because they had largely been extinct in his version of the future. Overall, he found them to be simultaneously haughty and polite. He supposed this made them the equal opposite of the Malfoys or Blacks. Overall, they left Harry with a good impression, even if he was not sure he would want to cozy up to them. After ending the conversation with the Bones family, Harry was walking away from the table when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to find that Amelia had followed him. Her cheeks red, Amelia inquired if Harry might like to dance. "Of course," Harry said, feigning more willingness than he felt as he held out his hand to lead her toward the dance floor. Bellatrix had been smirking at how quickly Frank had vanished from the dance floor after their set had ended, but when she saw Harry lead Amelia Bones onto the dance floor, the smirk melted into a scowl. Angrily, she stalked off the dance floor. There were a handful of younger wizards who looked like they might like to ask her to dance, but she bowled through them on her way to find the punch bowl. She was tapping her foot as she watched Harry waltz across the dance floor and make nice to Amelia when her mom, Druella, followed by Bellatrix's Aunt Walburga, sidled up to her. Bellatrix turned toward them and arched a questioning eyebrow. "It looks like Ashworth has found someone his age," Druella said. "And we're just suggesting that old Malfoy's idea to match you and Ashworth doesn't make sense," Walburga said. "Spare me," Bellatrix groused before taking a sip of punch. "Why is it that you two are suddenly so worried about age differences? And what makes you so sure I am interested in Ashworth? All you know is that Malfoy favors a match." Walburga leaned toward Bellatrix as Druella glanced around to make sure nobody else was listening. "First, don't try to fool us. We can tell when you are fixated on someone or something. And then when Malfoy started in on his matchmaking, we could tell that you were secretly delighted. Second, you need to realize that certain things are afoot and that connecting yourself to someone who chit-chats with Pruitts and Weasleys and dances with the likes of Amelia Bones is a poor move." "What is afoot, exactly?" Bellatrix asked. She already knew, but was curious to hear what they would say. "You know what I mean," Walburga snapped. "If things were different, an alliance with Ashworth would be advantageous since he appears to be powerful and increasingly influential. However, things are different. Isn't it too late for me to ally with the right sort?" Bellatrix snapped back. "Not quite. You could make amends," Walburga suggested. "Amends," Bellatrix said, swallowing back an angry laugh as she suddenly felt her silver bracelet, currently invisible, tugging on her wrist and her magical core. Even if she thought Voldemort had a better chance of winning, she had passed the point of no return by swearing allegiance to Harry. You have no idea. Why would I even want to? Power is power, Walburga hissed as Druella nodded. Sometimes you just have to swallow your pride. You would be better served to explore an alliance with the right sort of wizard. You mean the sort that cannot even show their face at this ball lest they be arrested and thrown into Ashworth's prison for helping the Dark Lord to assault me? That won't always be true, Walburga predicted. For your own good, we are forbidding you from pursuing a marriage with Ashworth. And for that matter, don't let us see you dancing with the likes of young Longbottom again. Forbidding me, Bellatrix sneered as she took note that Harry's dance with Amelia Bones was coming to an end. You must be joking. I'll do what I want, thank you. She turned and started walking toward the dance floor. You belong to the noble and most ancient House of Black, Walburga hissed angrily toward Bellatrix's retreating figure. Bellatrix pretended that she had not heard, but inwardly, she wanted to laugh. Not only had she sworn allegiance to the Ascendant Lord Black, but she was plotting to lure him into a marriage. One day, when Bellatrix became Lady Black, Walburga would be obliged to pay deference to her. Once again, Bellatrix bowled through a gaggle of hopeful wizards on the edge of the dance floor and made a beeline to where Harry was chatting with Amelia. It looked to Bellatrix like Amelia was prolonging the conversation with Harry in hopes that Harry would ask her to dance a second set. However, Bellatrix was not ready to tolerate Amelia having a second dance with Harry. She told herself that her real purpose was ensuring Harry had enough time to network with the wizards and witches to whom she was going to introduce him. However, a small voice in the back of her mind suggested there might be something more behind her anger. Good evening, Warden Ashworth, or Bones, Bellatrix said as she walked up to them. I trust the badges I delivered are working properly. I haven't noticed any problems with them, Harry said. He looked at Amelia. What about you? No, Amelia said, looking slightly annoyed with Bellatrix, who stood there smiling politely as an awkward silence ensued. Would you like to dance the next set with me, Miss Black? Harry finally said when he realized that neither Amelia nor Bellatrix were going to stand down. Thank you, yes, Bellatrix said, smiling as Amelia frowned. After dancing with Bellatrix, Frank stopped by the buffet for a plate of food and rejoined his father. He was eating with Fleemont Potter, who was still editorializing about marriage customs. It seemed that Amelia Bones asking Harry Ashworth to dance had proven Fleemont's theory, and he was now waxing on about his views of the pureblood marriage mart. It just goes to show you how raw and ugly it is, Fleemont said, waving his fork around. If it weren't for our pureblood culture, a young lady like her would never ask her boss to dance. Maybe she's legitimately attracted to him. Maybe they are already friends, Frank's father suggested placatingly. He glanced at Frank. Wasn't she stationed at Hogwarts for a few months while he was a professor? I imagine they are more than just acquainted. She was, Frank said. But I didn't notice them interacting much. You might be right, Fleemont said, finally seeming to take interest in his food. This only lasted a minute or two until he and the Longbottoms saw Bellatrix Black approach Ashworth and Bones after the dance ended, her body language broadcasting that she expected Ashworth to ask her to dance next. Frank, who was aware as anyone that Bellatrix had only recently been one of Ashworth's students, was startled to see Bellatrix asking Ashworth to dance. Although he knew Bellatrix had interacted with Ashworth more than her fellow students, he had not sensed that there was anything more at play beyond her being a little bit of a teacher's pet. I don't envy Ashworth having to interact with Minister Black after tonight, Frank said as they all watched Ashworth begin leading Bellatrix around the dance floor as music sounded through the atrium. I think you might be wrong on that count, Frank's father said, gesturing toward where Minister Black was standing, watching the dance with a benign expression on his face. Fleemont abandoned his food and smacked the table lightly. That only goes to show you how ridiculous the pureblood marriage mart is. Frank's father sighed. In this instance, I think you should feel sorrier for the wizard. What are you two doing? Bellatrix demanded as she stepped into a dimly lit conference room. The room was, in essence, a glass-enclosed balcony overlooking the atrium where the guests at the ministry ball were eating and dancing. A catering worker had passed Bellatrix a note from Orion Black telling her to meet him in Abraxas in the conference room. She had complied and arrived to find them alternating between scribbling down tidbits of information gleaned from their observations of the crowd below and gorging themselves on food platters stolen from the buffet. "I could ask you the same thing," Orion said firmly. "What are you talking about?" "He's talking about how you just marked your territory and sent Amelia Bones packing," Abraxas translated. He sounded amused, but distracted, as he spied on the guests through a small telescope. "Looks like Fudge and Diggory are about to invite themselves to the Potter Longbottom Lovefest." Orion snorted. "Noted, but not significant. Although, is Mrs. Potter still missing?" "She must be in a cider room or something," Abraxas theorized. "Although, I don't think she plays cards. Maybe she just stayed home." He moved the telescope and looked at a different part of the atrium. The Bones family are still chattering with each other. "Oh, dear." Amelia is eyeing Ashworth with a faraway look in her eyes. "See," Bellatrix said. "I had no choice. She's fantasizing about him." Orion frowned. "She's not entirely wrong," Abraxas observed, lowering the telescope and squinting as he tried to find someone else to spy on. "The darker-minded purebloods are not making it easy. They must be congregating in the bathrooms or something. It seems our brilliant plan is turning into a bust," Orion concluded. He eyed Bellatrix. "Actually, 2 of our brilliant plans have failed. The purebloods we wanted to observe during the ball are laying low, and Amelia Bones is fantasizing about Harry Ashworth while Bellatrix is still in the casual acquaintance stage of our plan for achieving an Ashworth Black union. She's practically his secretary," Bellatrix bit out, feeling a tiny twinge of guilt for misleading her uncle and Abraxas Malfoy by not disclosing that she and Harry were flatmates and that she had sworn allegiance to him. If Orion became aware of those facts, Bellatrix had no doubt that he would see the marriage as a done deal. Still, from Bellatrix's perspective, a marriage between her and Ashworth was not a done deal. He had displayed no romantic interest in her. And now, Amelia Bones was displaying interest in him. Even though Bellatrix understood at some level that Harry was not necessarily interested in Amelia, Bellatrix could not get past seeing her as a serious contender. "It would be a good match," Abraxas pointed out, pocketing his telescope and fixing himself another plate of food. "To start with, they're both Aurors." "More than just good," Orion declared. "It would be natural and probable. As Bellatrix has pointed out, Auror Bones is practically his secretary." He made eye contact with Bellatrix. "What do you want to do about it? You don't want us to give him a job promotion too soon, and you don't want to work at Azkaban. So, you will need to either change your mind or come up with another idea." "She should just get on her knees and pop the question," Abraxas suggested, winking at Bellatrix. Bellatrix blushed beet red, recalling that she had already gotten on her knees and tried a proposal. Harry had not reacted well, saying that he wanted a romantic marriage and not something that was merely the business merger or social alliance she had been proposing. In turn, Bellatrix had countered that a romantic marriage would be disgusting since they were technically in a teacher-student relationship. If Bellatrix was being honest, the teacher-student situation was, or had been, strictly a public perception problem. Harry was only a handful of years older than her. Plus, they had begun their acquaintance prior to Harry assuming the persona of a middle-aged wizard and finding a job at Hogwarts. Still, when Harry had said he wanted romance in a marriage, Bellatrix had felt squeamish about the thought of opening herself up to him, or anyone else for that matter, and being vulnerable. In the time since Bellatrix's awkward marriage proposal, she had overcome a small portion of that squeamishness. At the Cape Town tournament, she had keyed Harry on her birthday as part of a dramatic demonstration of her now being a legal adult. She had found the key enjoyable and had used similarly non-romantic reasons to steal a couple of more keys since then. Then, during the Salem tournament, she had found herself rankled by her inability, under Lily Evans' watchful eye, to march into Harry's bedroom and talk about what was on her mind. Her one-on-one conferences with Harry had been something she had been taking for granted. For Bellatrix, there had been nothing romantic about those visits. She had always seen such visits as just another standard interaction with Harry. At Hogwarts, She had chafed a little bit at having to avoid the notice of staff and students when arranging for time to meet with Harry, but she had endured the inconvenience without much thought. However, when Lily had scrutinized Bellatrix's conduct at the Salem tournament, Bellatrix had become angry. When her anger subsided, she realized just how much she craved her interactions with Harry. Things had played out well since Salem. Practicality had led Harry to take up residence in the penthouse suite of the hotel. Bellatrix now relished the fact that she could expect to regularly interact with Harry in their shared living area without anyone knowing or caring. Plus, if she needed Harry sooner than the next time she bumped into him, she could always march down the hallway or lay in wait for him to arrive home from work. With proximity problems solved, the only obstacle to marriage was the lack of romance. Harry had made it clear he expected romance in a marriage while showing no sign he was romantically attracted to Bellatrix. As for Bellatrix, as much as she was in favor of marriage, she was not comfortable with increased romance. She was still feeling squeamish about the idea of being completely open and vulnerable to Harry. I was already giving the situation some thought, Abraxas went on, his voice becoming more serious as he plowed forward, oblivious to Bellatrix's blush or the storm of thoughts whirling in her head. We heard that you're being recruited into the Department of Mysteries and have already done work for them on Azkaban. That's right, Bellatrix admitted. If the Department of Mysteries gives me the same type of assignments, I could arrange to bump into Ashworth more. My first assignment went well. I wouldn't mind some more assignments. Bellatrix's visit to Azkaban to deliver the badges had shown her that Harry had the prison well under control. She would not necessarily want to be there day after day, but visits here and there would be tolerable. Assuming you complete the requirements to be hired as an Unspeakable, we can work with your father to nudge Director Pruitt and Chief Unspeakable Fox toward making you some sort of Azkaban researcher or liaison without being too obvious, Orion said. But maybe you should just start looking for more opportunities to socialize with Ashworth. Socializing, Bellatrix said, still trying to sort things out in her mind. Yes, I think you should accelerate our plan in that regard, Orion told Bellatrix. We were hoping you would develop a work relationship with him that could naturally morph into a more personal and then hopefully intimate relationship. But now that you have a competitor, you will need to push the personal relationship quicker so that you can stay ahead of Amelia. She probably has the work relationship aced. By asking him to dance tonight, she has kicked open the door to an outside of work relationship. Right, Bellatrix said slowly as she took Orion's advice and tried to adjust it in her mind to account for the fact that she and Harry already had an excellent working relationship. Actually, don't be neglecting the work relationship, Abraxas cautioned, suddenly sounding serious. It gives you a chance to showcase your power and talent. Ashworth seems like the type of wizard who would find that attractive. You can outduel and overpower Amelia Bones any day of the week. Use your superiority to your advantage. How, pray tell, is an Unspeakable who is doing research going to showcase her dueling prowess and stamina to the Warden of Azkaban? Orion inquired, sounding a little exasperated. He was already her dueling coach. He knows she is powerful. We need to focus on getting him attracted to her personality. What about that one proposal Pruitt mentioned the other day? Abraxas argued back as his words about showcasing talent and Orion's exasperated response took root in Bellatrix's mind, albeit not in quite the way Orion intended. Harry and Bellatrix had not been practicing their dueling with each other as much lately. If Bellatrix were to push for those duels to occur more frequently, Bellatrix would be increasing her opportunities to socialize with Harry while showcasing her talent at the same time. She would also be ensuring he was not spending free time with Amelia. As for what Orion had said about Harry needing to be attracted to her personality, that also resonated with Bellatrix, but she was not sure how to proceed. Orion and Abraxas were arguing about a proposal that involved calling on tenured ministry workers to substitute in as hit wizards during emergencies when Bellatrix interrupted them. I think the goal I want to focus on is encouraging Ashworth to become attracted to my personality. Meaning, you want him to fall in love with you, Abraxas clarified. I wouldn't say that, Bellatrix said, blushing again. In her mind, she just wanted Harry to be comfortable enough to marry her and cement their alliance. She did not want to think about the word love. Just the thought of telling Harry that she loved him made her squirm. Him saying it to her would be flattering, but also awkward. She would rather just focus on the social, financial, and power benefits of an alliance, as well as the private interactions she had come to crave. Amusement danced in Abraxas' eyes but faded as his face became more serious. I think the two of you spending more time with each other will be the ticket. Go down there and chat him up. Maybe he'll ask you to dance again. Maybe you can talk about a nice place to eat dinner another day. Feeling strengthened by the advice from Abraxas and Orion, even if they knew little about her relationship with Harry, Bellatrix announced she was returning to the ball. After the ball, Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas convened in Cygnus' office to debrief each other. Since, unlike Orion and Abraxas, Cygnus had spent the entire evening on his feet interacting with the guests, he retreated to a couch to lie down and put his feet up. Please tell me that we got something useful from all of this, he begged. I'm afraid not, Orion replied as he paced near the couch. For the most part, the wrong people turned out. Or at least people in whom we have no interest. Well, at least Bellatrix was able to enjoy a debut of sorts, Cygnus said. And I'm glad the Longbottom boy asked her to dance. We're pretty sure Potter put him up to it, Abraxas revealed. There's no way young Longbottom is interested in her. The important thing is that Ashworth is not the only person she danced with, Cygnus emphasized. Yes, well, about that, Orion hedged. I'm not sure what you were able to see from your vantage point, but her desire to dance with Ashworth was extremely pronounced. Cygnus sighed. Druella is going to be furious. Ashworth probably thinks she's a lunatic. The witches eyeing Ashworth themselves are going to be resentful and jealous. The list goes on. It gets worse, Abraxas said before recounting his and Orion's conversation with Bellatrix. Then, Orion summed it up. Basically, Bellatrix sees Amelia Bones as a rival to be defeated, even if she has a hard time articulating what she is going to do with the prize. Cygnus chuckled bitterly. Basically, she's already in love with him and is trying to make him fall in love with her, except that she has no clue about love. That's my fault, and it is Druella's fault. To be fair, part of the problem is cultural and part of the problem is her natural sociopathic disposition, Orion pointed out. In fact, I would say a lot of it is her natural disposition. And she's young, Abraxas said, trying to help alleviate Cygnus' guilty conscience. So that is why I advised her to spend more time with him. Not only will it help reel Ashworth in, but she will start to become comfortable with the possibility of a normal relationship. I hate to think she's out in the world tackling this alone, Cygnus said. If you're accelerating the marriage plans, can't we accelerate Ashworth's promotion so that we can keep an eye on them both? His promotion is within reason, Orion agreed. Even Director Pruitt has expressed pleasure with Ashworth's work performance. Just don't let Bellatrix know you're going against her preference on that count, Abraxas warned. This might be too much of a stretch, and I'm not advocating for this immediately, Cygnus said, putting his feet down and sitting up. But how does Undersecretary Ashworth sound to you? That's our job, Abraxas shot back as Orion raised his eyebrows. I think real undersecretaries do more grunt work, Cygnus snapped. It would be nice if we had someone like him in the upper echelons of the ministry because it would give me less to worry about. As things now stand, I am constantly having to look over the shoulders of people and try to anticipate their politics. What makes you so sure Ashworth is the solution to that particular problem? Abraxas demanded. I think Cygnus has a point, Orion said. As we observed tonight, Ashworth seems drawn to the right sort of people. And of course, he has already made strides in his short time at Azkaban. I think a promotion to that level within a few months or so is a valid option. Theorizing that Voldemort's attack on Azkaban had been an attempt to seize Evander Edgecombe, Harry had opted to report to the Ministry that Edgecombe had died of natural causes during the battle. He then moved him into one of the hotel's rooms. There, Harry could keep his existence secret. Bellatrix was annoyed because she did not want her hotel to become the Azkaban Annex. However, she did have small hotel rooms without exterior windows that were less marketable. Further, Edgecombe's stay was going to be short. The hotel's house elves were administering hospice care, and Edgecombe's death was imminent. Harry had also moved Estella Borgin into a room in the hotel. He was not trying to hide her existence like he was hiding Edgecombe. Rather, he had told Bellatrix that he felt she should be allowed to serve out the remainder of her sentence in comfort because her time in Azkaban had been more punitive than it should have been. Managing Estella was more complicated because she was due to be released soon. The official story Harry had crafted and disseminated was that Estella had suffered a mental breakdown, was a danger to herself, and that it had been necessary to contract her care out to a private mental hospital. There were those who thought Harry's concern over the mental health of Azkaban prisoners was odd. However, the Ministry had bigger things to worry about, and Estella's family was not complaining. Because of the hotel's house elves, Harry and Bellatrix did not have to think or worry much about either prisoner's care. On the other hand, Edgecombe and his wealth of knowledge was a source of curiosity, and Harry had spent a fair amount of time interrogating him to see what useful information he might share. During these interrogations, Bellatrix would stand guard outside the room to ensure Harry could deactivate and reactivate the security wards to enter and exit the room without incident. For Bellatrix, who was already juggling multiple endeavors, this extra chore was annoying. However, the worst part of it was having to pose as a hotel maid to justify repeatedly walking up and down the hallway or camping directly outside of the room with a housekeeping cart. When Bellatrix had decided with Sabine that the hotel's housekeeping staff should wear crisp, black and white maid uniforms, she had not realized she would end up wearing one of those outfits as she tooled up and down the hallways with a housekeeping cart. Bellatrix had taken a break from pushing the housekeeping cart and was picking at her overly starched white sleeve cuffs and dress collar when a vaguely familiar voice startled her out of her reverie. "Weren't you working the front desk earlier this summer?" Bellatrix gritted her teeth and turned around to find Vernon Dursley approaching, a bottle of wine clutched in one of his fat hands. Apparently he had just exited the elevator and was on his way to his room. Bellatrix suddenly recalled that Vernon Dursley and Petunia Evans had checked into the hotel for their wedding. "I was working the front desk when you arrived for your first stay with us," Bellatrix acknowledged. "What happened?" Vernon asked, sounding sympathetic as he eyed Bellatrix in her uniform with a little bit more than casual interest. "Have you been demoted?" "I'm not sure," Bellatrix said slowly. "I just do what management assigns me." "Well, I hope nothing my fiancé or I said or did resulted in your demotion," Vernon said, his voice reflecting genuine concern. "I am sure it did not," Bellatrix said tersely, beginning to wonder if Petunia had been saying things to Sabine that she did not already know about. "So, remind me, your family owns the hotel. Is that right?" "Let's just say they are key investors," Bellatrix said. "They were kind enough to arrange a temporary position for me while I seek permanent employment." "Does your family invest in other enterprises?" Vernon asked. "Yes," Bellatrix said. It was not exactly true. But investments were in her long-term plans. "I don't know how close you are to the decision-makers in your family," Vernon said, sounding excited, "but I've been thinking about a proposal for my firm to branch out overseas, perhaps to Egypt." "Egypt," Bellatrix repeated, feeling confused. "Do you remember us crossing paths in the hot tub earlier this summer? There was that chap from an expatriate family in Egypt. If you have his contact information, perhaps we could work up some sort of deal with my firm's product, your family's investment capital, and that other fellow's connections in Egypt." Bellatrix blinked as she tried to wrap her mind around the investment proposal that had come out of the blue. "I can certainly pass on the idea," she said. "What is your firm again?" "Grunnings. We make power drills." "Drills. Right," Bellatrix said, wondering if a power drill was comparable to a magic wand. Vernon produced a business card and handed it to Bellatrix. "Here's my contact." "Thank you," Bellatrix said, accepting the card and depositing it into one of her pockets. "I'll be sure to pass it on." Vernon wasted a little more of her time making small talk before he proceeded to his room. Not long after he disappeared, Harry signaled Bellatrix that he was ready to be done, and Bellatrix swiftly went to the entrance to Edgecombe's room where she stood guard as Harry exited and reset the wards. "Well?" Bellatrix asked expectantly. Harry sighed and shook his head. "He's still trying to figure out who I am and play mind games with me." "Who does that? After decades in Azkaban, he's dying and still trying to manipulate people." "There are reasons that even the purebloods were happy to see him go to Azkaban," Bellatrix pointed out. Further conversation was cut off by a noise from down the hall. Cursing under her breath, Bellatrix grabbed Harry and bundled him into a nearby broom closet, slamming the door shut behind them. "Do you have prefects patrolling your own hotel?" Harry joked in the dark as tried to find a wall to lean against. "No, Lily's future brother-in-law is staying on this floor for his wedding." "His wedding?" Harry asked, sounding shocked. "Yes, I was talking to him while you were in the room with Edgecombe. He was nattering on about how we could make a three-way deal between investors, his company, and your contacts in Egypt. If he sees you lurking around, he will become suspicious at why I would not mention that you were also at the hotel." "Oh, fabulous," Harry said, not sounding as thrilled as his word choice implied. "So, do we just sit here while we wait for him to pass? And when is the wedding?" "Later today, actually. And we can just apparate from here," Bellatrix pointed out. "Right," Harry said. Bellatrix took Harry's arm and squeezed, signaling that she was ready. One quiet popping sound later, the two were back in their penthouse, and Bellatrix was on her way into her bedroom to change her clothes while Harry puttered around in the kitchen, apparently putting together a sandwich. "When you were in the future, did you ever hear of a company named Grunnings?" Bellatrix called out, her voice carrying through the bedroom doorway that she had left open. Harry's response was slow in coming, and Bellatrix wondered if he had left the kitchen and retreated to his bedroom on the other end of the penthouse suite. Even though her bedroom door was open, she could not see whether Harry was in the kitchen because of the corners between her bedroom and the main living area. "Don't they make drills?" Harry asked, his voice sounding a bit odd. "That's what Vernon tells me," Bellatrix said, shucking her maid uniform and quickly replacing it with her standard business attire. "And Vernon is looking for investors?" Harry asked. "Precisely. If you happen to know whether Grunnings has a good outlook, it may be an easy investment." "As far as I know, it would be solid," Harry said, his voice still sounding odd. "I remember their drills being on sale in Muggle stores." Bellatrix exited the bedroom and found that Harry was standing at the kitchen counter, cutting a sandwich in half. "Maybe I can find a way to broker a deal with his firm, then," Bellatrix speculated, helping herself to half the sandwich. "He'll think that the investor is my family, not me. So, I would have to engineer something a bit elaborate. Should we maybe crash Vernon's wedding?" Harry mused, changing the subject away from Grunnings. "It might be fun to see Lily in her natural habitat, as it were. And speaking of Lily, did I mention that she's going to be in charge of the dueling club this year?" "You already mentioned it to me," Bellatrix reminded Harry, not sure whether he truly did not remember telling her about it or whether he was subtly trying to encourage Bellatrix to volunteer. "Oh, right," Harry said blandly. "And actually, yes, let's crash the wedding," Bellatrix said decisively. "I have a little bit of a score to settle with Petunia, and," she said, pausing for an extra second, "you owe me a proper dance." "A proper dance?" Harry said, rolling his eyes. "Since when? We already danced at the ministry ball." "That dance doesn't count. You were really awkward," Bellatrix insisted, being a bit dishonest. "It was more like a practice run." The truth was that she had been more than satisfied with her first dance with Harry. Her only complaint was that she had wanted a second dance but missed the opportunity because the various people to whom she had introduced him had been overly chatty. Luckily, that had also prevented Harry from dancing with Amelia a second time. Now, if Bellatrix danced with Harry again, she would be one-upping Amelia and also following the advice from Orion and Abraxas. "What does it matter how well I danced?" Harry demanded. "I thought the whole purpose of going to the ministry ball was for me to meet people. Plus, we were supposed to put on a public show of only just beginning to interact socially outside of school." "Just accept the fact that you owe me a proper dance," Bellatrix snapped. "You'll need to come up with a disguise. We don't want Lily knowing what we're up to. And I don't want Vernon to think we're fishy if we end up doing some sort of deal with Grunnings using our real personas." "Lily doesn't really want me to come," Sirius pointed out to James. "She just invited us both so she can say it was an invitation to friends and not a romantic overture." "If it works, James said, excitement bubbling up in his chest as they navigated through the lobby of the hotel where the reception for Lily's sister and her new husband was being held. Don't get me wrong, Sirius said as he admired the hotel's decor. I don't mind tagging along. It beats having to hang around home listening to my mother and Aunt Ruella complain and scheme. They found their way to the hotel's finest ballroom and were hovering over the guestbook for the Evans-Dursley wedding when Lily found them just as they were about to write in comedic pseudonyms and dubious well wishes. No need to write anything, Lily said hastily as she approached. She was wearing a beige dress that screamed bridesmaid since only a bridesmaid could be compelled to wear something so awful. I assure you, it is no bother, Sirius declared even as James dropped the pen and gave Sirius a stern look, choosing to comply with Lily's wishes. Lily briefly introduced James and Sirius to Vernon, Petunia, and her parents. Lily's parents seemed thrilled to meet James and Sirius. Petunia was apprehensive, and Vernon was mildly suspicious since he was under the impression that Lily and her friends went to a school for juvenile delinquents. From there, Lily escorted James and Sirius through the buffet line and then to the last empty table, which was near the edge of the room. Does your new brother-in-law know about magic? James asked Lily. No, it will be quite a shock if he ever finds out, Lily chuckled. James raised his eyebrows. I should say so. He seems like the type that would be displeased. Lily shrugged. Not that I know much about him, James rushed to explain. I'm sure he's a very nice fellow. Sirius snorted, apparently having concluded otherwise. How did the happy couple meet? He asked, grabbing his goblet of punch and downing it one swallow. They worked at the same company for a time. Most of the guests are from the company, Lily said vaguely. She then changed the subject. I should tell you, I saw Professor Ashworth in Diagon Alley the other day. Did you confront him about Bellatrix? James teased. Lily blushed. I asked if he had seen her. He said he had run into her a few times. It sounds like any relationship between them is strictly casual. He did not sound interested at all. When I asked if he could pass on a message to her, he acted like he might not even run into her anytime soon. Sirius chuckled darkly. What is that supposed to mean? Lily demanded. Why are you laughing? I think he is aware that Ashworth danced with Bellatrix at the recent ministry ball, James explained. He did what? Lily exclaimed, suddenly outraged as she put her elbows on the table and leaned forward. Are these seats open? A soft, barely masculine voice asked. James, Lily, and Sirius looked up to see that a couple with plates in hand had approached the table, apparently having been attracted by the sight of empty seats. The man was middle-aged. His hair was brown with hints of gray. His face was so nondescript that anyone not looking at him would be hard-pressed to remember what he looked like. On the other end of the spectrum, the woman he was escorting sported platinum blonde hair, icy blue eyes, and sharp facial features. Of course, Lily said genially, her hesitation barely noticeable as she gestured to the open seats. I'm Petunia's sister. How do you know the couple? I'm Ella White, the blonde said. Vernon and I are business associates. She gestured absently to the man. This is my husband, Bob. Bob winced. I take it that these two young men are your friends, Ella observed once she and Bob were seated. Yes, Lily said, introducing James and Sirius. At this juncture Ella and Bob turned their focus away from their tablemates to their dinner plates, seeming to lose interest in the teenagers, who were able to resume their conversation. So, they danced? Lily asked, pushing Sirius for more of an explanation. I heard she was the one who practically asked him, if it makes you feel any better, Sirius said. My aunt and mum came home spitting mad about it. They ranted and raved about how the younger generation has no respect for tradition. They lectured Narcissa about what will happen if she follows in Bellatrix's footsteps. So, she really is open to marrying him, Lily said faintly. Actually, I'm less sure about that than I was before, Sirius said judiciously. From what I've overheard, Bellatrix may have just been trying to make my mom angry. They had a dust-up right before she went and asked him to dance. She also danced with Frank, James piped up. But that was my father's fault. He put Frank up to it. Oh dear, Lily murmured. Did Ashworth dance with anyone else? Amelia Bones, James reported. My dad had plenty to say about that. Apparently, Amelia's parents forced her to ask him. Or at least that is his theory. I'm not sure why your dad even cares, Sirius said, rolling his eyes. He's awesome, but when he breaks out his soapbox, he gets a little boorish. Well, even if our pedigree is unobjectionable under most pureblood standards, he has a chip on his shoulder about certain pureblood traditions. It might have to do with him getting in a lot of fights while he was at Hogwarts, James tried to explain. Unlike poor Frank or Amelia, or even Bellatrix for that matter, my parents aren't scheming to get me married to the best possible pureblood. That is good news for the lovelies who are not necessarily purebloods, Sirius said slyly, pointedly not looking in Lily's direction. James swatted Sirius and gave him an angry glance. A marriage with Amelia Bones would make sense for Ashworth, Lily declared brightly, pretending to have not heard Sirius' comment. They are both Aurors, and there isn't much of an age difference. I mean, if Ashworth married Bellatrix, isn't that, 20 years of an age difference? James nodded in agreement. I don't know that age difference is that important, Sirius said casually, glaring at James before he could start snickering. Looking for affirmation, Sirius turned to Ella and Bob and raised his voice a notch. What do you two think about age differences in marriage? Ella, who was looking nonplussed and even surly, shrugged. What about you, Bob? Sirius asked. Bob had been staring at all the other guests and had not heard the question. He turned around. Sorry, what was the question? Ella repeated it for his benefit. These lovely teenagers are debating with each other about whether their friend Ashworth should marry Amelia, who is his age, or some other person named Bellatrix, who is apparently a helpless teenager nearly 20 years younger than him. I think the question is more about age differences in general, James clarified. I'm sure if the young lady in question is mature enough it should not be a problem, Bob said, squirming under everyone's scrutiny. If it works for them, it works. Ella was looking like she had something else to say, but a commotion at another table drew everyone's attention away from the conversation. One of the guests had brought a dog, and it had leapt up onto the table where it was trying to eat another guest's chicken. Whose dog is that? James asked, sounding outraged. Vernon's sister, Marge, Lily revealed. Bringing a dog to a wedding, Ella grumbled. Barbarians. If that thing urinates on the carpet, there will be scalpings and other unpleasant things. Bob was also frowning as he stared at Marge and her dog. Excuse me, he said before standing up and leaving the table. Ella quickly followed. Shortly after Bob and Ella left, a pair of hotel staff materialized from wherever they had been staying out of sight. The two workers firmly informed Marge that her dog was not welcome and then proceeded to forcefully remove the dog from the ballroom as Marge sobbed angrily. Other staff appeared to clean up the table and replace the food that had been contaminated by dog slobber. Eventually, the people at the table persuaded Marge to sit down and finish her meal without her dog. This could have been the end of the incident, except that somebody had surreptitiously placed a large whoopee cushion on Marge's chair during the commotion. When she sat down, the whoopee cushion let out an unnaturally loud and sustained explosion. Please tell me that wasn't either of you, Lily gasped, her hands over her mouth, as she watched the blood drain out of Marge's face. Everyone in the ballroom was either staring at her or going out of their way to look the other direction. James and Sirius shook their heads, clearly struggling to hold their composure as Marge stood up and fled the ballroom. Why would you do that? Bellatrix demanded as she and Harry watched Marge Dursley flee the ballroom. Do what? Don't be coy. It seemed appropriate, Harry said as he leaned against the wall and folded his arms. Now I can't harass Petunia with what I had planned without triggering a demand for a refund, Bellatrix complained. Couldn't we have just taken that dog woman out to the hall and threatened to rub her nose in the carpet if her dog relieved itself? Harry shrugged as he and Bellatrix watched Lily get up and rush to the head table to confer with Petunia and her mother about the commotion. A couple of other bridesmaids and the best man had joined them. Petunia was looking like she wanted to cry. Vernon was trying to joke with a groomsman and pass off the Marge incident as nothing, though Harry could tell from his body language that he was beyond embarrassed. Lily was trying to introduce her prospective beau to her family. Now, he must think her family are a pack of idiots, Bellatrix said, sounding uncharacteristically empathetic. It was not that bad, Harry said, rolling his eyes. He knew all too well that Marge deserved any humiliation that came her way. With any luck, this would cause Vernon and Petunia to distance themselves from her. Have you ever tried to introduce your girlfriend to your family only to have them embarrass you? Bellatrix demanded. Well, not quite. Let's just say I can sympathize, Harry said, inwardly smirking over the irony that the same embarrassments Lily was suffering would be his to share if Bellatrix ever figured out that Lily was his mother and that many of the guests at Petunia's wedding had been his family, too. However, even if she did figure it out, it was not as if Harry had been introducing her as a prospective girlfriend to his family. Suddenly, Harry realized why Bellatrix was being sensitive. Back at the table, Sirius had mentioned the Black Matriarchs and their machinations. Harry, who had been staring around the room at what he thought must be some of his mother's extended family, had been too preoccupied to pay attention. However, he assumed that whatever was said must have been embarrassing. It looks like they are about to start the dancing, Harry said, hoping to help Bellatrix stop thinking about what Sirius had said. I seem to recall that the main reason we're here is that you think I owe you a proper dance. That's right, Bellatrix agreed. Then she frowned. Although it's going to be awkward again. You don't exactly look like yourself. Neither do you, Harry said judiciously, eyeing Bellatrix's own hairs. In the background, Petunia and Vernon began their first dance. There was also the problem, in Harry's mind, that Bellatrix's dress at the ministry ball had been quite a bit more stunning than the dress she was wearing now. It's my dance. It doesn't matter what I look like. Bellatrix grumbled. I'll accept dancing with you tonight in your disguise as a holdover. But you'll owe me another one later in circumstances where you actually look like yourself. Are you joking? Harry demanded as Petunia and Vernon began their first dance as a married couple. If this one doesn't count, maybe I'll just sit this one out and pay you off later. Or maybe you'll just dance now and dance later, Bellatrix said, her voice suddenly menacing, though the slightest twitch of one of her facial muscles suggested she was teasing Harry. What's the benefit of that? Harry said mulishly, playing along. I know where you sleep. And I know you hate it when people fingerpaint strange designs on your face while you're sleeping. How could you possibly know that? It might be more of an assumption. Harry crossed his arms and frowned. Would you really fingerpaint my face? Maybe I would just artfully trim your eyebrows. If you touch my eyebrows, I will shave off your eyebrows. I sleep on my stomach, Bellatrix revealed. So, good luck doing that without waking me up and getting yourself walloped. I sleep on my stomach, too, Harry said, bluffing. Bellatrix arched an eyebrow. Nice try. Harry was about to ask if she really knew what side he slept on or if she was also bluffing when the music for Vernon and Petunia's dance stopped after the first verse. Apparently, the person in charge of the music was attempting to put Vernon, Petunia, and all the guests out of their misery. The guests then watched as Petunia danced with her father, followed by Vernon dancing with his mother. Though Harry harbored less than fond feelings for Petunia, he drank in the father-daughter dance since Petunia's father was one of his grandfathers. After that, Harry could not help but join Bellatrix and a few of the other guests in smirking as Vernon and his mother waddled around the dance floor. When that spectacle was over, the remainder of the guests were invited to join in the dancing. Bellatrix wasted no time dragging Harry onto the dance floor, where she took his hand and instructed him to put his other hand on her shoulder blade as the next song began playing. Grumbling that he knew how to dance, Harry complied with Bellatrix's instructions. As they glided around the dance floor, Harry found himself almost enjoying the experience, at least compared to his experience at the ministry ball. This time, he was not sensing the scrutiny of various ministry workers and purebloods. It also helped that Bellatrix seemed to be in a much better mood. Indeed, she was unusually silent, apparently savoring the experience. Normally, Harry would have been happy for her, but he could not help but feel dread. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.